Chapter 1093. Yu Feng laughed heartily as he patted the blood-red crystal, swearing confidently. Wu Yi nodded in agreement. Yu Feng was a first-order Saint King, and was much older than her. He had broken through much later than her, but he had at least reached this realm. Since his attack couldn't leave a mark on this crystal, it meant it was indeed very tough. But as soon as Yu Feng's words fell, a subtle cracking sound rang out. Looking towards the source of this sound, Yu Feng's laughter came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had grabbed him by the neck, his eyes bulging as he rushed over to Wu Yi, shielding her behind him as he stared vigilantly towards the blood-red crystal. The cultivator who had been gathered nearby also became vigilant, no longer looking as relaxed as before. Wu Yi poked her head out from behind Yu Feng, and after seeing what had happened, she couldn't help calling out in alarm. "Yu Feng, did you break it?" At this moment, crisscrossing cracks appeared on the seemingly incomparably hard crystal. The cracks quickly spread in all directions, and in less than a few breaths of time, the originally sparkling and translucent crystal became full of cracks, as if it would shatter at any time. Yu Feng cried out in grievance. "I didn't use much strength, who knew it would be so fragile? When we were outside, it wasn't like this. No matter how we bombarded it, we couldn't leave a single mark on it. Young lady, you should step back, something's not right." Wu Yi nodded lightly and stepped back a little, but her pair of big eyes remained glued to the blood-red crystal, wanting to see what kind of changes it would undergo. "Foreign Elder Chang is here," someone shouted excitedly. Everyone turned around and saw Foreign Elder Chang Chi with a goatee on his chin walking over. The group of people quickly saluted, and after Chang Chi came to stand beside them, Wu Yi asked, "Foreign Elder Chang, do you know what this thing is? Why is there a person sealed inside?" Chang Chi frowned as he continued to probe it with his divine sense, but after a while he shook his head and said, "Young lady, please forgive this old master for not being able to see what kind of material this is. Perhaps this is not something that can be produced on Shadowed Star." From outside, Wu Yi's beautiful eyes lit up. "I think so." Kacha, the blood-red crystal, which was already full of cracks, made another noise. Under everyone's gaze, the blood-red crystal suddenly exploded. Fragments flew in all directions, causing the group of cultivators to curse and hurriedly cover their faces. The sealed person fell to the ground and slowly opened his eyes. He seemed to want to stand up, but he was too weak and fell to the ground. "He's still alive?" Many of the cultivators' faces paled, and even Wu Yi, who was extremely curious, paled. Everyone thought that he should have died long ago, but he was still alive and well at this moment. This was beyond the scope of everyone's understanding. Strands of divine sense spread out from all directions and covered the person. After discovering that the person who came out of the blood-red crystal didn't have the slightest bit of strength in his body, everyone relaxed. Without power, there would be no danger. Naturally, there was no need to be vigilant or afraid. "This is not an ordinary person." Chang Chi slowly shook his head. "It's impossible for an ordinary person to be sealed in a crystal and still be safe and sound. It's very likely he has temporarily lost his strength. We don't know what his cultivation realm is, but if he were to recover..." Yu Feng's face changed and he took a step forward, pushing his Saint Chi as he shouted, "I'll kill him." The cultivation of the person inside the blood-red crystal was unknown, and his origin was unknown, so Yu Feng naturally didn't dare take him lightly. "There's no need to kill him, right?" Wu Yi quickly stopped him. "He doesn't look very old, so even if he has some skill, his cultivation realm shouldn't be too high. Just restrict his freedom." "Is young lady very curious about him?" Chang Chi glanced at Wu Yi thoughtfully. "Isn't Foreign Elder Chang curious?" Wu Yi smiled, ignoring Yu Feng's attempt to stop her, walking straight up to the man, squatting down and asking, "Do you understand what we're talking about?" Seeing the man give an affirmative response, Wu Yi asked again, "What's your name? Where are you from?" "Yang Kai from Rainfall Star." Yang Kai replied honestly, "Rainfall Star." Wu Yi raised her brow. "Sure enough, you're from the outside. Rainfall Star is several years away from here. How did you end up here?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I only remember going to a certain place and entering a blood-red pool, accidentally touching some kind of barrier, then passing out. When I woke up, I was already here." Wu Yi thought for a moment before asking. Doesn't that mean you drifted all the way here? I think so. Where is this place? Yang Kai frowned, not used to being questioned like this. Boy, answer the question honestly. There's no place for you to speak here. Yu Feng shouted at Yang Kai, waving his huge fist, as if saying he would beat Yang Kai up if he didn't cooperate. This place, it's near Shadowed Star. Yang Kai shook his head again. He had never heard of Shadowed Star before. It's understandable that you haven't heard of it. Shadowed Star is relatively remote, so many people haven't heard of it. Haha, you're quite bold. You don't seem to be afraid at all. What's there to be afraid of? You don't seem to have any malicious intent towards me. Yang Kai grinned. That's hard to say, it's all up to you. Haven't you heard that a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea? Maybe I'll send someone to kill you in the next moment. After all, we don't know anything about you. So I don't feel comfortable leaving a stranger on the starship, Wu Yi said faintly. The smile on Yang Kai's face immediately converged. Wu Yi giggled, seemingly quite satisfied. And let me ask you, what's your cultivation? Third Order Saint Realm. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. A Third Order Saint cultivator really didn't need to be so nervous. Although Yang Kai was suspected of lying, with his age, even if he was lying, his strength couldn't be too high. I still have a lot of questions to ask, but you seem very tired, so let's stop here for today. Yu Feng, take him to rest and give him something to eat. Wu Yi saw that Yang Kai's complexion wasn't quite right, so she suppressed her curiosity and ordered Yu Feng lightly. Yu Feng nodded, picked up Yang Kai, and walked off in a certain direction. A short time later, they arrived in front of a room and Yu Feng kicked open the door, tossed Yang Kai inside, and said fiercely, Boy, stay here obediently and don't try to play any tricks. If I see you try to scheme anything, I'll immediately take your life. Got it, Yang Kai nodded. I'll be very obedient. Yu Feng turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly turned back to Yang Kai and asked, What's in your space ring? Some saint crystals and pills, Yang Kai replied. Yu Feng glanced around and found that no one was around, but just as he was about to say something, Yang Kai took the initiative to throw his space ring over. Yu Feng caught it, swept it with his divine sense, and immediately grinned, nodding to Yang Kai. Boy, you're smart. Wait here, I'll find you something delicious to eat. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. Yu Feng grinned and strode off in a certain direction. Although Wu Yi's insistence on keeping Yang Kai here made him feel a little uneasy, being able to harvest so many saint crystals made him very happy. Turning a corner, Yu Feng happened to see Wu Yi standing there with a big smile. Yu Feng quickly tucked his space ring behind his back and grinned widely. Give it to me. Wu Yi stretched out her hand to him. What does young lady want? Yu Feng played dumb. That person's space ring, is it in your hands now? Wu Yi smiled lightly. Yu Feng sighed, his head drooping like a defeated rooster as he slowly walked over and placed Yang Kai's space ring in Wu Yi's hand, saying weakly, Young lady, can you not be so smart? You're making us men lose our status. We're not bandits. Why would we steal from others? Why would we become enemies for no reason? If the family was filled with people like you, how could it survive? Wu Yi reprimanded him without any trace of politeness. When Yu Feng heard this, he immediately felt a headache coming on and repeatedly cupped his fists and begged for mercy. Wu Yi ignored him and scolded him fiercely until Yu Feng seriously admitted his mistake and promised he would never do it again. After Yu Feng left, Wu Yi sent her divine sense into the space ring, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her pretty face. No wonder people say people outside have so many high-rank saint crystals they can't use up. A third-order saint cultivator actually has so many high-rank saint crystals, it's really unfair. Stealing from him shouldn't be a problem, but he should be able to give it to me. In any case, I did save his life. After muttering to herself for a while, Wu Yi put away the space ring with a clear conscience, preparing to have a good talk with Yang Kai about the ownership of this space ring the next time she saw him. Inside the room, Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent. The space ring on his hand was just a facade. After all, in star territory, as long as one had a bit of strength, they would have a space ring. The one on Yang Kai's hand contained less than 500 high-rank saint crystals, and a few bottles of commonly used pills. so losing it wasn't a big deal. However, the actions of the man named Yu Feng had made Yang Kai vigilant, so he quickly searched his chest, and after finding the 3 space rings, he let out a heavy breath. Although Yang Kai didn't know how much time had passed, these 3 space rings that originally belonged to Gui Che and the others had not been lost. After listening carefully and confirming that no one was monitoring him from outside, Yang Kai quickly transferred the contents of these 3 space rings into the demon mystic tome. If the contents of these 3 space rings were lost, Yang Kai would feel distressed. After doing all this, Yang Kai had time to examine his own situation. Since waking up, he found that his body was empty, without a trace of Saint Qi, as if he had lost all of his cultivation, a fact that made his hair stand on end. If a cultivator had no cultivation, they were equivalent to an ordinary person. After carefully examining himself, Yang Kai calmed down. Chapter 1094. The Saint Qi in his body had indeed been depleted, and the strength he had accumulated over so many years had been completely consumed. It was unavoidable for him to panic, but his foundation was still there. Yang Kai tried to circulate his secret art, and found that he could still absorb the surrounding world energy, and transform it into nutrients for his own strength. As long as his foundation was intact, restoring his strength was only a matter of time. With the assistance of pills and saint crystals, it wouldn't take too long, at most a few days, but if he wanted to regain the inexhaustible strength he had before, it would take him many years to accumulate it again. His spiritual energy had not been consumed much, and had instead increased significantly. Using his divine sense to investigate his body, Yang Kai soon became pleasantly surprised. The golden blood flowing through his body seemed to have become purer and more condensed. Furthermore, there were nearly 100 drops of the most orthodox demon god golden blood. Each drop of demon god golden blood contained terrifying power. This was the true demon god golden blood, one that was comparable to the blood in great demon god's body. Compared to these 100 drops of golden blood, the blood flowing through his body before only had a powerful restorative ability. However, these 100 drops of golden blood contain Yang Kai's insights into the heavenly way and martial Tao, as well as his understanding of various strengths, seemingly having infinite uses. The frustration and faint uneasiness in Yang Kai's heart was instantly replaced by ecstasy. He didn't know what had happened to the body-tempering divine pool, but Yang Kai was certain that he had triggered some kind of barrier on the altar, causing the entire pool to compress into a blood-red crystal. While drifting through the star field, his blood was still being tempered, resulting in this exciting situation. His Saint Qi would not disappear for no reason. It was very likely that it had merged with his blood, nourishing the birth of these 100 drops of golden blood. With his blood becoming purer, Yang Kai believed that the vitality he could erupt with when fighting would be more vigorous. His vitality was directly linked to his restorative ability and vitality, which meant that his restorative ability and vitality were much stronger than before. In order to verify his guess, Yang Kai gathered the little bit of strength he had just recovered and cut a long, bone-deep wound on his palm. Golden light flashed and blood didn't even flow out. That terrifying wound quickly healed, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, it disappeared without a trace. Not a single mark was left on the palm. Yang Kai took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. In the past, this kind of injury was not serious and could only be considered a minor injury, but it would take at least 1 to 2 hours to completely heal. But now half a cup of tea was enough. His recovery ability had indeed increased by several times. After examining his body and confirming that the current situation was only a matter of time, Yang Kai relaxed, took out a piece of Saint Crystal, held it in his palm, circulated his secret art, and began absorbing the power contained in this Saint Crystal before stuffing a large number of pills into his mouth to dissolve their efficacies. Feeling his strength slowly recover, Yang Kai felt as if he had been reborn. The mark of the heavenly spirit ghost orchid on his chest had long since disappeared, so Yang Kai could infer that he had been in a coma for a long time, but he couldn't tell exactly how long. That woman had said that this place was near Shadowed Star, and was several years away from Rainfall Star, which meant that he might have been sealed for several years. During this period of time, the energy in the blood-red crystal had combined with his own Saint Qi to temper his blood. When the crystal's energy and Saint Chi were completely exhausted, the altar seemed to have disappeared, so after the crystal shattered, Yang Kai had not seen any trace of it. The precious treasures placed on the altar should have also been turned into nutrients that had seeped into his blood. Although the operation this time was a little muddled, they had gained quite a lot of benefits. Although Yufeng was a bit rude and barbaric, he was still an honest person and really found some food to give to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't refuse and ate everything Yufeng brought him, restoring some of his strength. Although after reaching the Third Order Saint realm, it didn't matter if Yang Kai didn't eat for a long time. Everyone had a desire for good food. On top of that, the things Yufeng brought him also had some restorative properties that were of great benefit to Yang Kai. Throughout the night, Yang Kai consumed 3 high-rank Saint crystals and accumulated a lot of Saint Chi in his meridians, but it still couldn't compare to when he was at his peak. The next day, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door, and the woman who had spoken to Yang Kai before didn't wait for Yang Kai's response, and directly pushed open the door and walked in. A diligent man moved a chair behind her, and put it down with a flattering look on his face. After Wu Yi sat down, she waved to the cultivator, indicating that he could leave. The cultivator hesitated for a moment before asking, "Young lady, will there be a problem if you're alone with him?" "What problem?" Wu Yi glared at him unhappily. "Or do you think you're stronger than me and can protect me?" The cultivator's expression suddenly became awkward, and he hurriedly said he wouldn't dare, respectfully walking out and closing the door behind him. Glancing at Yang Kai, who was sitting on the ground and leaning against the wall, Wu Yi chuckled and asked, "You're alive?" Yang Kai nodded. He didn't know what this woman would ask him, but he also felt that the cultivator on this starship didn't have any malicious intent towards him. Although Yufeng had clamored to kill him at first, it was only because of his own vigilance. "Look, you've been drifting in the star field all this time. If it weren't for my subordinates rescuing you this time, you might still be wandering outside. If you accidentally encountered a powerful star beast, you might have been swallowed whole," Wu Yi said softly, trying to frighten him. "If you were swallowed by a star beast, you'd be miserable." Yang Kai saw Wu Yi talking while playing with a space ring, and knew what she wanted to do. Laughing dumbly, he said, "You saved my life. Naturally I should thank you properly, but I don't have anything on me. The only space ring I have was taken away by that man named Yufeng yesterday. So, you're willing to give me this space ring as a thank you gift?" Wu Yi was overjoyed. "Great, then this space ring and everything inside is mine now. You can't go back." "I don't want it." Yang Kai shook his head. Only then did Wu Yi feel at ease as she took out everything from the space ring and put it into her own ring before tossing the empty one back to Yang Kai. "You're really rich. There are actually 500 high-rank Saint crystals in that space ring. Don't you know such a large amount of wealth can easily attract the attention of others? Fortunately, you encountered my starship. If it had been anyone else's starship, you might have already lost your life." "You call that rich?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "Does it not count?" Wu Yi said somewhat sadly. "And people like you do have a lot of Saint crystals, but on Shadowed Star, it's different. There are only a few Saint crystal mines, and they are all controlled by several great forces. It's impossible for my family to obtain more, so we can only risk our lives to mine on the ore stars outside. Each time many people die." "Are you really so poor?" Yang Kai was stunned. Since coming to Star Territory, he had never had to worry about Saint crystals. On the floating continent, he had robbed the people from Purple Star and Sword Union, obtaining a lot of Saint crystals. On Rainfall Star, he had also plundered the storehouse of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch. He really didn't know that someone would feel sad about 500 high-rank Saint crystals, and it seemed that this woman's identity wasn't low. "You said you're from Rainfall Star?" "As far as I know, that cultivation star is owned by a force called Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, right?" "Is Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce big? Do they have many masters? Is the strongest origin King Realm? I heard that there are palaces built with Saint crystals there, and that the people there eat pills as snacks. Is that true?" Wu Yi's rapid barrage of questions stunned Yang Kai. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Have you never been outside?" Wu Yi shook her head. "I can only move around Shadowed Star. This place is too remote. I heard that Hungluo Chamber of Commerce's businesses are spread throughout Star Territory, but Shadowed Star doesn't have any. It's really annoying, they look down on us too much. Why can't you just move around Shadowed Star? Since you want to, why don't you go out and see for yourself? Yang Kai suddenly felt that this woman was a little pitiful. She clearly had a heart that yearned for the outside world, but for some unknown reason she was bound by it. Do you think it's so easy to go outside? Wu Yi rolled her eyes at him flirtatiously. Yang Kai couldn't help staring blankly at her. Without a suitable star, a strong starship and abundant resources, how can we support a voyage that lasts several years? Very few people here can go outside, and basically no one from the outside will come here. Shadowed Star is destined to be a forgotten place. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of Tongxian Realm. The two had many similarities, both were extremely remote, but Shadowed Star was obviously better off than Tongxian Realm. At the very least, Tongxian Realm knew about the situation inside Star Territory, while Tongxian Realm was a completely isolated world that didn't even have the qualifications to explore its territory. In the vast Star Territory, existences like Tongxian Realm and Shadowed Star were definitely not exceptions. It was very likely that there were many such cultivation stars in unknown corners. For a moment, Yang Kai actually felt a sense of kinship with this woman, thinking about it for a moment before saying, "In fact, your situation is much better than mine." "What's better?" Wu Yi was puzzled. "Do you know where I came from?" "Where I came from, the strongest person was only a third-order saint." Wu Yi's small mouth twitched. "You don't believe me?" Yang Kai smiled. "But it's a fact. We don't even know about star shuttles, starships, or other cultivation stars in Star Territory. We're frogs at the bottom of a well, thinking that the third-order saint realm is the peak of the martial Tao. If I hadn't accidentally obtained a star shuttle, I wouldn't have been able to come to this wonderful world. But from that land, besides me, no one can enter Star Territory, so they're still living ignorant lives on that continent." Wu Yi stared at Yang Kai blankly for a long time before saying, "You're really pitiful." Chapter 1095. Once one found that others were more pitiful than themselves, they would no longer feel sad. Yang Kai's words gave Wu Yi a sense of superiority. Compared with the homeland of this man named Yang Kai, Shadowed Star was simply a paradise on earth. Wu Yi greatly admired Yang Kai for rushing out of Tongxian Realm alone and breaking into the territory of Shadowed Star. Her two beautiful eyes filled with worship. She obviously admired this kind of fearless behavior, and if she had the opportunity, she would have done the same. Unfortunately, there were various restrictions that kept her trapped here. As they chatted, the atmosphere became harmonious. Wu Yi didn't hold any hostility towards Yang Kai, and Yang Kai was also a person who knew how to adapt to circumstances, so naturally, he wouldn't try to harm her. It wasn't until Yu Feng ran over to report something that Wu Yi reluctantly left. After she left, Yang Kai continued to take out Saint Crystals, take some pills, and circulate his secret art to restore his strength. Time passed by, and after a month, Yang Kai had restored his third-order Saint Realm cultivation, but the Saint Qi in his body hadn't accumulated much, at least not compared to before. Yang Kai continued to absorb the energy from the Saint Crystals to supplement the strength stored in his body. Yang Kai was accustomed to an inexhaustible supply of strength, so no matter how much he used it, he wouldn't collapse. But now, his current state made him feel a little uncomfortable. The energy in the Saint Crystals quickly transformed into a powerful source of strength for Yang Kai, allowing his Saint Qi to flow through his meridians. His heart was as calm as a mirror as he swept his divine sense through his meridians, carefully examining the 100 drops of pure demon god golden blood. These 100 drops of golden blood were produced because of the altar and the massive amount of Saint Qi in his body. There were only 100 drops of golden blood, so they would eventually be used up. If he wanted to produce more in the future, what method would he use? The altar in the body-tempering divine pond was no longer there, and Yang Kai hadn't completely memorized the complex spirit array engraved on it, so even if he wanted to duplicate it, it would be impossible. Just as he was thinking about this though, the golden blood flowing through his body seemed to be stimulated, and began madly swallowing his Saint Qi. Yang Kai, who had just recovered, suddenly went pale and couldn't help feeling like he was about to collapse. Carefully inspecting it, Kai Yang was shocked. More than half of the Saint Chi in Yang Kai's body disappeared at once, but this Saint Chi was quickly swallowed up by his golden blood. After swallowing his Saint Chi, his golden blood began producing a pinprick of pure gold the size of a needle tip. It was a drop of pure demon god golden blood that had yet to form. Yang Kai thought for a while with a gloomy expression before coming to a conclusion and quietly releasing his suppression, allowing his golden blood to continue swallowing his Saint Chi. The Saint Chi he had painstakingly cultivated rapidly decreased, but the needle-like golden blood grew larger. As expected, Yang Kai couldn't help but look ecstatic. Sure enough, golden blood could be produced by consuming Saint Chi, confirming Yang Kai's previous guess that the reason why his vast Saint Chi had disappeared was because he had produced 100 drops of golden blood. In the future, if Yang Kai wanted to condense pure golden blood, he would only need to consume his Saint Chi. However, the amount of Saint Chi consumed was quite large, so much so that Yang Kai felt distressed. After restoring his Saint Chi for an entire month, Yang Kai could only condense a single drop of golden blood the size of a grain of rice. This meant that he would have to cultivate for at least 3 months before he could condense a single drop of pure golden blood. Although he felt distressed, Yang Kai's heart calmed down. Because Saint Chi could be obtained through cultivation, taking pills, or consuming Saint crystals, as long as he found the right place and method, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain Saint Chi. However, demon god golden blood was not something that could be obtained casually. Now that there was a way to convert the two, Yang Kai was happy. Although this was a one-sided conversion process that wasn't as flexible as using Yang liquid, at least the demon god golden blood wouldn't be completely consumed. There were still 100 drops of golden blood in his body, but Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to produce more. Right now, the most important thing was to accumulate Saint Chi. In a good mood, Yang Kai's cultivation speed seemed to have improved greatly. In just one day, Yang Kai consumed 10 pieces of Saint Crystal and absorbed all their energy. Wuyi came again. During this past month, whenever she had some free time, she would run over to Yang Kai. The news Yang Kai would bring her about the outside world had fascinated her greatly. Whether it was big or small, she would listen with great interest. The more she heard, the more she yearned to explore the outside world, to the point where she couldn't wait to order the starship to change course and head towards that wonderful world. Seeing her sitting in front of him with an eager look on her face, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on and helplessly said, "Wuyi, I've only been in the Starry Sky territory for a few years now. I've already told you everything I know and see. There's nothing else I can hide from you." Yang Kai really couldn't stand her anymore. How could a person's curiosity be so strong? He didn't know if it was her own tragedy or his own. Just think about it. There's always something you haven't told me. As long as it's news from the outside world, I'll listen to it. Wu Yi refused to back down and stared at Yang Kai with great interest. The last few times she had said something like this, Yang Kai had racked his brains to think of a few trivial things to satisfy Wu Yi's curiosity and send her away. Yang Kai wasn't prepared to compromise today. This little girl was a wolf that couldn't be fed. If he compromised today, there would definitely be a next time. There's nothing else, really nothing else. I even told you about my flirting with women. What else have I not told you? Let's talk about that then. I want to know how men and women in the outside world treat their feelings differently from those on Shadowed Star. Wu Yi said with great interest, completely ignoring Yang Kai's face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. At the critical moment, Yu Feng had run over to save Yang Kai's life. Seeing him so flustered, Wu Yi's expression also became serious. What happened? There's a group of black rock beasts outside the starship. Wu Yi's expression suddenly changed as she hurriedly stood up and rushed to the window to look out, but after seeing the situation outside, her face became even uglier. Not bothering to dig up any more information from Yang Kai, she hurriedly ran out with Yu Feng. After they left, Yang Kai also looked out the window and saw a large group of black monster beasts gathered around the starship. There were at least 300 to 400 of them, and this was all within Yang Kai's field of vision. He didn't know how many were outside his field of vision. Black rock beasts, Yang Kai had heard from Wu Yi during their conversation. These monster beasts lived in the territory of the starry sky and had extremely tenacious vitality. They also liked to gnaw on ores. As such, traces of black rock beasts could often be found in asteroid seas, dead stars, or stars. Wu Yi and the others called these monster beasts star beasts. Black rock beasts weren't very strong, the weakest only being fifth order, equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. The strongest were seventh order Saint King realm, while the majority were sixth order. What gave Wu Yi a headache though was that black rock beasts lived in groups, and not only did they like to gnaw on ores, they also liked to gnaw on starships. The hulls of starships were made from a variety of rare ores, which were the most suitable for the black rock beast's appetite. Their skin was thick and their flesh was thick, making them extremely difficult to kill. Many starships on Shadowed Star were destroyed not because they encountered storms in the star field, but because they encountered black rock beasts. Once a starship was gnawed by this monster beast, the cultivator inside would lose its protection and naturally suffer casualties. Over the years, the great forces on Shadowed Star had suffered heavy losses because of these star beasts, and had even joined forces to exterminate them once. But these black rock beasts were like bamboo shoots after the rain. After one batch was cut down, another would pop up, making it impossible to kill them all. It could be said that black rock beasts were the biggest enemy of any cultivator on Shadowed Star. They were also the biggest obstacle preventing cultivators from entering the territory of the starry sky and integrating into the wonderful world outside. If they couldn't solve this problem, they would never be able to integrate into the starry sky territory. Wu Yi's starship was only Saint King grade low rank, and was unable to resist the sharp fangs of the black rock beasts. As such, when she heard that there were black rock beasts following them, Wu Yi's expression immediately changed. Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a moment before walking out. Over the past month, although he hadn't been able to integrate into the starship, no one had tried to embarrass him. After all, his true cultivation wasn't high. Wu Yi had also allowed him to walk around the starship as long as he didn't go to any secret places. Along the corridor, the cultivator rushed out, each of them brimming with murderous intent. Under Yu Feng's orders, they all ran off in an orderly manner. Many people were cursing, shouting that they would fight the black rock beast to the death, vowing to live or die with the starship. Everyone turned a blind eye to Yang Kai. At that moment, the starship shook violently and a shocking energy fluctuation burst out, causing all the cultivator to grin. Yang Kai looked out the window and saw a white light shoot out from a certain part of the starship and crash into the black rock beasts. Dozens of black rock beasts that had gathered together instantly turned into a bloody mist. Wherever the light passed, the space became empty, leaving nothing behind. Crystal cannons. Every starship carried a kind of artifact that was completely powered by Saint Crystals. Although it was extremely powerful, its consumption was also enormous. With the financial resources of Wu Yi and the others, it was likely they could only use it once. Sure enough, the explosion of the crystal cannon caused all the cultivators' blood to boil. The starship's hatch slowly opened, and under Yu Feng's leadership, everyone rushed out. Even Wu Yi was no exception. She wore a fiery red artifact armor from head to toe that pulsed like it had a soul, exuding a saint-grade low-rank aura, her pretty face filled with a resolute light. After these people left, the hatch slowly closed again. Yang Kai swept the starship with his divine sense, and was surprised to find that including himself, there were less than 10 people left on board. These 10 people were the minimum number required to maintain the starship's operations while the rest had already charged into the Black Rock Beast horde. The battle was fierce. Having grown accustomed to the wealth of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, suddenly seeing a group of people desperately defending a small Saint King grade low-rank starship, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit awkward. If it had been Shuiyu instead of Wu Yi who had been on this starship, she probably wouldn't have gone out to fight for it. Her safety was much more important than the starship. But then again, if it had been Shuiyu's starship, she wouldn't have just fired the crystal cannon once. A crazy woman like her would have continued firing until the Black Rock Beasts were completely obliterated. Chapter 1096. Outside the starship, The brilliance of artifacts and martial skills dazzled everyone's eyes as a variety of different types of power was released by the cultivators and bombarded the dense black rock beasts. Even though the black rock beast's skin was extremely tough, they were unable to withstand such a violent attack. In just a single sweep, more than 25th or 6th order black rock beasts were torn to pieces. The cultivators on the starship moved in a very orderly manner, showing a kind of group formation. None of them would rush out alone to attack the black rock beasts, instead acting as a group under Wu Yi's command. Wherever Wu Yi pointed, they would attack. There weren't many of them, only 50 to 60 of them, so compared to the huge black rock beasts, they were insignificant, so they could only use this method to gain some advantage. Yang Kai heard the sound of prayers and cheers from the cultivators on the starship cheering for their companions. Their cultivations were the lowest among all, so they weren't qualified to participate in such a battle, and could only remain on the starship and maintain its operations. A scream rang out as a third-order Saint cultivator was the first to be torn to pieces by a black rock beast, instantly dying. Immediately, someone else took his place and forced the black rock beast to retreat. In the next moment, a dozen or so attacks were launched, killing the black rock beast on the spot. Wu Yi's dispatch was very orderly and effective. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time they had dealt with such a battle, so each of them was very experienced. If this situation continued, even if Wu Yi's side was outnumbered, they would still be able to achieve victory. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that everyone fighting outside was worried about something, as if they knew what the black rock beasts would do next, something they couldn't resist. Another blood-curdling scream rang out as a cultivator at the outermost edge of the formation was bitten by several black rock beasts. His hands and feet were bitten, and he became the second person to die. After the black rock beasts killed the cultivator, they didn't devour his flesh and blood, instead spitting it out of their mouths. Black rock beasts only ate minerals, not flesh and blood. Xiao xiao xiao. A green liquid suddenly sprayed out from the black rock beasts' mouths, and in an instant, Wu Yi and the others were surrounded by this green liquid. Everyone's expression became solemn as they quickly moved out of the way under Wu Yi's command. A cultivator who was carelessly stained by the green liquid screamed out miserably as a puff of smoke rose from his body. The majestic artifact armor he wore on his chest quickly melted away, and even his body was corroded, leaving behind only a pile of bones. This dark green liquid clearly had an extremely strong corrosive property. Yang Kai paled as he couldn't help worrying for Wu Yi and the others. If Wu Yi and the starship were defeated everyone on the starship ship would be destroyed. If that was the starship, everyone on board of them would be destroyed and everyone on starship would suffer. If the starship were defeated too, if they were to starship of them, if and starship so. Everyone. Kai Yang suddenly felt that he should do something. Dong dong dong. A series of muffled thumps rang out from the ship's hull as Yang Kai saw the black rock beasts actually avoid Wu Yi and the others and jump onto the starship, spraying the green liquid from their mouths, and beginning to corrode the hull before gnawing at it. Crunching sounds like silkworms eating mulberry leaves rang out, densely packed together, causing people to involuntarily feel a chill run down their spines. Wu Yi and the others no longer stayed together, and instead split up into groups of 3 to 5 as they followed the black rock beasts, and jumped onto the starship's hull, valiantly killing the enemies and protecting the ship. More and more people died, each of them surrounded by several dozen black rock beasts. Yu Feng joined forces with the other 3 to protect Wu Yi, releasing their Saint Qi together with her. Wu Yi cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so she waved the several rings in her hands, her graceful waist dancing like a water snake, condensing a series of flames into a dragon-like attack, causing the black rock beasts to hesitate, none of them daring to approach. The few black rock beasts that did manage to approach were all strangled to death. These beasts seemed to be very afraid of fire. More and more black rock beasts noticed this scene and quickly rushed over. Yu Feng and the others did their best but were unable to stop the tide of beasts, not to mention, there were several 7th-order black rock beasts in this group. A 7th-order monster beast was equivalent to a cultivator's Saint King realm. 2 of the 7th-order black rock beasts entangled Yu Feng while the others rushed to meet the other cultivator guards around Wu Yi, keeping them busy. The rings in Wu Yi's hands erupted with an even stronger flame aura and bombarded one of the seventh-order black rock beasts that was rushing over. Flames splashed out and the black rock beast howled in pain as it retreated, but it was not killed. Black rock beasts had thick skin and extremely strong defensive power, so Wu Yi could kill fifth-order or sixth-order black rock beasts, but she couldn't kill a seventh-order black rock beast in a short time. After being attacked by the flames, the black rock beast seemed to become incomparably furious. It opened its bloody mouth, which was full of irregular sawtooth fangs. Faintly, one could see dark green corrosive acid gathering in its mouth. It hid behind several of its companions and, taking advantage of Wu Yi's confusion, bit towards her waist. As long as this black rock beast bit down, with the corrosive power of its acid, even if Wu Yi didn't die, she would be seriously injured. Wu Yi could see it clearly, but she had no way to resist. Yu Feng and the others also glared at Wu Yi, but they couldn't help her. A sense of despair rose from her heart, as Wu Yi's expression became bleak as she helplessly watched the seventh-order black rock beast bite down on her. At that moment, a drop of golden light suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yi. This drop of golden light appeared without warning, leaving no trace behind. The moment this drop of golden light appeared, it transformed into a long spear that pulsed with a powerful energy fluctuation that caused everyone's complexion to pale. The long spear was like a bolt of lightning as it shot towards the Grade 7 black rock beast with its mouth wide open. The spear smashed a big hole in its head, smashing its entire head into pieces. The golden spear didn't slow down in the slightest as it pierced through more than a dozen black rock beasts. None of these thick-skinned monster beasts could resist this attack, whether it was fifth order or sixth order, all of them bursting into a bloody mist and disappearing from everyone's sight. Yu Feng, who was dumbfounded, forgot about the danger he was in as he stared blankly at the golden spear rapidly approaching him, a cold chill filling the depths of his heart. He felt like he was about to die. However, to his surprise, the golden spear seemed to have a mind of its own. The moment it arrived in front of him, it suddenly changed directions, brushing past his body and swallowing up a black rock beast behind him. The group of people looked around blankly, all of them confused as to who had produced this golden spear. Wu Yi was even more so, searching around. What should have been a certain death situation had been resolved by this golden spear, allowing her to escape. Her pretty face filled with doubt as she looked around with lingering fear. She wanted to find the owner of this golden spear. She didn't know she had such a powerful subordinate. This spear alone was enough to make him the main force of the family. Wu Yi naturally had value as a cultivator with such means. She searched for a while but didn't find anyone suspicious. Suddenly, she saw Yang Kai standing behind a window somewhere in the starship. Yang Kai was waving his hands at her, seemingly trying to say something, but from his nervous expression and mouth movements, Wu Yi was able to infer that he was cheering for her and the others. Wu Yi shook her head and didn't pay too much attention to Yang Kai, instead joining forces with Yu Feng and the others to launch another attack on the black rock beasts while quietly observing the golden spear. Since the appearance of this strange golden spear, the situation of the battle seemed to have changed. The cultivator group, who had originally been at an absolute disadvantage, seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they desperately pushed their strength, gradually reversing the situation. The golden spear moved around the battlefield as if it had a life of its own. It had its own eyes. Every time it attacked, it would kill several black rock beasts. Every time it attacked, it would save a warrior's life. It had grasped the opportunity quite well. Everyone discovered this strange golden spear and recognized its ferocity. Some of the more experienced cultivators hid behind the spear and began to hunt down the wounded black rock beasts. Wu Yi was also very smart and decisively ordered everyone to follow behind the spear and attack. This was an indestructible spear, so with it leading the way, it was only a matter of time before the black rock beasts were all killed. The black rock beasts that jumped onto the warship were gradually cleaned up. The black rock beasts seemed to have sensed the threat from the spears and gathered in one place, eyeing this side covetously. However, they did not dare to attack casually. Wu Yi also raised her hand and motioned for everyone to rest for a while. They were too few in number while the black rock beasts still had hundreds of monster beasts. If they rushed in rashly, casualties would definitely occur. The situation suddenly reached a deadlock. The black rock beasts were afraid to attack and didn't dare to attack, while Wu Yi and the others also held back. The deadlock was broken by the golden spear. For some unknown reason, the golden spear suddenly emitted a shocking energy fluctuation, and the originally 10-meter-long spear suddenly grew longer and thicker. In the blink of an eye, it had become a 50-meter-long giant spear. The giant spear flickered and suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, as if it had never existed. Just as everyone was searching for traces of the giant spear, at the location where the black rock beasts were gathered, a golden light burst out, enveloping the entire group of beasts. Many 5th Order and 6th Order black rock beasts disappeared in an instant, as if they had evaporated. Even the 7th Order black rock beasts began to howl, their black hides flipping as dark red blood flowed out from their bodies. When the golden light disappeared, the huge herd of black rock beasts shrank significantly. At least a few dozen black rock beasts had died in the golden light. The remaining black rock beasts no longer dared to remain, and under the leadership of several 7th Order monster beasts, fled in terror. The group of cultivators stood in place in a daze until the black rock beast disappeared into the starry sky with their eyes. Only then did they burst into cheers, each of their faces filled with joy and the joy of surviving a calamity. Chapter 1097. As the cultivator cheered and celebrated their victory, Wu Yi's lips also curled into a faint smile, her pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over her familiar subordinates, seemingly trying to peer into their souls to see if they were hiding anything. A thoughtful look appeared on her charming face for a moment before she waved her hand and said, "Return." She took the lead and flew towards the starship, the other cultivator following closely behind. The starship's hatch slowly opened, and those who had stayed behind rushed out, standing in the corridor to welcome their companions' triumphant return. They had never experienced such a battle before. The Black Rock Beasts this time was the largest group they had ever encountered. Originally, all of them had given up all hope, but unexpectedly, they had won in the end. Moreover, the price they had paid wasn't too high. Only a dozen or so people had died in this battle, and not many had been injured. Such a victory was worthy of celebration. Yufeng, send some people to repair the starship's damaged areas. After 2 hours, gather everyone who participated in this battle. I have something to say, Wu Yi ordered lightly. Yufeng, who was grinning widely and bragging to his companions about how brave he had been just now, immediately nodded and said, "Understood." Watching Yufeng find a few people familiar with repairing the starship and fly off, Wu Yi walked back to her room. This battle had been a complete mess, so she naturally wanted to get to the bottom of this, but before that, she had to clean up the blood on her clothes. Inside Yang Kai's room, he sat down cross-legged, his divine sense circulating around his body as he examined the 100 drops of golden blood. Even with his eyes closed, a look of excitement and surprise appeared on his face. He had never expected the power of a single drop of golden blood to be so great. Just now, when he saw Wu Yi and the others struggling, he suddenly had an idea and used a drop of golden blood. He just wanted to help out a little and see how powerful this drop of golden blood was. But the result had exceeded his expectations and directly resolved the crisis Wu Yi and the others had faced. The drop of golden blood had condensed into the 9 heavens divine skill, the punishing heaven spear, which contained the mysteries of the Tao of space. So even though Yang Kai was inside the starship, he could still control it. What satisfied Yang Kai the most was that although the drop of golden blood had separated from his body, it still felt like a part of him, like an extension of his body. It was like his hands and feet, like his eyes, and he could use it without any hindrance. This drop of golden blood was the crystallization of Yang Kai's 3 months of hard work. 3 months' worth of Saint Chi could only be used to condense a single drop of golden blood, which explained why it had such power. This golden blood was thousands of times more precious than the previous Yang liquid, and its power was also not something that Yang liquid could compare to. However, this kind of thing could not be casually replenished like the Yang liquid, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat distressed. Yang Kai really wanted to know what other uses the golden blood had besides attacking. If Great Demon God was still alive, Yang Kai might be able to get some inspiration from him. After all, Great Demon God's research on golden blood was definitely much more profound than his own. Unfortunately, Great Demon God had died long ago, so Yang Kai could only rely on himself to find the answer. While Yang Kai was studying the golden blood, in a large hall of the starship, all the cultivator who had participated in the previous battle had gathered. Many of them were smiling as they discussed whether the young lady wanted to reward them with something, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. Only Yu Feng and foreign elder Chang Qi exchanged glances, and guessed Wu Yi's intentions for gathering these people together. After waiting for a while, Wu Yi, dressed in a long green dress, walked over, her ethereal aura causing everyone's eyes to pop out of their sockets. The faint smile at the corners of her mouth was captivating, as if it was trying to pull in one's soul, making it impossible for them to extricate themselves. Yu Feng didn't conceal the admiration in his eyes and slapped the heads of several of his companions who were currently acting ugly, grinding his teeth as he scolded. "All of you restrain yourselves. Look at what a bunch of stupid pigs you've become. Big brother Yu Feng, you're not much better yourself. Why are you slapping us?" Someone grabbed his head and cried out. "Father here is admiring you, unlike you bunch of idiots. Do you even know what admiring is?" Yu Feng coldly snorted, saying so as a smile appeared on his face, and he rushed over to Wu Yi's side, flattering her. "Young lady, everyone has gathered here. You can speak now." Wu Yi nodded lightly, her pair of beautiful eyes sweeping over her group of worthless subordinates. Everyone who caught her eye couldn't help raising their heads and puffing out their chests, restraining their filthy demeanors and giving off a dignified and awe-inspiring aura. Yu Feng diligently brought over a chair for Wu Yi to sit down before saying, "You're all quite fierce. Why didn't I notice it before? I always thought you were a bunch of idiots waiting to die, but now I know I was wrong, very wrong." Many of these people didn't hear the ridicule in Wu Yi's voice and simply grinned, saying the young lady had overestimated themselves and acting extremely humble. Wu Yi sneered lightly as she watched them blow their own trumpets, pretending to be humble, but in reality, each and every one of them had their tails stuck high up in the sky. Suddenly slapping her chair, Wu Yi ground her teeth and shouted, "Do you think I don't know what kind of conduct you have? Do you really think I'm praising you? A bunch of brainless fools." Even if they were reprimanded by Wu Yi like this, everyone was still laughing, not showing the slightest bit of anger. Being reprimanded by a beautiful woman was also a kind of glory, and everyone knew that although Wu Yi said so, she didn't actually think so in her heart. "You there, stand up. Don't think you've hidden yourself well enough. This young lady has already found your weakness. Don't think you can do it without anyone noticing." Wu Yi shouted as she swept her beautiful eyes across the crowd. Everyone who met her gaze felt as if she was looking at them. Everyone's faces immediately became serious as they remembered the golden spear they had seen during the previous battle, and understood why Wu Yi had gathered everyone here. The young lady clearly wanted to find the owner of that golden spear. Walala. Suddenly, more than a dozen people stood up from the crowd, each of them wearing an embarrassed expression as they hesitated to speak. Some of the more shameless ones even stuttered. "Young lady, in fact, I didn't want to say it, but since you've found out, I can't hide it any longer." Wu Yi rubbed her forehead, a helpless expression filling her pretty face because she had noticed Yu Feng among these dozen people. She felt that she had underestimated the shamelessness of this group of bastards. The crowd immediately fell into chaos as more than a dozen people kept insisting that the golden spear was their masterpiece, refusing to back down, causing a ruckus. "Young lady." The old foreign elder Chang Qi walked over to Wu Yi and folded his hands into his sleeves, his mouth twitching slightly as he said, "Don't you know what kind of trash these people are? That golden spear definitely wasn't their doing." Wu Yi sighed. "Then who could it be? On our starship, besides these unworthy fools, only Yang Kai is capable of such a feat. However, when we were fighting the Black Rock beasts, Yang Kai was still inside the starship, and his strength is only a third-order saint, so naturally, it couldn't have been his doing." Chang Qi thought for a moment before saying, "Perhaps some master happened to pass by and helped us." "Master?" Wu Yi frowned. "Foreign elder Chang, do you know of any master on Shadowed Star who uses that kind of artifact?" Chang Qi shook his head. "Young lady, That golden spear doesn't seem to be an artifact. Not an artifact? Could it be a martial skill? It doesn't seem to be a martial skill either. This old master paid close attention to that golden spear during the battle, and discovered that it was giving off an astonishing vitality. Although it was in the form of a spear, this old master had the illusion that it was made out of flesh and blood. I also noticed the vitality, Wuyi nodded. But why didn't this person say anything about helping us? At the very least, he should have let us know who was helping us. Changqi smiled lightly. There are many powerful masters who like to do things without leaving their names. Perhaps in his opinion, it was just a small matter. But in the end, he saved the lives of several dozen people. Young lady doesn't need to worry. As long as that person is from Shadowed Star, we will know one day. When that time comes, we can go and thank him. Our family isn't an ungrateful bunch, but if young lady learns who he is in the future, you must be careful when interacting with him. Such a powerful master is temperamental. Perhaps he didn't take this matter to heart. What foreign elder says is correct. Wuyi nodded lightly, glancing over at the group of crooked melons who were still arguing and trying to take all the credit for themselves. Wu Yi's nose almost went crooked from anger as she shouted, "If you keep acting so shamelessly, I'll confiscate all your rewards when we return." As soon as these words came out, the several dozen people suddenly fell silent, none of them daring to make a sound, all of them exchanging awkward glances. "There's still a month before we return to Shadowed Star. All of you be careful. Don't make any mistakes," Wu Yi scolded before getting up and leaving. After she left, Yufeng snorted and squinted at the crowd. "Good, now there's no need to argue. You bunch of stupid pigs, why did so many of you suddenly stand up for me? This kind of credit should have been taken by father alone. It's really this Yufeng's shame to be associated with you lot." The dozen or so people rolled their eyes and ignored the angry Yufeng, going back to their own tasks. Inside his room, Yang Kai was meditating when Wu Yi rushed in angrily and sat down in her usual chair, her full chest heaving up and down in a spectacular display. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her for a moment before closing them again, and continuing with his own business. After waiting for a while, seeing him remain motionless, Wu Yi took the initiative to say, "You're making me so angry." Yang Kai sighed, knowing that he couldn't continue to cultivate. This little girl was good at everything, but she was a bit too active. Every time she came in, she would pull him to her side and talk, as if she hadn't spoken for hundreds of years. Chapter 1098. Seeing Wu Yi sitting there with a straight face, waiting for him to ask, Yang Kai sighed and unwillingly asked, "Who provoked you?" "That group of smelly men. How can their IQs be so low? How can they not feel ashamed to take credit for themselves?" "Yang Kai, are the people outside also like this?" Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before replying, "I don't know about others, but I do know that men can become very stupid under certain circumstances." "What circumstances?" "When facing the woman they like, they often pretend to be stupid in order to attract her attention." Wu Yi thought about it for a moment before suddenly giggling and nodding. "What you said makes sense. In fact, they aren't usually stupid, they're actually smarter than anyone else, but every time I see them, it seems they're showing off their IQ. If you don't do that, how can you show off your intelligence? You mean to say that I'm actually stupid? That I only appear smart because of their help?" Wu Yi suddenly became unhappy. "That's not what I mean, you're thinking too much. If you weren't smart enough, no one would dare let you take charge of this starship, and they wouldn't put their lives in your hands." "That's more like it," Wu Yi snorted. She was very satisfied with Yang Kai's answer, suddenly saying, "Do you know, when we were fighting outside just now, I thought we were all going to die? I had never encountered such a large group of black rock beasts before. If they had really destroyed the starship, less than 30% of us would have survived, but suddenly a golden spear appeared and helped us resolve the crisis." "Yang Kai, what kind of person do you think the owner of that golden spear was? You were also watching the battle. Did you not notice anyone suspicious?" "No," Yang Kai shook his head. Wu Yi stared at him deeply, seemingly unintentionally saying, "If that person is willing to identify themselves, I will definitely thank them." Yang Kai sat in place, his eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, like an old monk in meditation, his expression indifferent. After a long time, Wuyi sighed. We'll be returning to Shadowed Star in a month. You should rest well. I see that you haven't fully recovered during this time. Did you hurt your foundation? I'll have someone send you some pills and Saint crystals later. Yang Kai nodded and did not refuse. Shortly after Wuyi left, a cultivator brought over 10 high-rank Saint crystals and a few Saint-grade high-rank pills, saying that the young lady wanted to deliver them to Yang Kai so he could recover before returning to Shadowed Star. Yang Kai thanked him and took it. Looking at the 10 Saint crystals and the few Saint-grade top-rank pills he usually didn't care about, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Last time, Wuyi had robbed him of 500 high-rank Saint crystals, but as far as Yang Kai knew, those high-rank Saint crystals had not been pocketed by Wuyi alone. Instead, she had taken them out and distributed them to her subordinates. Although everyone didn't get much, they were all overjoyed. Yang Kai immediately knew that these people did not live a rich life. Now that Wuyi had sent him 10 Saint crystals, it was enough to show her kindness. The days passed uneventfully as Yang Kai spent most of his time in his room recovering and storing his Saint Qi, occasionally coming out to walk around. Although this small starship wasn't of high grade, and was obviously quite old, it was well maintained by Wu Yi's subordinates. The floor of the starship was spotless and the windows were cleaned every day. These people cherished this starship far more than their own lives. Yang Kai wasn't one of Wu Yi's subordinates, so he couldn't go to some of the starship's secret locations, such as the power room. Other than these places, he could walk around freely. The cultivator also gradually became familiar with Yang Kai as an outsider, some of them even inquiring about the outside world with him. Everyone got along well. As time passed, the starship got closer and closer to Shadowed Star, and the mood of the several dozen cultivator became inexplicably high. They had experienced many hardships along the way, and now that they were about to return home with a bountiful harvest, they were naturally overjoyed. Even Wu Yi was infected by this joyous atmosphere, and didn't visit Yang Kai for the past few days. Finally, the huge Shadowed Star appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and inside the starship, loud cheers rang out. Kai Yang, who had been meditating in his room, was alarmed by the commotion. He went outside and looked out through the corridor window. Seeing an unimaginable giant star appear in front of his eyes, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. So big. Shadowed Star's size was incredible. Yang Kai had wandered the star territory for a few years now and had seen many cultivation stars, but none of them were as magnificent as Shadowed Star. It was more than 10 times larger than Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Watermoon star, like a behemoth standing in the middle of a star field. In a distant location, there was an even larger sun star that exuded a scorching light that enveloped Shadowed Star. Near Shadowed Star, there were 7 or 8 moon stars revolving around it, each of which was the size of Rainfall Star. I heard that Shadowed Star is the largest cultivation star in the star territory. Is that true? Wu Yi stood beside Yang Kai at some unknown point, and was very satisfied with his surprised expression. No matter how much she wanted to leave Shadowed Star and expand her horizons, this cultivation star was, after all, her homeland, and she felt proud of its vastness. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to find another cultivation star comparable to Shadowed Star. Yang Kai replied seriously. In fact, Shadowed Star's world energy isn't bad, it's just that it's too big, so compared to other cultivation stars, it's a bit thin, Wu Yi said faintly. Wu Yi said faintly, I also heard that a long time ago, there were many cultivation stars here. At that time, we had not yet been cut off from the outside world. But for some unknown reason, some changes occurred in the starry sky and some of the smaller cultivation stars disappeared, leaving behind only the largest, Shadowed Star. The various crises along the star path, the lack of materials, and especially the lack of Saint crystals made it impossible for us to restore our former glory. Even communication with the outside world has been cut off. Unless someone from the outside world came to visit us, the people of Shadowed Star rarely went outside. She rambled on, and Kai Yang didn't interrupt, only listening quietly. Wu Yi suddenly changed the topic and a confident smile appeared on her face. My wish is to reconnect Shadowed Star with the outside world, so that our people can go out whenever they want and never have to worry about a lack of Saint Crystals. Yang Kai turned to look at her, and gave her a big thumbs up. People with aspirations were worthy of respect. Compared with Wu Yi, Yang Kai didn't seem to have much ambition right now. All he wanted to do was become stronger as quickly as possible. My family isn't strong, so I can't get them to support me. Yang Kai, please help me. Yang Kai, who was looking at Wu Yi approvingly, smiled bitterly and said, "That last sentence was your real purpose, right?" Wu Yi spat out her pink tongue, silently agreeing. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, thinking to himself that no wonder Wu Yi looked a bit sentimental today. It turned out she had some kind of idea about him. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I'm just a third-order saint cultivator. How can I help you? I don't know what you can help me with, but at the very least, you came from the outside so you know what kind of forces we can cooperate with. That's all I don't know. I lack people like you around me, so it doesn't matter if your strength is a bit low." Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai with sincere eyes. Yang Kai frowned. He had a good impression of this woman. Although she looked soft and weak on the outside, she was actually very strong and had a strong will to pursue her ideals. However, Yang Kai really didn't want to get involved in other people's affairs. To Shadowed Star, he was just a passerby who would soon leave. Rashly agreeing to her request would be irresponsible, but looking at the clear look in her eyes, Yang Kai couldn't bear to discourage her. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "I heard you say before that your family is attached to a force called Shadow Moon Hall, right?" "Yes, Shadow Moon Hall is one of the largest forces on Shadowed Star. My Haiku family is attached to Shadow Moon Hall. There are many families like my family on Shadowed Star, so if they don't attach themselves to a great force, they won't be able to survive." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded lightly. This kind of thing was commonplace on Tongxian realm, but the Haiku family Wu Yi belonged to was just a peripheral force, so it was likely their status was very low and their family wasn't very strong. "Who is the strongest in your family?" Yang Kai asked again. Although she didn't understand what he wanted to do, Wu Yi still pointed to the side. "Foreign Elder Changqi is one of the strongest." Yang Kai was stunned. Not even an origin returning realm master? Wu Yi couldn't help rolling her eyes at him. "Do you think there are many origin returning realm masters? Are you going to help me or not?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Your dream seems to be very far away. If you want to realize such an ideal, it's impossible to do so without a strong master under your command. You should first become the patriarch of your family. I'll think about it when the time comes." "Think about it?" Wu Yi trembled with anger. She had sincerely invited him but hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so perfunctory, causing her to grit her teeth, wishing she could bite off a piece of flesh from his back. "Good. When you really take charge of your family, if you still have such ambitions, I'll help you." Yang Kai stared at her with scorching eyes. "It's a promise." Wu Yi immediately smiled and stretched out her small white hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head helplessly and gave her 3 palms as a promise. "Just wait, in less than 2 or 3 years, I'll become the patriarch of my family," Wu Yi said confidently. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai really didn't have the heart to tell her that once she became the patriarch of her family and stood at such a height, she would find that her thoughts at that time were somewhat different from her current thoughts. Right now, she was simply pursuing her own dreams without any worries, but in the future, she would have to consider the livelihood of her entire family, so all kinds of restrictions would tighten her wings even more. Time would wear down a person's spirit, causing a hot-blooded person to become more mature. Chapter 1099. The starship flew under the clouds of Shadowed Star for a long time before finally descending slowly and landing on a huge wide chalk field. Inside this wide chalk field, some people who had received the news were waiting. Standing by the window, Wu Yi saw familiar faces waving their hands towards them and couldn't help jumping up and down. "It's Uncle Howen and the others." Yu Feng grinned. "We've worked hard this time, so Senior Howen will naturally come to greet us personally. Big Sister Xiaoji, after we return, will be rewarded, right?" You only know how to reward us. Wu Yi rolled her eyes at him before chuckling. Don't worry, the ores we collected this time are all rare. You'll be rewarded handsomely. Hearing this, the nearby cultivator suddenly cheered. With a dull thud, the starship landed firmly on the broad chalk field, and the hatch slowly opened. Wu Yi took the lead, followed by Changqi, and a large group of people walked out like soldiers who had just returned from a victorious battle. Their chests puffed out in pride as they walked out of the starship with their heads held high and chests puffed out. The old man named Howen quickly stepped forward, followed by several Haiku family cultivator, cupping his fists and bowing. Big sister Xiaoji has worked hard. Everyone has worked hard. It's what we should do. Uncle Howen is too polite. Wu Yi smiled. Big sister Xiaoji being able to return safely. This old man's heart can finally relax, Howen said with a trace of fear. Everyone knew how dangerous it was to drive a starship into star territory. Wu Yi had been gone for a week now. So many people who were concerned about her were unable to eat or sleep well. Howen was one of them and enthusiastically said, Big sister Xiaoji, please return to the family quickly. The patriarch and the elders are all very worried about you. If they see you safe and sound, they will be very happy. Wu Yi smiled and shook her head. There's no need to rush. Let's transport the ores from the starship first, then return. Howen's face stiffened slightly, but he quickly composed himself and forced a smile. There's no need for big sister Xiaoji to take charge of this matter. Someone will naturally take care of it. Wu Yi stood in place and thought about it for a moment before nodding. Very well. Saying so, she turned around and shouted, Help transport the ores we collected back. Yes. Yu Feng and the others replied loudly. No need, we can do it ourselves. A voice suddenly called out. The moment she heard this voice, the smile on Wu Yi's face disappeared, replaced by a thick sense of vigilance and disgust as she glanced around. In the direction of the sound, a group of cultivators was rushing towards them. The leader was a short young man. The young man's height was too horrible to look at. He only reached Yang Kai's chest. Although he was short, he walked like a dragon or a tiger. He looked insufferably arrogant. The cultivator behind him also had a complacent expression. Their eyes were full of undisguised contempt. Xia Hongwan? Wu Yi's black and white pupils shrank as she called out. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? The young man named Xia Hongwan grinned meaningfully. Although this is your Haiku family's vast chalk field, it's also my Shadow Moon Hall's territory, so I can come and go as I please. And little sister Wu Yi has worked hard this time. I heard you went deep into Star's territory this time, and collected a lot of rare ores. What does that have to do with you? Wu Yi suddenly became vigilant. How does it have nothing to do with me? Xia Hongwen laughed and pointed to the starship. The ores inside now belong to my Shadow Moon Hall. Didn't anyone tell you? Wu Yi's face went pale while Yu Feng and the others also wore ferocious looks as they became furious. Wu Yi turned her head to look at Howen, expecting him to give an explanation. Howen wore a guilty look on his face and after hesitating for a long time he sighed. Big sister Xiao Chok, let's go back first. The patriarch will give you an explanation. Explanation? Wu Yi sneered, instantly understanding the cause and effect of this situation, causing her fiery heart to go cold as she coldly declared. In order to collect these ores, more than 100 of us went out, but now only half have returned. Does the family know what kind of danger we've encountered? Do they know we were attacked by several waves of black rock beasts? Do they know we almost didn't make it back? We were almost wiped out. Who were we desperately collecting these ores for? Now that we've returned with a bountiful harvest, why can't we enjoy the fruits of our hard work? Can we only get an explanation? This series of questions left Howen speechless, the shame on his face becoming even thicker, as if he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Not only was Wu Yi furious, her tender body trembling, but the 50 or so cultivator behind her were also glaring at Xia Hongwen with burning eyes, all of them secretly circulating their strength. Xia Hongwen remained motionless, his face still wearing that disgusting smile as he shot a provocative look towards Yu Feng and the others, as if he couldn't wait for them to make a big fuss. Elder sister Xiaoji, this is the family's decision. Howen held back for a long time before finally squeezing out a few words. looking towards Wu Yi with a sincere expression, almost pleading. Please consider the overall situation, elder sister Xiaoji. Wu Yi wasn't a little girl who didn't understand anything. Although she understood that the family had made such a decision out of desperation, she also understood that if she didn't compromise at this time, it would only bring greater disaster to the people behind her. Clenching her fists tightly, the anger on her face transformed into helplessness as she sighed heavily. I understand. Elder sister Xiaoji. Yu Feng shouted, seemingly having something to say. Go back. You won't be short on rewards. Even if the family doesn't pay, I will. Wu Yi glared at him fiercely. Yu Feng's eyes went bloodshot as he lowered his head dejectedly. With a soft clap, Xie Hongwen, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, laughed and said, I've long since heard that little sister Wu Yi is skilled in managing her subordinates. Seeing you in person today, it seems your reputation is well deserved. So many grown men are willing to listen to a little woman like you. Big brother admires you. Who's your little sister? Whose big brother are you? Wu Yi looked at him with disgust. Xie Hongwen, I'll tell you, this starship's oars are soaked with the blood of my Haiku family members. We mine them with our own lives. I hope you won't have nightmares when you take them back and won't be haunted by resentful spirits. Xie Hongwen's face went cold, but he soon smiled. Wu Yi, I know you're not convinced, but so what? You can only blame your family for being too weak. And one day your family will be surnamed Xie, and you will become a woman surnamed Xie. I'll leave you with these words, just wait and see. Saying so, he laughed loudly and waved his hand. Go move the oars, anyone who dares stop you will be killed without mercy. The cultivator behind him all rushed forward one after another, and entered the starship. Go back. Wu Yi didn't want to see him make a fool of himself, so with a cold expression, she led the several dozen cultivator away in a different direction. The ores they had painstakingly harvested from the depths of Shadowed Star's territory fell into the hands of an outsider the moment they returned to Shadowed Star. This was nothing short of torture and destruction for all of them. The atmosphere in the team was extremely oppressive, and Yang Kai could clearly see that everyone's eyes were bloodshot. He believed that as long as Wu Yi gave the order just now, all of them would have attacked Xie Hongwen without any regard for their lives to protect the fruits of their hard work. Yang Kai had thought of returning to Shadowed Star, and wanted to say goodbye to Wu Yi, but now was not a good time. Leaving without saying goodbye was not a good idea, so in desperation he could only follow the team forward. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai approached Yu Feng and asked softly, Does that Xie Hongwen have a grudge with your family's elder sister Xiaoji? Yu Feng's anger had not yet subsided, so after hearing this question he shot a glance towards Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes and shook his head. No, it's just that he wanted to marry elder sister Xiaoji a few years ago, but was rejected by her. Since then he has been holding a grudge against our family. Is that guy very powerful? What does he count for? Yu Feng said disdainfully. If not for the protection of Shadow Moon Hall, I could have killed him at any time. It's just that his father is an important figure in Shadow Moon Hall, so he can act so unscrupulously. My Haiku family is just a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall. No matter how he bullies us, no one will come to uphold justice. Boy, why are you asking so many questions? I'm warning you, don't try to steal Wu Yi from me. Otherwise I'll beat you so hard your mother won't recognize you. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before snickering. Rest assured, I won't steal her from you, and I have many women. Yu Feng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai. Isn't that right? With that kind of character of yours, there are many women willing to follow you, so what are you going to use to protect them? Yang Kai just shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. Yu Feng acted as if he had discovered a new world and ran up to the front, walking side by side with Wu Yi. Acting mysteriously, no one knew what they were talking about. A moment later, Wu Yi looked back at Yang Kai, her brow furrowing slightly as a look of disbelief filled her face. Yang Kai's face went pale, knowing that Yu Feng had sold him out, but after seeing him act like this, Wu Yi's mood seemed to improve slightly, her tight little face gradually relaxing as an imperceptible smile appeared on her face. The Haiku family's manor wasn't far from the wide chalk field where the starship was anchored, only about 50 kilometers away. So after a short while the group arrived. Wu Yi, Haoan, and Changqi naturally went to meet with the important figures of the family to ask them for an explanation. The rest of the Haiku family's people swarmed into the manor and scattered, soon disappearing without a trace. Only Yufeng and Yang Kai were left behind, the two of them glancing at each other. Yufeng scratched his head and muttered, "And Sister Xiaoji told me to entertain you properly, but after thinking about it for a while, I don't know how to entertain you. Father here has no experience in this area." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Do as you please, I'll just walk around." "Do as you wish, Father happens to have some free time. Don't go to the inner mansion, that's where the main family lives, just walk around the outer mansion. If you're really bored, there's Heavenly Fate City about 200 kilometers from here, you can go there." And Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 1100. One of the big differences between Shadowed Star and other cultivation stars was the strength of its gravitational pull. In the past, Yang Kai had discovered that the larger a cultivation star was, the greater the gravitational pull. It seemed that the two were directly proportional, and Shadowed Star's gravitational pull was particularly strong. Other cultivation stars simply couldn't compare to it. Cultivating in this kind of environment would definitely give Yang Kai greater benefits than cultivating on other cultivation stars. On top of that, the world energy aura here wasn't as thin as he had imagined. Compared to Rainfall Star and Watermoon Star, it was indeed slightly inferior. However, Yang Kai was from Tongxian Realm, so compared to Tongxian Realm, this place was like heaven on earth. Yang Kai was very satisfied with this place. After wandering around star territory for several years, Yang Kai felt that he should find a place to temporarily settle down and cultivate. Only when his strength was strong enough would he have the strength to do what he wanted. In the vast expanse of star territory, finding Su Yin was tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Yang Kai saw a feasible method from his previous path. That was to make his name known, and let everyone in star territory know of his existence. This way, no matter where Su Yin was, she would definitely take the initiative to find him, eliminating the need for Yang Kai to run around and search for her. Back on Tongxian Realm, the Hu sisters Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air had come to Nine Heavens Holy Land to ask him for help precisely because they heard his name. This process may be very long, but it was much more feasible than running around like a headless fly. Yang Kai was prepared to spend a dozen years, or even 100 years to achieve this goal. Yang Kai didn't care about time because no matter how long it took, the feelings between him and Su Yin would never fade. The same was true for his little senior sister. When he was strong enough, he could return to Tongxian Realm and bring them back to star territory. Shadowed Star was one of the stops Yang Kai decided to make. After walking around the Haiku family manor for a while, Yang Kai grew bored and was considering whether he should go to Heavenly Fate City to take a look when the light of a star shuttle suddenly rose up from the manor and shot out. Yang Kai clearly saw Wu Yi's figure standing on top of this star shuttle. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai used his star shuttle to follow behind Wu Yi. Yang Kai didn't know what Wu Yi had encountered, but she seemed quite aggrieved. As they flew, Yang Kai could still hear her sobbing. Wu Yi flew aimlessly and soon landed on a barren mountain peak, sitting alone on top of which was her green-robed Wu Yi was hugging her knees and burying her head in her arms. Kai Yang landed beside her, but he didn't know how to comfort her, so he just stood there and waited for her to recover. Wu Yi Yang Kai's sex Wu Yi. S Yang Kai's Wu Yi's star. Yang Kai was speechless. Yang, Wu Yang's Wu's Wu, and Wu, she Wu's and Wu Yang Wu. S Wu was Wu's Yang Wu's too aggrieved. Wu Yang sobbed. Wu Yi said while choking with sobs, "So many people died just to collect those ores, but the family gave them all to that bastard Xia Hongwen with just a few words, not even a decent reward." Small families have their own sorrows. This isn't the first time something like this has happened, right? Why do those strong people like to bully the weak? Is there no fairness in this world? If I were standing in a high position, I would never do such a thing. Wu Yi shouted indignantly, seemingly venting the anger in her heart. Don't they know that doing this will only chill the hearts of the people? Once the hearts of the people are gone, the family will also be gone. How can they be so short-sighted? Do they have to bow and scrape to survive? When you really stand in that position, perhaps you'll understand this kind of helplessness. Whose side are you on? Wu glared at Yang Kai bitterly, somewhat annoyed that he wasn't speaking up for her. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand. Good, you speak, I'll shut up and just listen. Wu Yi seemed to have been encouraged, and her red lips began to move, pouring out all the grievances and injustices she had suffered over the years, regardless of whether Yang Kai was willing to listen or not. Her family's cowardice made her sad, Shadow Moonhall's strength made her helpless, and her own weakness made her sad. She seemed to have endured a lot of pressure and torture. After rambling for a long time, Wu Yi's mood finally eased a lot, but her eyes were still swollen like peaches. Suddenly changing the topic, she turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Was that golden spear made by you?" Yang Kai decisively shook his head. This woman really did have some doubts. After all, she knew all about his subordinates. The only one she didn't know was Yang Kai, whom she had picked up halfway. It really wasn't you? Wu Yi seemed to be in disbelief. Why do I feel like you're not as weak as you look? Yang Kai had to admit, this woman's intuition was quite terrifying. Yang Kai smiled and said, I'm just a third-order saint, even if I have some hidden means. How strong could I possibly be? Wu Yi stared at him blankly for a moment before slowly shaking her head. I don't know, I just feel like you're not someone to be trifled with. If I were to fight with you, the one who would lose would likely be me. It's just a feeling I have, one I trust very much in. You think too highly of me, Yang Kai flatly denied, changing the subject. Right, I want to say goodbye to you. Goodbye? Wu Yi was stunned. Where are you going? Is there anyone you know on Shadowed Star? No, but don't try to win me over. I won't join your family. Wu Yi smiled. Our small family is not something you can accept. Although your cultivation isn't high, you're still an outsider and have seen many great storms. And how about this? Don't say goodbye to me. I won't try to win you over, but don't forget the agreement between us. Of course I haven't forgotten. Then don't go. Wu Yi got up and stretched exaggeratedly, letting out a mewling sound as her curvaceous figure was revealed. Not minding Yang Kai's strange look, she simply stomped her foot and said, How about I give you this barren mountain? Give it to me? Yang Kai was stunned. This Dragon Cave Mountain is a property under my name and has a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Although there aren't any precious treasures or rare ores here, the world energy here doesn't lose out to anywhere else. I often come here to cultivate, and the scenery is quite good. Yu Feng and the others also come here often. In any case, you don't have anywhere to go, so you can stay here. As long as you're willing, from now on, this is your territory. Yang Kai frowned at her and found that she didn't seem to be joking, asking in surprise, Such a big piece of land, you want to give it to me just like that? Wu Yi giggled. What do you know? On Shadowed Star, such a piece of land isn't worth anything. Shadowed Star is too big. Even if my Haiku family is a small family, we still have a territory of several tens of thousands of kilometers. What does a trivial mountain count for? You haven't encountered such a situation on any other cultivation star, have you? Yang Kai nodded, only now realizing that such a piece of land wasn't worth anything on Shadowed Star at all. Why are you trying so hard to keep me here? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to me? Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant. Wu Yi stared at him for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Yang Kai's face went black. What are you laughing at? Wu Yi waved her hand and said, I know you have many women and all of them like you, but don't think so highly of yourself. I only want to revitalize my family and haven't considered the matters between men and women. And even if I did, I wouldn't take a fancy to a guy with so many women. That's good. Yang Kai snorted somewhat unhappily. Is that a deal? Wu Yi looked at him with a smile. I'll stay here for the time being. I have nowhere to go anyways. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. In fact, this place is quite good. Just 50 kilometers from here is Heavenly Fate City. So if you want to buy anything, it'll be more convenient. Oh right, you don't seem to have anything now, so I'll have Yu Feng send you some things in a few days to help you set up your residence. You can live here with peace of mind, don't think too much about it, Just treat this place as a place to settle down. When I take charge of the family one day, I'll summon you. Don't even think about refusing." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. He felt that it would take at least a few dozen years for Wu Yi to take charge of the Haiku family. Following Wu Yi, the two of them shuttled through the mountains and soon arrived at a deep cave. There were some traces left behind by someone who had meditated here before. Wu Yi explained that they were her handiwork. The cave seemed to be quite deep and extended all the way into the belly of the mountain. Inside, there was a clear mountain spring that converged into a pool. Its water so clear that one could see the bottom. The conditions are a bit difficult, but you'll have to make do. And if you want, you can actually live in my family's manor. Yu Feng and the others are all there. No need, this place is quite good. Yang Kai shook his head. In any case, it was just a place to settle down, so it didn't matter where he lived. Although the manor was lively and not lonely, the world energy aura there couldn't be compared to here. So Yang Kai was quite satisfied. Then you should familiarize yourself with the place first. I have to go back. I haven't given them the reward I promised yet, Wu Yi said before leaving. After Wu Yi left, Yang Kai took a closer look at the place he had chosen to stay. Although there was a mountain spring in the cave, the environment was not humid, making it very suitable for living. Even though this cave was naturally formed and had many twists and turns, it didn't have a proper stone room. Spreading out his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the situation within a 1,000-kilometer radius around him was as clear as day. As Wu Yi said, there were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines here, nor were there any mineral lodes worth paying attention to. Besides the decent world energy aura here, it was just a barren mountain. No wonder she didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache when she said so. Yang Kai knew why Wu Yi wanted him to stay. It was simply because he had come from the outside, and was more familiar with the outside world. This was what Wu Yi valued the most. As for his own strength, she probably didn't place him in her eyes. Wu Yi had a great ambition to revitalize her family, while Yang Kai also had a great ambition to reach Yang Yang's territory. The two of them had different goals, but they both required years of hard work to achieve them. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this place might be a good springboard. Through the Haiku family, through Shadow Moon Hall, and through Shadowed Star, his name would spread throughout Yang Yang's territory. At that time, he wouldn't need to worry about Su Yan not being able to hear his name, or not being able to find him. Thinking so, Yang Kai was filled with hope for the future. Chapter 1101. Yang Kai simply cleaned up the cave, and found a relatively good location for his own bedroom. Immediately after, Yang Kai left the cave and wandered around the 1,000-kilometer Dragon Cave Mountain. Recalling the various spirit arrays used to gather world energy, Yang Kai had come into contact with this type of spirit array many times before, such as in Tongxian Realm's Soaring Heaven Sect, Nine Heavens Holy Land, Guizu's residence on the floating continent, and Rainfall Star's Zhong'ao a few years ago. Since Yang Kai decided to stay here, it was only natural for him to find a comfortable cultivation environment. Yang Kai didn't have much knowledge about spirit arrays. What he knew most was spirit arrays used for alchemy, but the Tao of spirit arrays was one of a kind. After many years of exposure, Yang Kai also knew how to arrange a world energy gathering spirit array. This required the coordination of the geographical location, supplemented by some materials, and through various means, a decent formation could be formed. Although Dragon Cave Mountain wasn't very large, Yang Kai found that the natural conditions here were quite good. Near the cave Wu Yi had found for him, there were several mountain peaks surrounding the cave. If he used them as a foundation, he would be able to arrange a good spirit array. While wandering around the mountain, Yang Kai kept recalling some of the things Great Elder Su Hui had told him when he was the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, including the mysteries of the Holy Land's 9 peaks and spirit arrays. Soon Yang Kai had some ideas. Instead of returning to the cave, Yang Kai went directly to Heavenly Fate City, which was 50 kilometers away. Heavenly Fate City was one of the forces under Shadow Moon Hall, so even if the Haiku family was nearby, they didn't have full control over it. This was because the entire city was very rich, not something a small family in the periphery could occupy. The Haiku family only operated a few businesses in the city, earning some cultivation materials from the cultivator who passed by. After entering Heavenly Fate City, Yang Kai found that this place was bustling with people and shops everywhere. In terms of prosperity, it was not inferior to the cities on Rainfall Star or Water Moon Star, perhaps even more so. Most of the owners of these shops were disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, but there were also people from Shadow Moon Hall's affiliated forces. Here they were able to make a lot of money, so every shop was a cash cow. There were no guards at the city gates to collect crystal stones, so Shadow Moon Hall allowed anyone to enter and leave the city freely. Along the way, Yang Kai was in high spirits, his pace neither fast nor slow as he strolled through the various shops. Soon, Yang Kai was surprised to discover that in this city, or even all of Shadowed Star, the value of Saint Crystals was much higher than that of other cultivation stars. For example, a bottle of Origin warming pills would cost 300 low-rank Saint Crystals on other cultivation stars, but here, it only cost 200. An item worth 500 low-rank Saint Crystals would only cost 400 or so. Isolation from the outside world allowed Shadowed Star to have its own way of calculating the value of Saint Crystals. The scarcity of Saint Crystals made the value of Saint Crystals even greater. Very few Saint Crystals could be exchanged for many things. Yang Kai was very excited, because in his black book space, there were more than 47,000 high-rank Saint Crystals, and the conversion rate between Saint Crystals of different qualities was 1 to 5. In other words, one high-rank Saint Crystal could be exchanged for 5 mid-rank Saint Crystals, and one mid-rank Saint Crystal could be exchanged for 5 low-rank Saint Crystals. In total, Yang Kai had 1,000,000 low-rank Saint Crystals, so he could buy anything he wanted. Yang Kai only bought some ores and materials he needed. After that, Yang Kai went to a place called Artifact Refining Pavilion. Whether it was Tongxian Realm or Star Territory, as long as there was a city with a high concentration of cultivator, such a place would definitely exist. Because not every cultivator knew how to refine artifacts, they would often find skilled artifact refiners to help them. In this way, not only would these artifact refiners have the opportunity to practice their craft, but they would also be able to obtain a good reward. Heavenly Fate City's Artifact Refining Pavilion was also a subsidiary of Shadow Moon Hall. Most of the several dozen artifact refiners here were members of Shadow Moon Hall, while some were hired. These hired artifact refiners would receive a share of the rewards from Shadow Moon Hall. Although most of the rewards would be taken by Shadow Moon Hall, such people were relatively free, and could leave at any time without being subject to the jurisdiction of Shadow Moon Hall. When Yang Kai arrived, he was shocked by the lively scene inside. There were at least 200 cultivators of varying strength waiting in line, waiting for the artifact refiners of Artifact Refining Pavilion to refine artifacts for them. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he was met with cold and hot gazes. Some people were even quite vigilant, as if they were afraid that Yang Kai would cut the line. This scene reminded him of the crowd outside the 9 Peaks when 9 Heavens Holy Land was helping people with alchemy. At that time, many people were willing to wait for 1 to 2 months, or even longer outside the 9 Peaks to ask the alchemists of the Holy Land to refine pills for them. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel the helplessness and anxiety of those people. Will I have to wait for a long time? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. A man who looked like a shop assistant came over. He wasn't young, but his strength wasn't high. It seemed that he had given up on his own cultivation, and was only working here to earn some remuneration to make a living. He enthusiastically handed Yang Kai a piece of paper and smiled. Take a look and choose for yourself. If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask me. Yang Kai took the paper suspiciously, and after looking at it for a while, he found that the names of the dozens of artifact refiners in Artifact Refining Pavilion were written on it, along with their abilities, charging standards, and a number. Yang Kai asked around and learned that the number indicated how many cultivator were waiting for this artifact refiner to refine an artifact. Glancing around, Yang Kai found that the most powerful person had more than 30 cultivator waiting, and this person's greatest ability was to refine Saint King grade high-rank artifacts. No wonder so many people wanted to ask him for help. Artifact refiners were the same as alchemists in that they had their own ranking system. The higher their rank, the more high-grade artifacts or pills they could refine. It wasn't easy for a cultivator to find materials. Gathering the materials for an artifact was even more difficult than gathering the materials for a pill, so when choosing an artifact refiner, one would be extremely cautious. They would rather choose the expensive than the poor. This artifact refiner who could refine Saint King grade high-rank artifacts didn't charge a low fee, but with his rank, it was only natural that these cultivator would flock to him. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the names of these artifact refiners one by one and soon stopped at the name of one named Yang Inflammation. Frowning for a moment, Yang Kai waved to the shop assistant. Has honored guest chosen an artifact refiner who will be responsible for refining your artifact? The shop assistant ran over with a smile. Is there something wrong with the information on this? Yang Kai asked. The shop assistant still smiled. Honored guest is worrying too much. Our artifact refining pavilion is a property of Shadow Moon Hall. Most of the artifact refiners here are disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Their methods and abilities have all passed the assessment of Shadow Moon Hall. Their prices are fair and honest, there is no suspicion of fraud. Yang Kai looked at him deeply before handing the piece of paper to him and pointing to it. Look at this. This guy named Yang Inflammation charges such a high fee. And he says he can refine origin-grade artifacts, so why doesn't anyone patronize him? The number behind Yang Inflammation was clearly 0, which meant that no one was waiting in line for his artifact refining. Compared with his leisurely appearance, the other artifact refiners were simply bustling with activity. The shop assistant smiled strangely and said, Honored guest, the credibility of Artifact Refining Pavilion is only guaranteed by the artifact refiners from Shadow Moon Hall. As for the external hired artifact refiners, we cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information they provide. And we don't have that kind of free time. When this Grandmaster Yang Inflammation came to Artifact Refining Pavilion, we also told him this, but he insisted that he can refine origin-grade artifacts. If honored guest doesn't believe this, please don't choose him. If there is any loss, we won't pay for it. We have many other artifact refiners to choose from. Listening to this shop assistant's words, Yang Kai immediately understood that this should be a way for Shadow Moon Hall to suppress external artifact refiners. Artifact Refining Pavilion's credibility was not guaranteed to the hired artifact refiners, so any cultivator who came to refine an artifact would have some misgivings and would not choose them. The other artifact refiners. Yang Kai frowned and slowly shook his head. The other artifact refiners all had busy schedules, and even the fastest one would take a dozen or so days. Is honored guest in a hurry? If you are in a hurry, you can leave the materials here and come back to pick them up when they are finished. The shop assistant made a suggestion. Yang Kai did not answer and instead asked, has anyone asked this guy named Yang Inflammation to refine something? Yes. What was the result? The shop assistant's face suddenly twitched as a strange look appeared on his face. After a long time, he finally said, Honored guest, I suggest you find another grandmaster to refine an artifact for you. Their fees are also more reasonable, unlike this one. Even this shop assistant didn't seem to be very optimistic about this artifact refiner called Yang Inflammation, which made Yang Kai very puzzled. He didn't know how bad this Yang Inflammation's skills were. While they were talking, an extremely tall and sturdy man walked out of a room while cursing. He had a murderous look on his face, and he held a sledgehammer in his hand. He looked very majestic. He cursed as he walked out of the room, looking extremely angry. Someone dared to curse an artifact refiner? Yang Kai was stunned. Artifact refiners and alchemists were a rare group of people with noble status. No matter who a cultivator offended, they would never offend these two groups of people, because no matter which cultivator it was, they needed artifacts and pills. Offending them was tantamount to cutting off their own path of retreat. On the other hand, the cultivator waiting in the hall seemed to be used to this scene, as if it was not the first time they had seen such a scene. Not only did no one try to persuade him, they even looked over with interest. Chapter 1102. The burly man cursed as he walked out, soon disappearing from sight. Ha! That Grandmaster Yang Inflammation is looking for a scolding again. Someone in the hall laughed gloatingly. He can't even refine a Saint King grade artifact properly, yet he still dares to brag about being an origin grade artifact refiner. If all the artifact refiners in this world are like this, who can guarantee the quality of our artifacts? That's right, I heard that a few days ago, someone brought an artifact he had been using for several dozen years to Grandmaster Yang Inflammation, and asked him to refine it. It was originally an excellent Saint King grade high-rank artifact, but after being refined, it dropped a level and became a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact. The owner of that artifact cried his heart out. How pitiful. What's wrong with that? I also heard that someone asked Grandmaster Yang Inflammation to refine a sword-shaped artifact, but he only refined it into a heavy machete. An artifact refiner who can't meet the requirements of our cultivator. How can he be considered a qualified artifact refiner? I think his skill level is quite limited. How could Artifact Refining Pavilion hire such a poor artifact refiner? This has nothing to do with Artifact Refining Pavilion. Grandmaster Yang Inflammation is just a hired artifact refiner. All those who go to him for artifact refining are told the truth by Artifact Refining Pavilion staff, but there are still people who are deceived. It can only be said that those people are stupid and greedy for the weight of an origin-grade artifact refiner. In any case, I'd rather wait a few months than ask that person for artifact refining. All kinds of words entered his ears, causing Yang Kai's expression to become more and more strange. The staff also sighed to the side. Grandmaster Yang Inflammation is really a maverick. Our artifact refining pavilion has warned him many times, but he still remains stubborn and unrepentant. It looks like he'll have to leave in a few days. Why? Yang Kai turned to look at him. His actions will cause some damage to Artifact Refining Pavilion's reputation. Naturally, we can't tolerate him here. But I saw the sledgehammer artifact that the quality of that burly man just took out was very good. It also fits his physique and Saint Chi attribute, so why isn't he satisfied? The shop assistant laughed. That warrior wants to refine not a sledgehammer but a sledgehammer. Yang Kai's face darkened. He immediately understood why the burly man was so furious. Indeed, it was as those voices had said, a refiner who couldn't meet the requirements of a cultivator was not a good refiner. Sir, have you made your choice? The waiter looked at Yang Kai and asked. I've chosen. Yang Kai nodded and handed the piece of paper back. Grandmaster Yang Yan. The shop assistant was stunned for a moment before he asked in a strange tone. Are you sure? Yang Kai smiled. What I want to refine is not an artifact, but something very simple. No matter how bad he is, he should be able to refine it. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Please come this way. The shop assistant no longer tried to dissuade him, and led Yang Kai to the room on the other side. Stopping in front of the room, he motioned to Yang Kai to go in by himself and said meaningfully, "Good luck." Yang Kai couldn't help laughing and stepped inside. The room was very large, covering an area of 1,000 meters. Inside the room was a huge furnace with a figure sitting cross-legged behind it. This should be the so-called Grandmaster Yang Inflammation. The curses of the burly man just now didn't affect him in the slightest. His aura was calm, like an ancient well, and only the sound of his even breathing could be heard. Yang Kai walked over to a cushion in front of the furnace and sat down. Immediately, Grandmaster Yang Inflammation's voice came from behind the furnace. What do you want to refine? Yang Kai was stunned and couldn't help tilting his body and looking at Yang Inflammation from the side of the furnace. Because he found that this artifact refiner named Yang Inflammation was actually a woman. Moreover, her voice was sweet and pleasing to the ear, making people feel refreshed. He really wanted to know what a woman with such a sweet voice looked like. At first glance, Yang Kai was very disappointed. He only saw a pair of bright eyes looking at him in the darkness. Yang Inflammation was wrapped in a huge black robe, so he couldn't see his face or figure. Everyone is like this. Are you here to refine artifacts or to look at people? Yang Inflammation muttered discontentedly. Yang Kai looked embarrassed and immediately understood that everyone who came here was as curious as him. Embarrassed, he said. Sorry, I was just a little curious. I thought Grandmaster Yang Inflammation was a man. Yang Inflammation didn't mind and continued to ask, what do you want to refine? Yang Kai replied, I want to refine a few simple things, not artifacts. I'll draw them for you to see. Saying so, he picked up the pen and paper that had already been prepared next to the futon, and quickly drew a few strange things. When a cultivator was refining, they would put forward their own requirements. They would have their own idea of what an artifact would look like, so the pen and paper would definitely be prepared. After he finished drawing, Yang Kai handed it over. Young Inflammation took it and looked at it. He seemed to be very surprised and asked, "You want to arrange a spirit array?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Just from the shape of this thing, you can see it." Young Inflammation sneered. "How difficult is that? The things you want to refine have no other use except for arranging a spirit array. If I can't see it, then wouldn't I be blind? Do you understand spirit arrays?" "Not very good." Yang Kai honestly shook his head. Although he was sure that he could arrange a spirit array, he couldn't guarantee how effective it would be. Perhaps the effect would be very subtle. "If you don't understand, then don't fiddle around blindly. It's a waste of money. The ores and materials needed to refine these things are worth a lot of money." Young Inflammation said lightly. Yang Kai suddenly became unhappy. "Arranging a spirit array is my business. Refining these things is your business. I will pay you." He finally understood why this Young Inflammation was so lonely. She seemed to like meddling in other people's business. Such a person was destined to be disliked. To Yang Kai's surprise, this woman didn't try to refute, remaining silent for a while before suddenly saying, "How about this? I'll help you refine these things and even arrange a very good spirit array for you. How about you pay me?" "You can arrange a spirit array?" "Can. You're not lying, right? Why would I lie to you?" Young Inflammation said disdainfully, "Wait until I arrange a spirit array and you're satisfied with it. And I don't want much. Seeing that your strength isn't high, you shouldn't be rich either. How about 100 high-rank Saint Crystals? If you can take it out, I'll go with you right now." "Are you short on Saint Crystals?" Yang Kai suddenly became vigilant, feeling that this woman was a bit too kind. He had only come here to ask her to refine a few simple things, yet she had actually taken the initiative to offer to arrange a spirit array for him, which was quite unusual. "I'm an artifact refiner, of course I'm short on Saint Crystals. Buying those artifact refining materials requires a lot of Saint Crystals. Aren't artifact refiners very rich? How could they be short on Saint Crystals?" Yang Kai was confused. The richest people in the world were either artifact refiners or alchemists. These two kinds of people never had to worry about money. At the very least, Yang Kai had never had such an experience. Alchemy was a rare craft that could be used anywhere. "Look at my situation. Do I look like someone who has a lot of Saint Crystals?" In the darkness, Young Inflammation rolled her eyes at Yang Kai. Yang Kai immediately understood. No one had come to her for artifact refining, so naturally she had no gains. The vigilance in his heart eased a little as he asked worriedly, "If you just leave like this, will there be any problems?" "There's no problem. I only have an employment relationship with Artifact Refining Pavilion, so I can leave at any time. And they can't wait for me to leave so I don't ruin their reputation. A bunch of mediocre people." After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai nodded and said, "Good, if you can arrange a spirit array that satisfies me, I'll pay you 100 high-rank Saint Crystals." "Then let's go," Young Inflammation said, putting the huge furnace in front of her into her space ring and slowly standing up. Kai Young looked her up and down. Although he still couldn't see her face, he found that this woman's figure was petite. Her head only reached his shoulders, but she had a pair of luxurious twin peaks, towering and shaking, which was very eye-catching. Exquisite and full. Young Kai couldn't help but stare at her a few more times. Leaving the room, Young Inflammation asked Young Kai to wait outside while she went alone to a room in Artifact Refining Pavilion. After a short time, she walked out with a relaxed look on her face, and gestured to Young Kai to lead the way. Young Kai didn't speak any nonsense and flew off on his star shuttle with Young Inflammation following closely behind. After the two left, the Artifact Refining Pavilion seemed to burst into cheers as many cultivators celebrated that Grandmaster Young Inflammation had finally left and would no longer cause trouble for others. Even the shop assistant who had received Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief as he stood at the entrance of Artifact Refining Pavilion and waved to Yang Inflammation, as if saying goodbye and wanting her to go as far away as possible. On the way to Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation flew side by side, but strangely, Yang Kai felt that this woman's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally staring at him, a look of eagerness flashing across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai didn't care at first, but when she kept staring at him like this, Yang Kai felt a little uncomfortable and couldn't help asking, "What are you looking at me for?" Yang Inflammation raised her eyes and curled her lips. "Who's looking at you?" "Then why are you staring at me?" "I'm looking at the star shuttle under your feet." Yang Inflammation snorted. "A Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle, not bad. Do you want me to refine it? I guarantee I can improve its performance by another 10%, provided you can find enough materials. And you'll also have to pay me a certain amount of remuneration." Yang Kai almost fell off his star shuttle, but after calming himself down, he stared at her suspiciously and asked, "You're not really an origin-grade artifact refiner, are you?" Refining an artifact and refining it were two completely different tasks. The former was much more difficult. A person who could refine a Saint-grade high-rank artifact was at least an origin-grade low-rank artifact refiner. Since Yang Inflammation dared to say such a thing, it meant she had the ability to do so. "Of course I am." As soon as her artifact refiner grade was mentioned, Yang Inflammation puffed up her towering chest, her pretty face filled with pride. Outside, Yang Kai discovered that this woman's appearance was as sweet as her voice. She was the kind of woman who looked innocent and harmless, easily giving others a good impression of her. Chapter 1103. Yang Inflammation looked harmless on the surface, but Yang Kai wasn't familiar with her, so naturally he wouldn't naively believe her words. "Since you're an origin-grade artifact refiner, why are you so miserable?" "Because no one believes me." Yang Inflammation pouted her red lips aggrievedly. "No one dares to ask me to refine a high-grade artifact. Those who do ask me to refine them are all trash, so naturally I receive very little compensation. When I was in the Hall of Artifact Refining Pavilion just now, I heard someone say that you tempered a Saint King grade high-rank artifact into a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact." Yang Kai looked at her with a strange look. To Yang Kai's surprise, Yang Inflammation actually nodded and admitted, "That guy's cultivation is only a third-order saint, so even if he had a Saint King grade high-rank artifact, he wouldn't be able to display its full power. A Saint King grade mid-rank artifact is his bottom line. I lowered the grade of that artifact, but when he fights, his combat effectiveness will increase. When his cultivation improves, he can come to me and raise the grade of that artifact. I also heard that you refined a long sword into a machete. What does he know? The secret art he cultivates, martial skills, and even his Saint Chi attribute all belong to the Grand Melee category. The long sword is too ethereal, making it impossible for him to fully display his advantages. Using a machete is the way to go. Once he uses it for a while, he'll understand my good intentions and will be grateful to me." Yang Kai sighed, not knowing whether to believe this woman's words or not. If what she said was true, then she really was an origin-grade artifact refiner, an extremely rare talent. After all, she was so young. It was also because she looked so young, even younger than Yang Kai, that no one would believe she was an origin-grade artifact refiner. Whether this was true or false, Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. "Yang Inflammation, you can't do this. As an artifact refiner, the most important thing is to satisfy the cultivator's own needs, not refine an artifact according to your own ideas. You're not like others. How can you know what others want the most? It's easy for you to make decisions like this to cause problems." Yang Inflammation looked even more aggrieved and muttered, "But I can't stand to see those people waste good materials." Yang Kai shook his head and no longer said anything. A short time later, the two arrived in front of Dragon Cave Mountain and landed. Yang Kai was surprised to find that Yufeng was leading a group of people in and out of the cave's cave, seemingly transporting something. Seeing Kai Yang arrive, Yufeng ran over with a big grin on his face and affectionately patted Kai Yang's shoulder. I heard from the young lady that you want to stay? Staying is also good. In any case, you have no relatives on Shadowed Star, so if you stay and work with young lady, you'll be able to bring glory to your ancestors in the future. And young lady asked us to help you decorate the cave. All of our brothers are busy, Yufeng said as he pointed to the cultivator entering and exiting the cave. These people were all cultivators from the starship. Taking out a space ring, Yufeng handed it to Yang Kai and said, "This is the ring you used to wear. Inside it is a small token of appreciation from our brothers. Since everyone has contributed, we'll all be family in the future. There aren't many things, so don't mind." Yang Kai took it and swept it with his divine sense, finding that there were a few hundred low-rank saint crystals and a few bottles of commonly used healing pills inside. There really weren't many things here, not even on the same level as the one he had been robbed, but Yang Kai still accepted it solemnly and nodded his thanks. It wasn't until this moment that Yufeng seemed to notice the existence of Yang Inflammation, and exclaimed as he stared straight at Yang Inflammation, grinning ambiguously, "Little brat, you're really amazing, bringing back a woman from outside in such a short time? Where did you find her?" "Not bad, tell big brother, I'll go look for her too." Yang Inflammation's face went cold as he glared at Yufeng fiercely. Yufeng smiled awkwardly. Yang Kai explained, "This is Grandmaster Yang Inflammation." "Grandmaster?" Yufeng was stunned. "What Grandmaster?" "I invited her from Artifact Refining Pavilion. She's proficient in artifact refining and has come to help me arrange a spirit array." "Artifact refiner?" Yufeng immediately put away his frivolous smile and his attitude became much more serious, looking Yang Inflammation up and down before cupping his fists and saying, "This you has been rude, please don't take offense." Although Yufeng didn't look serious or reliable, he also knew that artifact refiners had noble status. Although Yang Inflammation didn't look very old, he didn't dare treat her carelessly, because no one could guarantee that this woman wouldn't become an outstanding artifact refiner in the future. If things didn't go well, he might have to ask her for help in the future. Yang Inflammation's face became slightly pale as she gently nodded. Yufeng then said, "Since Miss is an artifact refiner, can you help me refine an artifact?" "Sure." Yang Inflammation's beautiful eyes lit up as she readily agreed. "What grade? What kind of artifact do you want me to refine?" "I'll leave you to it. I'll go in and take a look." Yang Kai couldn't bear to see Yufeng's expectant look and quickly found an excuse to enter the cave. Inside the cave, many cultivators went in and out, bustling about. During the past few months aboard the starship, Yang Kai had gotten along quite well with this group of people. Some of them were familiar with him while others he didn't know were familiar with. Under Wu Yi's orders, these cultivators came to help Yang Kai tidy up the cave. None of them showed any signs of resistance, and were instead quite enthusiastic. People constantly greeted Yang Kai and Yang Kai thanked them one by one. After walking around the cave, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a slight warmth in his heart. The cave had been completely transformed. In the stone room Yang Kai had chosen as his bedroom, there were now beds, chairs, and benches. The corridor was decorated with strange stones used for illumination, dispelling the darkness inside. Other places had also been more or less renovated, making the corridor more spacious and livable. It was obvious that these people had worked very hard. Some of them even patted Yang Kai on the shoulder with a smile, telling him that if he ever felt wronged or bullied in the future, he could come to the Haiku family manor to find them, and they would stick up for Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. After walking around the cave for a while, Yang Kai was very satisfied with the interior transformation and walked out. Yufeng stood there, muttering something under his breath while Yang Inflammation was nowhere to be seen. "Where's that woman?" Yang Kai walked up and asked. "Oh, she said she was going to explore the nearby terrain and will be back soon." Yufeng replied casually. Yufeng nodded casually before his expression suddenly became bitter. "Yang Kai, I only asked her to help me refine a spirit-grade artifact, and I even found all the necessary materials, so why did she charge me 50 low-rank saint crystals? Isn't that a bit too much?" "You get what you pay for." Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Admit it, you came to me yourself, it's too late to regret now." Yu Feng was annoyed. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to Heavenly Fate City's artifact refining pavilion to find someone to refine it for me. I only asked for half the reward. What a waste. Forget it. Seeing that little girl's poor appearance, I'll just take pity on her and take care of her business. I just hope she won't ruin my artifact. She won't ruin it, but I don't know what she'll refine. By the way, what do you want a spirit-grade artifact for? Yang Kai didn't understand. Yu Feng was a First-Order Saint King Realm cultivator, so he had no use for spirit-grade artifacts. Only Yuan Qi or Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivators could use them. I'll give it to a little brat. Yu Feng grinned. After waiting for a while, Yang Inflammation returned. Without saying a word, he took out a pen and paper from his space ring and began drawing something on it, frowning from time to time as he fell into contemplation. Yang Kai and Yu Feng stood to the side, not bothering to disturb him. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yang Inflammation looked at the paper in his hand and nodded with satisfaction, handing it to Yang Kai and saying, "Follow the marks on this and modify the nearby terrain slightly. Since there are so many of you, if you work together, it should only take a day." Yang Kai took the paper and, together with Yu Feng, both took a look. Yu Feng didn't see anything special, but Yang Kai was shocked and immediately understood that Yang Inflammation really did have some skill. Regardless of her accomplishments in artifact refining, her spirit arrays were definitely much better than his own. If the terrain was modified according to the markings on the map, it would be much easier to set up the formation. After the formation was completed, the effect would be even more outstanding. Understood. Yang Kai put away the paper and turned to Yu Feng. "I'll have to trouble you for a day." Yu Feng nodded. "You're too polite. Since young lady has asked us to help you, naturally we'll do our best. Wait here, I'll go call the others." After Yu Feng left, Yang Inflammation said, "Can you understand the marks on this paper?" Seeing Yang Kai nod, she nodded and said, "Then you go command them. I'll refine what I need first. And give me the materials." Yang Kai took out all the materials he had purchased before and handed them to Yang Inflammation. Yu Feng led a group of people out of the cave, and after Yang Kai explained what they were going to do, everyone expressed that they had no problem with it. Dragon Cave Mountain suddenly became lively as several dozen cultivator groups of 3 to 5 began digging ditches, leveling hills, or cutting down excess trees, meticulously carrying out the modifications requested by Yang Inflammation according to the drawings she had drawn. None of them were ordinary people, so naturally, they were quick to complete the task of modifying the terrain, all of them completing it in less than a day. By the time everyone returned to the cave, Yang Inflammation had already finished the final preparations. Seeing her run out with a few strange things in hand, everyone was confused as to what she wanted to do. She simply nodded to Yang Kai before flying out. Everyone only saw her petite figure shuttling through the mountains, landing on a mountain from time to time as she busied herself. Yu Feng scratched his head and asked with a puzzled look, "Yang Kai, what kind of spirit array are you arranging? Why is it so expensive?" "You'll know soon enough." Yang Kai didn't say anything and simply waited with a smile. He was now full of confidence in the spirit array arranged by Yang Inflammation. When Yang Inflammation arrived at the last mountain and busied herself for a while, everyone saw her fly up and stand mid-air, waving her small hand. "Success!" Yang Kai shouted and raised his hand in response. Yang Inflammation quickly flew back. Chapter 1104. The flow of world energy in the surrounding area seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. The several dozen kilometers around the cave slowly exuded an invisible suction force that gathered the surrounding world energy. It wasn't strong, but it was continuous. Yu Feng's expression changed as he quickly asked, "You arranged a spirit gathering array?" Yang Kai nodded with a smile. "Amazing! You can arrange a spirit gathering array without using Saint crystals?" Yu Feng shouted while the other cultivators also looked towards Yang Yan, who was flying back from the distance, with looks of admiration. The Haika family also had some secret places that were rich in world energy and specifically used for the cultivation of the family's disciples, But the arrangement of these places had cost the Heiko family a huge amount of financial and human resources, and required a considerable amount of saint crystals and other rare materials to maintain. However, the arrangement of this spirit-gathering array on Dragon Cave Mountain was something that Yufeng and the others had all participated in. Yet Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation hadn't used too many materials, nor had they seen any saint crystals, which was somewhat incredible. The terrain here is quite good. If it wasn't, it wouldn't have been possible to arrange it, Yang Kai explained casually. Moreover, its effect will be tested over time. Yang Kai really didn't know what the effect of this newly arranged spirit array would be. Perhaps it would be just passable, but since this was just a place for him to settle down, he hadn't invested too much effort into it. So even if the effect wasn't good, he wouldn't be disappointed. Time. As long as there is enough time, this place will become the place with the richest world energy within 1,000 kilometers. And as time goes by, the world energy will only become richer and richer. Yang Inflammation, who had flown back, was full of confidence in her masterpiece. Your cultivator here really doesn't have good vision. This mountain is a very powerful crouching dragon land. Yet you didn't know how to make use of it. Crouching Dragon Land? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. It's the name of a special terrain. Yang Inflammation replied casually. Even if I explained it to you, you wouldn't understand. All you need to know is that this place is very suitable for arranging a spirit gathering array. It's called Dragon Cave Mountain, right? Yufeng nodded. The name isn't without reason. It's just that I haven't met anyone who knows what's good for me. Yang Inflammation raised her small face proudly, as if she was the only one in the world who knew what was good for her. Yang Kai and Yufeng looked at each other for a moment before Yang said, "Do you want to tell Wuyi about this place mountain? She said that she gave this mountain to me. If she wants to take it back now, I don't mind." Yang Kai's Yufeng's Yang Kai's Yang Kai. Yufeng smiled. Yang Kai's Yang Kai. Yufeng grinned. You can stay here without worry. If you need anything, just come to the manor and find us. If the spirit chi here is really rich in the future, I want to stay here too. At that time, just don't chase me away. Yufeng and the group of cultivators then returned to the Heiko family. Now that the spirit array had been fully arranged, Yang Inflammation's work had also come to an end. According to their previous agreement, Yang Kai took out 100 high-rank saint crystals and handed them to her as a reward for helping him arrange the spirit array. Yang Inflammation accepted them without any trace of politeness and began counting the saint crystals one by one, a silly grin appearing on her face. Yang Kai shook his head, no longer paying attention to her, turned around, and walked into the cave's only stone room, took out the 7-colored spirit gathering flags, and arranged them according to a certain pattern nearby. These 7-colored spirit-gathering flags were artifacts Yang Kai had obtained from the middle-aged woman from Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's branch on Rainfall Star. They were specifically used to assist one's cultivation, and had surprisingly good effects. The reason why Yang Kai didn't care much about Yang Inflammation's spirit-gathering array was because of these 7-colored spirit-gathering flags. If the spirit-gathering array didn't have much effect, he could still use these artifacts to gather world energy. But if the spirit-gathering array was effective, it would be even better. Using both methods at the same time, the speed at which Yang Kai could gather world energy would be much faster. Just as he finished arranging the 7 different colored flags, Yang Inflammation quietly appeared, her large robes covering her entire body as she squatted down and stared straight at one of the flags, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes that were somewhat frightening to look at. "Why haven't you left yet?" Yang Kai was surprised. "I still need to refine a spirit-grade artifact for Yufeng. We agreed on that before." Yang Inflammation replied quickly before turning a fiery gaze towards Yang Kai and asking anxiously, "An origin-grade low-rank artifact? Where did you get it? You're only a third-order saint. How could you have such a high-grade artifact?" Yang Kai frowned. "Someone gave it to me as a gift." "Do you want to refine it? Do you want me to help you refine these 7 flags?" There are a lot of impurities in them. If I refine them, I can increase their effectiveness by at least 15%. Her eyes became even more fiery, even containing a hint of madness. Yang Kai's face went black. He finally realized that when this woman saw a high-grade artifact, it was as if she had become a completely different person. No matter what kind of artifact it was in her eyes, it could be refined and improved, but he didn't know if this was true or not. Yang Kai didn't know what her abilities were, so naturally he wouldn't take any risks. These 7-colored spirit gathering flags were the biggest help to his future cultivation. How could he allow her to refine them casually? Quickly shaking his head, he refused. Young Inflammation couldn't help showing a look of disappointment, her small mouth pursing as she muttered discontentedly, "None of you believe in my ability. If none of you are willing to try, how can you know how powerful I am?" She spoke in a pitiful tone, her hot-bloodedness going down the drain. As she spoke, she glanced towards Yang Kai, seemingly hoping he would change his mind. "Don't you have anywhere to go?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Young Inflammation froze for a moment before innocently changing the subject. "If you don't have anywhere to go, you can find a place to stay here. In any case, I'm the only one here right now." "I can live here?" Young Inflammation was pleasantly surprised. "I'll say this first, don't bother me if you have nothing to do." Yang Kai waved his hand. Young Inflammation immediately ran off, and a moment later, Yang Kai felt a familiar aura from somewhere in the cave. It was the fluctuations of Yang attribute energy. This woman cultivates a Yang attribute secret art. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of surprise, but he really didn't know that an artifact refiner like her cultivated a Yang attribute secret art. The strange thing was, why was she so miserable? No matter which artifact refiner or alchemist, as long as they joined a decent force, they would be well taken care of, have a high status, and have a bright future ahead of them. But this woman was clearly extremely poor. She had even agreed to refine Yufeng's spirit-grade artifact for the reward of 50 low-rank saint crystals. Yang Kai would have to ask her some other day if she had committed some kind of taboo and had been expelled by some great force. If that was the case, accommodating her would be troublesome, so he would have to cut off all contact with her as soon as possible. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai soon discovered that Yang Inflammation was somewhere in the cave, using her own strength to melt the cave walls. It seemed she was trying to create a stone room. Ignoring her, Yang Kai began to inspect his own supplies. Since entering the body-tempering divine pond, and being wrapped in the blood-red crystal, Yang Kai hadn't had the time to investigate his gains until now. Taking out a number of space rings from his sleeve, Yang Kai found a total of 3, one belonging to the dead Guiche, Luo Yao, and Ganji. Inside Guiche's space ring was a thunder attribute birdwood. This was the crystallization of the 10th order monster beast Thunder Luan's essence, chi, and soul after it died. Its trunk was wrapped in lightning, and was of extraordinary quality. If it was used to refine an artifact, it would definitely produce a powerful thunder attribute artifact. The several dozen crystal clear leaves filled with thunder attribute energy were also treasures. Yang Kai was overjoyed and stored this birdwood into the demon mystic tome. Next, he took out a purple hard shell from Guiche's space ring. This was the hard shell of a 9th order monster beast, the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion. It could be used to refine a defensive artifact, so Yang Kai continued to store it in the demon mystic tome, to become the demon race's demon mystic tome. Taking out one item after another, collecting them one by one, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited. The harvest of that adventure had basically been obtained by him alone. In addition to the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's pincer assigned to Jipeng, the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's tail, various monster cores, and various other monster beast materials were now all in Yang Kai's bag. In addition, the 3 of them had collected countless herbs along the way. They weren't very rich, so some of the artifacts they had originally placed in their space rings weren't very high grade, so Yang Kai didn't care about them and simply threw them into the demon mystic tome. The harvest was great, but these things weren't useful for the time being. Yang Kai suddenly realized that if Yang Inflammation was really an origin-grade artifact refiner, he really had something to ask of her. At the very least, the hard shell of the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion could be used to refine a defensive artifact from her, which was what Yang Kai wanted. However, the extent of her ability still needed to be tested. A day later, Yufeng came again, and took the spirit-grade artifact he had asked Yang Yin to help him refine before leaving happily. Over the next few days, Wu Yi's subordinates came here in groups of 3 or 5, bringing the materials they had collected or the artifacts they wanted Yang Inflammation to help them refine them. Everyone was looking forward to it, and everyone's requests were fully met. Yang Inflammation seemed to have gained an epiphany and no longer arbitrarily changed the shape or grade of the artifacts the cultivator used, instead strictly refining them according to their personal wishes. For a time, there was a flood of praise. Almost everyone in the Haiku family knew that there was an artifact refiner living in a cave on Dragon Cave Mountain. Although the remuneration she charged was a bit high, her skill was quite good. The artifacts she refined were all excellent, and the artifacts she refined could increase in power by at least 20 to 30%. Yang Kai didn't care because he lived in a relatively innermost position in the cave, so those who came to ask Yang Inflammation for help couldn't disturb him. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel indignant was that this woman would find an opportunity to come here every day, stare at the 7-colored spirit-gathering flags eagerly, and ask if she wanted to refine them. Although every time she received a negative answer, she seemed to be quite happy, as if she felt that her sincerity would one day move Yang Kai. Chapter 1105. Yang Yin was a very strange woman. In addition to being interested in high-grade artifacts, her biggest interest was Saint crystals. Every time Yang Kai came out and passed by her stone room, he would see her counting her Saint crystals, one by one, without a trace of annoyance. The stains on the low-rank Saint crystals would be wiped clean by her, leaving behind a shiny luster that seemed to give her great satisfaction. Every time this happened, Yang Inflammation's face would fill with a deranged grin, and when she found Yang Kai staring at her strangely, she would quickly put away the Saint crystals, as if she was afraid Yang Kai would snatch them away. This woman has gone mad, Yang Kai concluded. As time passed, fewer and fewer people came to the cave to seek out Yang Inflammation for artifact refining. The requests of those who came were all met, and Yang Inflammation's business gradually declined. On this day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly heard Wu Yi call out to him from outside. Wu Yi had been busy with something recently and hadn't come out, but after hearing her voice, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the cave and saw her standing outside, so he quickly smiled and greeted her. "How is this place?" Wu Yi asked with a smile. "Very good." Yang Kai nodded, glancing at her face thoughtfully and discovering that she didn't seem very happy. "I heard Yu Feng say that you and a woman arranged a spirit-gathering array here?" Wu Yi turned her head and looked around, feeling the rich world energy around her before taking a deep breath and saying, "The effect seems to be quite good. If I had known this place was so good, I would have found someone to arrange a spirit array here long ago." Yu Feng and the others still need to pay a certain amount of contribution points or Saint crystals to enter the family to cultivate. "Do you regret it?" Yang Kai looked at her calmly. Wu Yi rolled her eyes and pouted playfully. "Do I look like such a stingy person? Since I've said that I'm giving this mountain to you, then it's yours. No matter how good this place becomes, it has nothing to do with me. You can live here in peace. No one will dare to do anything to you." Yang Kai was just about to say something when he suddenly frowned and turned his head towards a certain direction. Off in the distance, a blue light flashed as someone on a star shuttle flew back and forth above Dragon Cave Mountain, seemingly inspecting something. "Someone from your family?" Yang Kai asked as he looked at the figure. He's one of my family's stewards. You don't need to pay attention to him." Wu Yi also showed some displeasure. He came here this time to find that artifact refiner called Yang Inflammation. "Why are you looking for her?" Yang Kai was stunned. "She's a weapon refiner. Why do you think we need her?" Wu Yi smiled. "For a small family like ours, it's not easy to cultivate an artifact refiner. Now there is a wandering artifact refiner here. Although she isn't very old, she is still worth recruiting. I heard from the family's disciples that she can refine Saint-grade artifacts." The strength of the cultivator who had come to find Wu Yi during this time wasn't very high, the most powerful being Yu Feng. The grade of the artifacts they requested to refine was naturally not too outrageous, So the Haiku family had always believed that Yang Inflammation was a saint-grade artifact refiner. Now that there was a lone artifact refiner nearby, no matter what the grade of this artifact refiner was, the Haiku family felt that they should show their sincerity. Perhaps this artifact refiner would bring great benefits to the family, so they had sent someone over. What's your relationship with that woman? I remember you saying that you didn't know anyone here, so how did you manage to bring back such a beauty in such a short time? Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai mockingly, as if she was certain that there was some kind of unspeakable relationship between him and Yang Inflammation. I'm not familiar with her. I just asked her to come back and help arrange the spirit array. After that, she refused to leave, so I was too embarrassed to drive her away. And it would be best if you could recruit her. She's annoying me to death. Yang Kai complained bitterly. Whether she can succeed or not is up to her. It's none of my business. I just came here today to see how you're doing. Wu Yi pursed her lips and smiled, not delving too deeply into this matter. A moment later, the steward from the Haiku family flew over and nodded to Wu Yi. The world energy aura in this mountain is quite good. After a year or so I'm afraid it will be even better. I heard young lady gave this mountain away? Did you give it to him? Saying so, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced over at Yang Kai. His eyes filled with contempt. Wu Yi frowned and said, Uncle Zhou didn't come here for this mountain, right? Do you have some other task? The cultivator surnamed Zhou smiled. I was just asking casually. Young lady doesn't need to take offense. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, he crossed his arms behind his back and walked into the cave. It's really annoying how they want to meddle in everything. I've never seen them care so much about this place before. My family has a territory of several tens of thousands of kilometers. But because I'm a woman, they assigned this barren mountain to me. Now that they see some benefits, they want to stick their hands in it. How infuriating, Wu Yi said angrily. Yang Kai fell silent. It was really not convenient for him to express his opinion on the internal affairs of others. Wu Yi no longer complained, and with a smile on her pretty face began chatting with Yang Kai about her recent life, asking him if there was anything he needed. The two chatted happily, Wu Yi looking forward to her future ambitions. Her beautiful eyes filled with expectation. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, Manager Zhou suddenly walked out of the cave angrily and angrily shouted, A little girl who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Humph, does she really think she's so great? A trivial saint-grade artifact refiner. Does she think my Haiku family can't cultivate one? Shamelessly boasting about being an origin-grade artifact refiner. What a joke. He walked out angrily and without even saying goodbye to Wu Yi, summoned his star shuttle and flew off. Wu Yi's mouth fell open slightly, seemingly not having expected that this artifact refiner named Yang Inflammation would actually refuse her family's offer. When she arrived, she had also seen the letter of appointment, and felt that the conditions offered by her family weren't bad. Although it wasn't comparable to a great force like Shadow Moon Hall, it was still quite good for a small force. Picking up and calling out to pick up, Kai Yang suddenly discovered that her eyes had turned red. Large tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes, sliding down her cheeks to her chin. Why are you crying? Yang Kai was suddenly speechless. He found that this woman's brain was indeed a little abnormal. I haven't seen so many precious materials in a long time. Yang Inflammation's shoulders trembled as she choked out. They all thought I was lying. The materials I brought were all saint grade and below. The artifacts I brought were also the same. I didn't lie. Don't cry. I'll give you a chance to prove yourself now. I don't care what you want to refine or what you want to refine. These materials are all yours to use. Really? Yang Inflammation raised her head and looked at Yang Kai with red eyes. Yang Kai nodded and said lightly, I also want to know if you're lying or not. Chapter 1106. Hearing Yang Kai say that so many high-grade materials were under her control, and that she could refine as she pleased, Yang Yin immediately perked up, her eyes flashing a terrifying light as she rubbed the corners of her eyes and took a deep breath. I won't let you down. The materials in my hands will never go to waste. I'll wait and see. So many materials, where did you get them from? Your strength isn't high. It's impossible for you to kill so many 8th order monster beasts, Yang Yan asked curiously. I picked them up, Yang Kai said casually. These things had all been obtained from hunting monster beast with Gui Che and the others. They originally belonged to several people, but after they died, their space rings had all been picked up by Yang Kai. Where did you pick them up? I want to pick them up too, Yang Yan said with an eager expression as she stared at Yang Kai. Following Yang Yan's instructions, Yang Kai took the list she had given him and went to Heavenly Fate City to buy a lot of ores. After all, artifact refining didn't just require a part of a monster beast's body. Various ores were also necessary. After obtaining these ores, Yang Yan immediately threw herself into the artifact refining business, completely sealing off the stone room where she lived, as if she didn't want to be disturbed. Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was a strong yang attribute energy fluctuation coming from her stone room every day, but he didn't inquire about how it was progressing. All he wanted was the results. Through the results, he would be able to judge Yang Yan's abilities. The materials taken out before were all things Yang Kai didn't think he could use, and could only be sold. If Yang Yan could really refine them into artifacts, their value would definitely increase. When the time came, he could sell them for more saint crystals. Even if they were destroyed, it didn't matter. In any case, Yang Kai didn't lack them. A month passed peacefully without any disturbances from Yang Yan. During this time, Yang Kai's life was extremely leisurely. The spirit array on Dragon Cave Mountain was constantly working, and now, a faint mist had appeared over the entire mountain. This mist was a symbol of the gathering of world energy, and although it wasn't dense, it made Dragon Cave Mountain look somewhat like a spirit mountain. Over time, the world energy here would become more and more abundant. Wu Yi came over twice but seemed to be very unhappy with her family. Each time she came, she didn't do anything but chat with Yang Kai to ease her mood. A month later, Yang Kai was meditating in his stone room when he suddenly heard the door to Yang Yan's artifact refining retreat open. Immediately, the sound of hurried footsteps came towards him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Yang Yan standing at the door with a flushed face, holding onto her large black robes with both hands, panting heavily as she stared at Yang Kai with an excited look on her face. Can I come in? Yang Yan poked her head out and asked worriedly. Ever since she had annoyed Yang Kai by entering uninvited, Yang Kai had grabbed her by the neck and thrown her out. Yang Yan had not dared to step into this stone room at will. Yang Kai nodded and couldn't help asking expectantly, have you finished refining? Yang Yan just smiled and said mysteriously, close your eyes first, I'll give you a surprise. Since I've already said it, how could there be a surprise? Kai Yang's expression was strange, but he still followed her words and closed his eyes. In the next moment, however, Yang Kai's face changed dramatically because a burst of energy fluctuations belonging to Saint King grade artifacts suddenly appeared in the stone room. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw Yang Yan pointing to the neatly arranged artifacts in front of him with a proud expression. The materials you provided, the ores you bought, I didn't waste them, all of the results are here. A total of 4 Saint King grade artifacts. Yang Yan sat down cross-legged and picked up a mace-shaped artifact, saying, let me introduce them to you. This one was refined from the teeth of the 8th order monster beast, Thunder Cloud Leopard, and some ores. These ores were used to refine the body of the club and the skull of the Thunder Cloud Leopard. The teeth of the Thunder Cloud Leopard are very strong and sharp, so I refined them into barbs. This kind of rough artifact is very suitable for strong men. Just holding this thing gives them a majestic appearance. And this is a Saint King grade low-rank artifact. Finished speaking, she handed the mace-shaped artifact to Yang Kai. Yang Kai received it, examined it carefully, and nodded gently. It could be seen that Yang Yan had made the best use of this artifact. As long as it could find a suitable owner, it wouldn't be difficult to display its full power. This dagger was refined from the horn of a fiery blue flame rhinoceros. Although it's not very sharp, the fiery blue flame rhinoceros horn itself has some very special effects. It's best used to break barriers, so it's not meant to be used to kill enemies, but rather a must-have item for adventuring. I think many people will buy it. And it's also a Saint King grade low-rank artifact, Yang Yan said, handing over a pale blue dagger to Yang Kai. He picked up another one and said, "This whip is made from the tentacles of the Vajra dragon beetle. It's the most difficult whip to refine. If you're not careful, you might destroy the material. Fortunately, I'm the one who did it. If it were another refiner, you'd be crying right now. This thing is suitable for girls to use. Since you obtained that tentacle, you should know how terrifying the diamond dragon beetle is. Let me tell you, once you're hit by this whip, it's not just your flesh that will be damaged, but your bones. If you're hit a few times, even your bones may break. This is a Saint King grade mid-rank artifact." Yang Kai took the soft whip from her hand, infused it with yuan qi and swung it a few times. Suddenly the stone room was filled with shadows of the whip. Yang Yan was so scared that her little face turned pale. She was afraid that Yang Kai would accidentally whip her. After waiting for Yang Kai to put away the soft whip, she excitedly picked up the last artifact. Her movements were very careful, as if she was picking up a work of art. Her beautiful eyes filled with infatuation. "This is the work I'm most proud of this time." Yang Kai looked around and found that this thing was actually a pair of palm-sized wings. These wings flashed with a blurry light, their colors constantly changing, creating a beautiful sight. Needless to say, this artifact should have been refined from the wings of an illusionary cloud butterfly, and it was also of the highest grade, Saint King grade high rank. After thinking about it for a while, she suddenly said seriously, "Let me ask you something first. Do you have so many materials for me to refine? Since you want to use my payment to pay off your debt, you should continue to provide me with materials. If you don't ask me to refine artifacts for you for a few years, when will I ever be free again?" This little girl isn't stupid. Yang Kai originally wanted to establish his identity as the debtor, but Yang Yan, who looked foolish, suddenly became shrewd. "You don't have to worry about the materials, and take these and refine them," Yang Kai said, taking out a large pile of materials and placing them in front of Yang Yan. It was obvious that this secret room was specifically used for transactions. Many people didn't like to have their faces seen when they were selling things, and they even more so didn't want unrelated people to see what they were selling. As such, there were often situations where people wearing masks would come to these shops to make transactions. The existence of this secret room was a good way to avoid these problems. Once the door to the secret room was closed, only Yang Kai and Qian Tong remained in the room. Even their divine senses seemed to be isolated from the outside world, making it impossible to probe. Yang Kai glanced around, his expression remaining calm and composed. A light flashed across Qian Tong's smiling eyes as he secretly felt shocked, wondering if this young man was simply being thick-skinned, or if he was truly unafraid. He was a businessman, so although he was surprised, he didn't say anything and instead asked, "What kind of artifacts does little brother wish to sell? What grade are they?" Yang Kai took out the 3 artifacts refined by Yang Yan. Qian Tong glanced at them before picking up the 3 artifacts and inspecting them one by one. A moment later, he gently nodded. "Although this old man isn't proficient in artifact refining, I can still see that these 3 artifacts are of the highest grade and should have been refined by the same artifact refiner. What price does little brother want?" Qian Tong only talked about business and didn't inquire about other miscellaneous information, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. "I don't understand the price. How do you usually buy things?" Yang Kai asked back. Qian Tong was stunned. He didn't expect that Yang Kai would actually hand over the initiative to him. Which one of the people who came to sell things didn't tightly grasp the initiative? Afraid that they would make a loss, not only would they praise their own things without any principles, they would also think of ways to raise the price. Even after the transaction was successful, many people would secretly regret whether or not they had made a loss. This young man was quite free and easy, as if he didn't care at all whether or not he suffered a loss. Smiling, Qian Tong said, "The starting price of a Saint King grade artifact is generally 5,000 high-rank Saint crystals. There is no bottom line. Of these 3 artifacts, 2 are Saint King grade low rank and 1 is Saint King grade mid rank, both of which have been refined quite well. This old man offers 6,000 high-rank Saint crystals for the 2 low-rank artifacts. What about 8,000 high-rank Saint crystals for the Saint King grade mid-rank artifact? A total of 20,000? Yang Kai frowned. This price seemed to be a bit lower than what he had expected. However, thinking about it for a moment, Qian Tong understood that the value of Saint crystals on Shadowed Star was much higher than elsewhere. In other words, this Qian Tong's price was fair, and he was a businessman, so naturally he wanted to make a profit. If little brother thinks the price is too low, we can discuss it again. Business is a matter of setting the price on the ground and returning the money when the price falls. Qian Tong smiled slightly. Give me the ores outside and we'll do business. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed outside. Qian Tong laughed in surprise. Little brother is quite astute. The total price of the ores you bought is not low. More than 3,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Let's make friends. And, if you have any more artifacts to sell in the future, please choose our firm first. Deal. Yang Kai nodded. The firm's speed was very fast. Yang Kai left the 3 artifacts behind and soon obtained 20,000 high-rank Saint crystals, and all the ores he needed before leaving Heavenly Fate City. After he left, Qian Tong looked at his back with a smile and muttered, "Interesting. Elder Qian, this business deal was a loss. Giving him more than 3,000 high-rank Saint crystals worth of ores. We didn't make much profit." The shop assistant who had just received Yang Kai came over and complained. Qian Tong smiled and said, "And I think we made a lot of money." The shop assistant looked at him blankly as he counted with his fingers, but still felt something was wrong. What do you know? That little brat should have a very powerful artifact refining master behind him. Last time he also bought some ores, but it wasn't here. It just so happened that I was in that shop at that time, so I have some impression of him. He can be considered quite astute. He actually knew to change to another shop to buy ores. But most of the shops in Heavenly Fortune City belong to my Shadow Moon Hall. It's only been a month. But now he's come back to buy ores and 3 Saint King grade artifacts. What do you think this means? Qian Tong was in a good mood and said a few words to the shop assistant, but seeing the confused look on his face, he couldn't help laughing. He'll come back again. If he does, notify me immediately. If he can't contact me, you can trade with him. Even if you lose some money, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is to satisfy him, Qian Tong said. Disciple understands, the shop assistant quickly responded. The shop assistant nodded quickly. Although he didn't know what Qian Tong meant, it was absolutely right to listen to his instructions. Qian Tong immediately left the shop and rushed to a palace in Heavenly Fate City, where he found another old man, and handed him the 3 artifacts. The old man gently stroked the artifacts with his eyes closed, seemingly sensing something. A moment later, his expression changed as a look of surprise appeared on his face. After half an hour, the old man put down the 3 artifacts and opened his eyes. Grandmaster Gulin, what did you see? Qian Tong asked immediately. The one who refined these 3 artifacts is an origin-grade artifact refiner. The old man named Gulin took a deep breath. Origin grade. Qian Tong's eyes immediately bulged. Although he had inferred from various signs that there was a powerful artifact refiner behind Yang Kai, he hadn't expected it to be an origin-grade artifact refiner. And an origin-grade artifact. In terms of ability, it's no worse than this old master's. The materials used are basically from the body of an 8th-order monster beast. Who refined them? Is there such a person near Heavenly Fate City? Gulin asked curiously. I don't know who refined them, but a young man came to sell them today. Qian Tong shook his head. Have you tracked his whereabouts? Gulin asked again. I didn't dare act rashly. I didn't want to cause a misunderstanding with the person behind him. If that happened, the gains would not be worth the losses. Gulin nodded. And that's true. Such a person can only be won over, not offended. Being able to kill an 8th-order monster beast shows that this person's strength is not low. He can both fight and artifact refining, much stronger than this old master. You should pay more attention to this young man. As long as you show enough sincerity, it shouldn't be difficult to figure out the identity of the person behind him. That's what I was thinking, and he should be coming back soon. Today he bought a lot of St. King grade ores. He should be using them to refine artifacts. Good job. I'm old and probably won't live much longer. If you can get that person to take over my position, when the time comes, if your artifacts break, someone will be able to repair them. Golin smiled bitterly. Artifact refiners did not focus on cultivation or fighting, so their vitality was not strong and their lifespan was generally much shorter than a cultivator of the same rank. Chapter 1108. Looking at young Inflammation lying in his stone room, sleeping soundly without a care for her image, young Kai could only shake his head helplessly. A month of artifact refining seemed to have made her extremely tired. Lying there, her breathing was heavy, her whole body spread out like the Chinese character. Not caring whether or not she would seduce young Kai, her towering twin peaks and exquisite figure were extremely eye-catching. When young Kai came back, the noise he made did not wake her up. Turning around and walking out of the cave, young Kai caught a few game on the mountain and set up a fire outside the cave to roast them. Young Inflammation's physical and mental energy consumption was very serious, so eating something would be very helpful to her recovery. Halfway through the roasting, young Inflammation ran out and smiled, hugging her arms as she squatted down beside young Kai, staring straight at the roasted golden rabbit, waiting to eat. Have you rested well? Young Kai glanced over at her. Not bad, I still need to rest for a few more days. Young Inflammation replied casually before calling out. Hurry up and turn it over, it's already roasted. Aya, you're so stupid, let me do it. Calling out like this, she snatched the rabbit from young Kai's hand without any explanation. Young Kai didn't care and simply sat down, staring at her suspiciously as he asked. You're an origin-grade artifact refiner, why are you so miserable? This was something young Kai couldn't understand. Young Yen had skills, and as long as she showed them, she would be able to live a superior life. Any great force on Shadowed Star would accept her with the most generous treatment, and would even try to snatch her away. Young Inflammation pursed her lips. What do you know? You think I should join one of those great forces, right? Young Kai nodded. I don't want to join them, young Inflammation snorted. They're not good people, I won't refine artifacts for them. As soon as she said that, young Kai understood. Without the support of a great force, a woman like Yang Yen wouldn't be able to display her true ability. This was because she couldn't find high-grade materials to refine artifacts. Even if she entered a place like the Artifact Refining Pavilion, her ability would be questioned. She would only be allowed to refine low-grade artifacts. Even if she claimed to be an origin-grade artifact refiner, no one dared to use origin-grade materials to verify her abilities. Under this vicious cycle, who would be miserable if not her? Even Yang Kai didn't believe her easily. He deliberately gave her some materials that he didn't need. Do you have a grudge against them? Yang Kai asked. I just don't like him, but I don't hate him. I've heard that no matter which faction you're in, there will always be a conflict of power and interests. I just want to refine in peace and don't want to be involved in those troublesome matters. This wasn't wrong. The more powerful an artifact refiner was, the more they would be valued and won over. Moreover, each great force wasn't monolithic. Even a small family like the Haiku family was constantly divided, not to mention a behemoth like Shadow Moon Hall. Once Young Inflammation got involved, she would probably be annoyed to death. The aroma of roasted meat filled the air and Young Inflammation looked at the roasted meat in her hand with satisfaction, tearing off a rabbit leg and handing it to Young Kai. Young Kai slowly shook his head and Young Inflammation unceremoniously stuffed it into her mouth. I sold the artifacts you refined, Young Kai said casually. Oh, they're yours, you can do whatever you want with them. I sold them for a total of 20,000 high-rank Saint Crystals. The price is fair, I didn't suffer a loss. Young Inflammation nodded casually. How many Saint Crystals do you have? Young Kai asked again. Why? Young Inflammation suddenly became vigilant and covered her space ring. A look of fear on her face that Young Kai would try to steal her Saint Crystals. Thinking about it for a moment, she felt it was impossible and said hesitantly, 2,000. Low-rank Saint Crystals. So poor. Young Kai was speechless, shaking his head and sighing before taking out some high-rank saint crystals and a few bottles of restorative pills from his space ring and handing them over. Artifact refining consumes a lot of energy. These are for you. Yang Yan wiped her hands and didn't act polite with Yang Kai, accepting the saint crystals and stuffing them into her space ring before opening the bottle and taking a sniff. Her expression couldn't help changing. Saint King grade pills? She hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so generous. A bottle of Saint King grade pills was not cheap. These few bottles were equivalent to half of the artifacts she refined. You seem to be very rich. Young Inflammation looked at Yang Kai strangely, taking out countless 7th order and 8th order monster beast materials, a few bottles of Saint King grade pills, a Saint King grade high-rank star shuttle, and an origin grade artifact, the 7-colored flag. Young Inflammation found it hard to imagine that a 3rd order saint cultivator could have so many good things. Compared to him, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Where did he get all these things from? He didn't look like someone with any background at all. Don't be stingy with pills. When you run out you can ask me for more. I have a lot, Yang Kai ordered. He had some understanding of Young Inflammation's character. She was the kind of person who valued wealth as much as her life. Yang Kai was really worried that this woman wouldn't use pills to restore her strength. You're such a good person. Young Inflammation was moved to death. Saying so, she picked up a piece of barbecue and continued to gnaw on it, her mouth covered in oil. A few days later, Young Inflammation fully recovered and began artifact refining again. This time, Yang Kai let her work directly in his stone room. He had arranged the 7-colored spirit gathering flags in his stone room, which would be of great help to her recovery. This way, she would be able to save time in artifact refining and improve her efficiency. The burning hot Yang attribute energy was constantly bursting out. And this kind of energy fluctuation made Kai Yang feel very comfortable. While Young Inflammation was refining, Yang Kai didn't stay idle either. He went to Young Inflammation's residence and entered retreat to accumulate his Saint Chi. It had been at least 4 or 5 years since he broke through to the 3rd order saint realm. Although Yang Kai had been sealed inside the blood-colored crystal for most of these years, and was unable to perceive the passage of time, with the birth of the 100 drops of demon god golden blood, Yang Kai clearly felt that his strength had improved again. While he was unaware, his cultivation had risen to a very high level. Yang Kai faintly felt that the Saint King realm was within reach. He didn't lack comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao. All he lacked was the accumulation of Saint Chi. As long as he accumulated enough Saint Chi, he could naturally break through. While accumulating Saint Chi, Yang Kai was also studying the uses of his golden blood. The last time he used a drop of golden blood to transform it into a golden spear and resolve the crisis Wu Yi and the others faced, Yang Kai realized just how powerful his golden blood was. Yang Kai was curious to know what other uses his golden blood could serve besides fighting. Recalling the scene at that time, Yang Kai's expression changed as a novel idea suddenly came to his mind. Squeezing out a drop of golden blood, Yang Kai flicked his finger. The drop of golden blood flew into the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye, reappearing 1,000 kilometers away. Just like that time, Yang Kai was inside the cave on Dragon Cave Mountain, but his eyes could clearly see the scene 1,000 kilometers away. The drop of golden blood seemed to have an inseparable connection with him, allowing his consciousness to freely switch between his physical body and the golden blood. Through the golden blood, Yang Kai could easily see the scene in the distance. Immediately, Yang Kai entered an ethereal state and observed his surroundings with his golden blood. He saw cities passing by below and mountains quickly being left behind. The movement speed of the golden blood was extremely fast, several times faster than a star shuttle. On top of that, Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of space allowed the golden blood to break through the shackles of space, allowing it to travel at a speed even faster than Yang Kai's divine sense. A huge amount of vitality spread out from the golden blood without any concealment, and wherever it passed, many masters on Shadowed Star were alarmed. The eyes of countless masters followed the golden blood as it passed, their faces filled with shock. None of them knew who was exuding such a violent life aura, nor did they know how strong this person was. The speed at which this golden blood spread out was faster than their divine senses, But after a brief moment, it disappeared without a trace, making it impossible for them to investigate. The leaders of many great forces gathered together to discuss whether there was a possibility of an enemy coming to find them. There were also some people who did not believe in superstition and chased after the flash of golden light, wanting to get a closer look. Yang Kai had no idea that his inadvertent actions had caused the entire shadowed star to panic as he immersed himself in the wonders of the golden blood, unable to extricate himself for a long time. In just 3 short days, the drop of golden blood flew around shadowed star once before returning in the opposite direction. The vitality inside the golden blood had not weakened much, as if this strange journey had not put any pressure on it at all. Yang Kai was secretly moved. His consciousness had followed the golden blood around shadowed star, so he was well aware of the vastness of this cultivation star. If he had used a star shuttle to fly around it, it would have taken him at least 4 months to complete a round trip. However, the golden blood had only taken 3 short days, demonstrating just how terrifying its speed was. What was its limit? What was the furthest distance he could communicate with it? Yang Kai felt that it was necessary to figure this out, so with a thought, the golden blood that had just returned flew straight up, out of the clouds, and into the star field, heading towards the vast territory of the star field. Yang Kai's consciousness was immersed in the drop of golden blood as he saw one lifeless star after another, a vast asteroid sea, and the black rock beasts that roamed this asteroid sea. This was a quite strange experience, allowing one's consciousness to wander around the star field. Perhaps even an Origin King Realm Master would not be able to accomplish such a feat. Golden blood was truly amazing. After entering this ethereal state, Yang Kai's body seemed to absorb world energy at a much faster rate, accumulating his Saint Chi at an even more violent rate than before. The effects of his cultivation were surprisingly good. Yang Kai did not relax his vigilance of his surroundings. Right now there were only him and Yang Inflammation on Dragon Cave Mountain, and Yang Inflammation was concentrating on artifact refining, so Yang Kai naturally could not lower his guard. Otherwise, if someone tried to harm him, he would not be able to defend himself. Fortunately, his consciousness could freely switch between his physical body and the golden blood, as if his soul had 2 bodies. Yang Kai would pay attention to the movements of the golden blood from time to time in a leisurely manner. As time passed, Yang Kai gradually lost interest. Although he had been flying around the star field for a long time, the vitality contained in the golden blood seemed to have only weakened a little. Yang Kai estimated that it would last for at least a few years before disappearing. Chapter 1109. Yang Yan spent a relatively long time refining this artifact, this time, nearly 2 months in total. However, when she came out of seclusion, she had brought out 7 Saint King grade artifacts. High, medium, and low grade artifacts. Perhaps it was because of the pills and Saint crystals Yang Kai had given her that helped her recover, but she wasn't very tired this time. After handing over these artifacts to Yang Kai, she was even in the mood to calculate how many Saint crystals she still owed Yang Kai. She had great artifact refining ability, wasn't scheming, had a good temper, was beautiful, and had a great figure. Most importantly, the remuneration she charged was very cheap. Yang Kai felt like he had picked up a treasure, and was even more determined to keep Yang Yan as his personal artifact refiner. Casually giving her a few bottles of pills and some high-rank Saint crystals, Yang Yan smiled happily, storing the pills and Saint crystals into her space ring as she asked, "What do you want me to refine next? Give me the materials first, I'll see what kind of ores I can use." Yang Kai took out the scarlet-tailed purple armored scorpion's carapace, tail, and large pincers and tossed them in front of Yang Yan. The little girl's eyes immediately widened. Her beautiful eyes bloomed with a terrifying light. She squatted down and picked up these things one by one. Her small hands stroked them as she muttered to herself. No one knew what she was saying, but she seemed to be a little absent-minded. After a long time, she looked up at Yang Kai and asked, "Are you willing to let me refine these things?" Yang Kai nodded. "You have proven your ability, and I believe you are indeed an origin-grade artifact refiner, so naturally I'll hand these things over to you." "Aren't you afraid I'll run away with these things?" Yang Yanyan still couldn't believe it. These are materials from a ninth-order monster beast. They can be used to refine origin-grade artifacts. Why don't you try and see if I can catch you and bring you back? Yang Kai grinned. Yang Yanyan spat disdainfully. She didn't like Yang Kai's unwarranted confidence, as if everything was under his control. Don't worry, I'm not a person who goes back on his word. I'll use these things to their fullest potential, but the ores I'll be purchasing this time will be different from the ones before, so you'll have to be prepared to bleed. Yang Yanyan said solemnly. It doesn't matter, make a list. Yang Kai nodded before adding, by the way, I have a request. Just tell me what you want. Help me refine that shell into a defensive artifact. I'll use it for myself. You can do whatever you want with the rest. If you have its monster core, give it to me as well. I'll need it for artifact refining. As soon as Yang Yanyan's voice fell, a fist-sized monster core containing both earth and wind attributes was tossed over to her. She caught it with satisfaction and began writing down a list. A moment later, she handed it to Yang Kai and said eagerly, Go and come back quickly, I'll start refining after a few days of recovery. It's really good to be by your side. There are so many good materials waiting for me to process. She seemed a little impatient. In Heavenly Fate City, inside the firm, Qian Tong sat in a room on the third floor, sipping a cup of tea as he stared in the direction Yang Kai had left 2 months ago. A faint trace of anxiety and helplessness on his face. Although he had concluded that Yang Kai would come here again, he had not expected that he would actually wait for 2 months. Until today, the young man had not appeared again, which made Qian Tong very depressed. At that time, he was worried about leaving a bad impression on the master behind the young man. So he did not send anyone to follow him, nor did he dare to inquire casually. He only wanted to gradually understand and use the young man to slowly draw the master out of the water. Now it seemed that this was not the case. At the very least, he should have told the young man that he wanted to recruit the master behind the young man. As long as the young man was smart enough, he would definitely pass on the message. At that time, if the master was willing, he would naturally come to Shadow Moon Hall. If not, it would not be too late for him to invite him. Such an artifact refining grandmaster. The earlier he could be recruited, the better it would be for the Shadow Moon Hall. If he was too late, he might be discovered by other forces. At that time, there would definitely be a situation of snatching. Once the situation developed to that extent, it would not be a matter of 1 or 2 people dying. Thinking about this, Qian Tong's mood became more and more irritable. He did not notice that the teacup in his hand had been crushed until the scalding hot tea flowed over the back of his hand. Looking at the messy table, Qian Tong could not help but laugh. He wasn't young anymore, and his cultivation base wasn't low either. It seemed that it had been many years since something had upset him. Even when he was in a life-or-death battle with experts of the same level, he hadn't felt as powerless as he did now. Picking up the broken pieces of the teacup and wiping the spilled tea, Qian Tong gently took a breath and calmed his irritable mood. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door. Qian Tong said unhappily, "What's the matter?" "Elder Qian, the young man who came to sell the secret treasure 2 months ago is here again." Outside the door, the shop assistant who had received Yang Kai last time respectfully replied. After waiting for a while, there was no response. Just as he was feeling suspicious, he heard Elder Qian Tong's excited voice from inside. "Quickly invite him in." As soon as his voice fell, he said, No, this old man will personally welcome him." With a series of crashing sounds, it seemed that the tables, chairs, stools, and teapots on the table had all fallen to the ground and broken. The shop assistant's face darkened. He did not know who this young man was and why Elder Qian Tong treated him so seriously. Even the furnishings in the room were knocked over. The door was opened, and Qian Tong, with a flushed face, quickly walked downstairs. The shop assistant looked into the room and found that, as he had guessed, the furniture inside had been completely destroyed and was in a complete mess. On the first floor, Yang Kai was a little impatient from waiting. The last time he came, the shop assistant had received him attentively and served him meticulously. This time, he could barely be considered a regular customer, and had brought the secret treasure to sell according to the previous agreement, but he did not expect that the shop assistant would ask him to wait for a while before disappearing. Chapter 11:10. Young people like to be flattered and praised. Qiantong thought that with his status and cultivation, Yang Kai should be overjoyed if he praised Yang Kai generously. Who would have thought that Kai Yang's face would remain indifferent, as if these praises were his to receive? He didn't show any signs of modesty, instead he just sat there motionless. Qiantong coughed lightly. His expression didn't change as he continued to ask, "May I ask, where does nephew Yang work?" Yang Kai smiled. When he came in, Qiantong treated him so warmly. Yang Kai could faintly guess what he was thinking. Now that he heard his question, he was even more certain of his guess. Looking at Qiantong, Yang Kai said, "Elder Qian, if you have something to say, just say it." Qiantong's expression turned solemn as he said warmly, "Nephew, please don't blame me. This old man has no ill intentions. It's just that when a young talent like you appears in front of this old man can't help but want to recruit you. And if you are willing, this old man would like to invite you to my Shadow Moon Hall. I can guarantee that you will be provided with the most abundant cultivation resources and the best cultivation environment. With nephew Yang's aptitude, you will definitely have a bright future in the sect." He found that Yang Kai didn't seem to be a person who beat around the bush. Instead, he was quite straightforward. He didn't probe any further and immediately stated his conditions. Qiantong was old and experienced, so he naturally knew that if he tried to recruit the artifact refiner behind Yang Kai as soon as he opened his mouth, it would be impossible. An artifact refiner of that level would be proud and arrogant, and definitely not someone who could be persuaded with just a few words. So Qiantong had set his sights on Yang Kai instead. In his opinion, as long as Yang Kai was willing to enter the Shadow Moon Hall, then whether the weapon refiner behind him would be recruited or not, he would definitely form a relationship with the Shadow Moon Hall. When they were familiar with each other in the future, it would be natural for him to recruit Yang Kai. It had to be said that Qiantong had a good plan. After he finished speaking, he quietly observed Yang Kai's reaction. To his disappointment, Yang Kai was still indifferent. Sighing to himself, Yang Kai was truly worthy of being the disciple of an origin-grade artifact refiner. Although he didn't know if Yang Kai was that origin-grade artifact refiner's disciple, after years of being influenced by him, it seemed this young man's vision was quite high. He didn't seem to be moved by Yang Kai's empty promise at all. By the way, there is a piece of God stone in the Shadow Moon Hall's main hall. It has endless uses. Anyone who touches it will be guided into a strange world. In that world, one's mind can be purified and sublimated. It is very beneficial for breaking through the shackles of martial arts. Many disciples in my hall will request to go to the God Stone to meditate when they encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation. However, only those who have made great contributions to the sect can enjoy such treatment. If nephew Yang is willing to join my Shadow Moon Hall, this old man will guarantee you that you can go to the God Stone and comprehend it. It won't be long before nephew Yang breaks through to the Saint King realm. After Qiantong finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. He believed that Yang Kai would absolutely not refuse such an offer, because his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough at this moment. With such a good opportunity in front of him, no matter who it was, they would grasp it tightly. But soon, the look in Qiantong's eyes changed because he found that Yang Kai still didn't show any signs of being moved. He couldn't help but be shocked, wondering if this little brat didn't know how precious the God Stone was. Just as he was about to carefully explain the uses of the God Stone, Yang Kai waved his hand and said impatiently, "Elder Qian, this junior appreciates your kindness, but I'm used to being free and lazy. I don't intend to join any great force, so this junior boldly refuses Elder Qian's offer. Let's talk business. There's no need to talk about anything else." Qiantong's face twitched for a moment before he let out a hollow laugh. Good. This old man is old and has a lot to say. Nephew Yang, please don't mind." Although his recruitment this time was unsuccessful, Qiantong was a patient person and naturally wasn't too disheartened. He felt that as long as he showed enough sincerity, he would succeed one day. The two sat down and immediately began discussing business. 7 Saint King grade artifacts for a total of 59,000 high-rank Saint crystals. Qiantong made a straightforward offer and Yang Kai accepted without hesitation. A short while later, a deal was struck. I also want to buy some ores. Yang Kai took out a list from his space ring. Qian Tong's eyes lit up as the last bit of disappointment in his heart was swept away. Calling out loudly, the shop assistant who had been standing guard outside the door immediately came in and asked respectfully, "What instructions does Elder Qian have for me?" "Nephew Yang has a list here. Help him select the ores he needs and take out 59,000 high-rank Saint crystals from the storehouse." Yang Kai nodded. "Yes." The shop assistant took the list. Yang Kai looked at him and said, "Deduct the cost of the ores from those Saint crystals. You can decide how much you need and report it to me later. Give me the best price, understood?" Qian Tong added with a dignified expression. Sometimes, when showing goodwill to others, one needed to shout it out loud for others to hear. "Understood." The shop assistant nodded and walked out immediately. After he left, Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Nephew Yang is now a regular customer of ours. Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied." Yang Kai also smiled and nodded. Regardless of what Qian Tong was scheming in his heart, Yang Kai was naturally satisfied that he had not taken advantage of him. "Good, Elder Qian is busy, I'll wait here myself." Qian Tong smiled and didn't insist, saying kindly, "Good, but Nephew Yang must remember that if you have any artifacts to sell next time, you must choose our shop first." "I'll remember." Qian Tong nodded and left. Yang Kai waited in the secret room for about half an hour before being led by the shop assistant to another secret room. This secret room was filled with many rare ores and countless Saint crystals. Having already received instructions from Qian Tong, the shop assistant didn't dare act carelessly when dealing with Yang Kai and said respectfully, "These ores are what customer needs. The total price is 17,000 high-rank Saint crystals." This sword wave was filled with cold murderous intent, obviously not just a simple deterrent, but one that really wanted to take someone's life. Yang Kai coldly snorted and pulled Yang Inflammation to the side, avoiding the attack of this sword wave. 5 figures landed and surrounded Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation's tender body trembled as she tightly clutched onto Yang Kai's clothes, a look of horror filling her face. Even if her artifact refining skills were great, she was still just a little girl in her 20s. She had no combat experience, nor had she ever encountered a dangerous fight, so this time's experience had truly frightened her. Although Yang Kai had already arrived, seeing the fierce looks on the faces of these 5 people, she couldn't help feeling a little frightened. She didn't know if Yang Kai could deal with the situation in front of him. After all, she also knew that Yang Kai's strength wasn't high, only a third-order saint. Yang Kai turned his head to look at these people, and couldn't help feeling a little stunned, because he found that Yang Yan, who was being chased, was completely unscathed, but the 5 people who were chasing her all had wounds all over their bodies, especially the young man standing in front of him who looked about the same age as him. There were more than a dozen bloody holes on his gloomy face. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of attack had inflicted these wounds, but his face was covered in blood, making him look extremely terrifying. The other 4 people were also more or less covered in blood, the most serious of which had his abdomen scorched and was in unbearable pain. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, obviously having been burned by extremely hot flames. What happened? Yang Kai was confused, turning his head to look at Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation's face was still pale, her teeth chattering as she sobbed. "I don't know. I was resting in the cave when they broke in. That guy said he wanted me to accompany him, but I didn't want to, so he came up to pull me, so I summoned my sun-scorching shield and shot out my cold bone nails, injuring him. Then the other 4 people also rushed over, so I threw out the dragon beard rope, 10,000 flame handkerchief, colored glass ring, and profound cloud gold thread before running away. After that, they began to chase me. I kept running and running. And then you came." Hearing Yang Inflammation say this, the faces of the 5 people who were gathered around were filled with embarrassment and anger. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a while, imagining the situation at that time in his mind. He imagined Yang Inflammation panicking, summoning all kinds of high-grade artifacts in the cave, and then beating these 5 people until they were crying for their mothers and fathers. Yang Kai suddenly wanted to laugh. Worthy of an origin-grade artifact refiner. You think you can kill Saint Kings? Su Tianze seemed to have heard a joke and laughed loudly. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do the people of the Haikou family speak without thinking? Su Wei, go up and teach him a lesson. Let him know what a Saint King is. Yes, young master. The cultivator who was named grinned and walked forward step by step, cracking his neck as he walked. Little brat, provoking my family's young master, your end will be very miserable. Provoking me, your end won't be any better. After you die, you can regret it. Yang Kai looked at him faintly, and as soon as his voice fell, a jet-black flame suddenly appeared and shot towards the cultivator named Su Wei. Chapter 11-12. A burst of demonic flame suddenly appeared, carrying with it a monstrous momentum as it shot towards the Saint King realm cultivator named Su Wei. Su Wei's expression became fierce as he laughed. Fire attribute cultivator? What this father fears the least is the fire attribute. Saying so, a mist of energy suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, and a series of ripples spread out from him. Su Wei was like a stone thrown into a lake, splashing out tens of thousands of ripples. These ripples intertwined with each other, and contained an extremely powerful force that met the demonic flames head-on, intending to extinguish them first before strangling Yang Kai to let this arrogant little brat know just how big the gap between them was. As soon as he saw Su Wei use his strength, Yang Kai knew that he cultivated a water attribute secret art, and understood where Su Wei's self-confidence came from. Since ancient times, water and fire were incompatible, so Su Wei's strength clearly restrained Yang Kai. What's more, Su Wei's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, so if he still couldn't win, his several dozen years of cultivation would have been in vain. Su Tianze and the remaining Saint Kings clearly knew Su Wei's background, so they crossed their arms and stood to the side to watch the show, their eyes filled with ridicule and disdain as they stared towards Yang Kai. In their opinion, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape from Su Wei's water attribute secret art. Perhaps they wouldn't even be able to find an intact piece of flesh. Su Wei sneered, and so did Yang Kai. Both of their eyes were filled with confidence as they stared at each other, as if they were looking at a dead man, completely devoid of emotion. Water-like ripples spread over, but the extreme heat in the ball of devilish flames suddenly changed, becoming extremely cold. The spreading ripples were completely frozen in mid-air, as if they had been completely frozen. Su Wei's sneer stiffened on his face as he stared blankly at the strange scene in front of him, somewhat unable to understand why his strength had been restrained by this ball of flames. Although this ball of flames was pitch black and looked a bit strange, it was still only displayed by a third-order saint cultivator. How much energy did it have to stop his power from spreading? While Su Wei was absent-minded, a soft sound rang out, and a scene that made Su Wei's soul fly out of his body appeared. The frozen water ripples were all burning, and the burning flames were spreading towards him at an incomparably ferocious speed. The pitch-black fireball exuded a strange fluctuation of alternating heat and cold, mixed with the terrifying aura of yang and evil that could not coexist, and directly bombarded Su Wei's body. The Saint Chi he used to protect his body didn't play a protective role at all. On the contrary, it only served to add fuel to the fire, causing it to burn even more fiercely. Su Wei only had time to scream before his body was engulfed in black flames. Yang Kai leapt into the air, displaying his martial skills and summoning his artifacts one by one in an attempt to extinguish the flames on his body, but it was all to no avail. The burning black flames were like ghosts chasing after his life, sticking to his body as they burned more and more fiercely. Yang Kai opened his mouth in pain but couldn't make a single sound, as if even his voice was being swallowed by the flames. In less than 10 breaths of time, Su Wei fell from the sky like a burning fireball, smashing into the ground and disintegrating. A charred stench suddenly filled the air, causing everyone who smelled it to feel like vomiting. Su Tianze and the remaining 3 Saint King realm cultivator had never expected Yang Kai to be so ruthless. This silver light was filled with murderous intent and quickly wrapped around Yang Kai. The other man silently appeared behind Yang Kai and summoned a huge tiger phantom from his body, biting towards Yang Kai's neck. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Inflammation, who was hiding behind Yang Kai. As long as he caught this woman, he could use her as a bargaining chip to force Yang Kai to compromise. Although this woman was covered in powerful artifacts, she didn't understand how to fight, so it shouldn't be difficult to capture her. The two Saint Kings, one in front and one behind, cooperated closely. Obviously, this was not the first time they had worked together, so they were quite familiar with each other's strength and movements. Yang Kai stood in place motionless. Just as the silver light was about to reach him, a ring of black flames suddenly appeared around his body, as if he was on fire. Not only did this ring wrap around him, even Yang Yan, who was still holding on to his clothes, was wrapped in it. The silver light bombarded this demonic flame and instantly melted. The cultivator who had rushed in front of Yang Kai paled, realizing that he had underestimated this young man's ability, and hurriedly retreated. "You think you can escape?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and punched the man's chest. The Saint King grade low-rank defensive artifact armor he was wearing was as fragile as a piece of paper, and Yang Kai's attack directly punched a hole in it. Even the Saint King grade low-rank artifact's chest had caved in. Like an arrow released from a bow, the man flew out quickly, his artifact armor and body completely burned away by the demonic flame, dying before he even hit the ground. The moment Yang Kai's fist hit the man's chest, a scream rang out from behind him. The cultivator who wanted to capture Yang Inflammation as a bargaining chip had just placed his hand on Yang Inflammation's shoulder when he was burned by Yang Kai's demonic flame. He hurriedly pulled back his hand, but the devil flame spread to his arm at an extremely fast speed. This person was also decisive. He pulled out a long sword and directly cut off his own arm. He would rather cut off his own arm than let the demonic flame burn his body. His two companions had been burned to death like this, so how could he not understand the horror of this demonic flame? After cutting off his own arm, he tried to escape without looking back, but to his despair, another mass of black flame suddenly appeared in front of him and slammed directly into his face. Cold and hot simultaneously, the cultivator instantly realized that his face was no longer there. Using his remaining hand, he scratched desperately, trying to get rid of the flames, but to no avail. His face was scratched to pieces and the flames quickly burned his entire body, causing him to twitch and twitch uncontrollably. It was obvious that he would not survive. Yang Kai turned his head and looked into the distance. The bald middle-aged man had taken Su Tianze and fled at the same time as the other two people. Su Tianze, who was being carried on his shoulder, was still shouting loudly, wanting Yang Kai to pay the price and so on. Yang Kai's figure flashed and was about to chase after them, but who would have thought that a pulling force would drag him from behind? Only then did he remember that Yang Inflammation had been holding on to his clothes. From the strength of this pulling force, it seemed that Yang Inflammation had used even more strength. Looking back at her, he was shocked to find that Yang Inflammation's face was extremely pale. Her spirit was quite weak, and her tender body was trembling, like a quail that had nowhere to hide in the cold winter. Yang Inflammation. Yang Kai was shocked. He thought that Yang Inflammation had been secretly poisoned by these people, so he didn't care about killing them all. Yang Kai himself wasn't in the cave, but his divine sense was constantly monitoring it, fearing that Yang Inflammation would have an accident, or that Su Tianze would find someone to take revenge on Yang Inflammation and disturb her artifact refining. Yang Inflammation was now refining the origin-grade defensive artifact that Yang Kai had requested. At such a critical moment, Yang Kai would not allow any accidents to occur. Time passed day by day, and everything was peaceful. One day, Yang Kai was meditating when a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "I've recovered." Hearing this voice, Yang Kai was overjoyed and immediately realized that the divine tree had woken up. Last time on Rainfall Star, in order to expel the profound Yin sunflower water from Shueyu's body, Yang Kai had used the divine tree's power, causing it to consume too much energy and fall into a deep sleep. Now, several years later, the divine tree had finally woken up. How do you feel? Yang Kai immediately sent a message. Not bad. It's just that you don't seem to have changed much. Did I only sleep for a short time? The divine tree was puzzled. When Yang Kai borrowed its power, he was a third-order saint, and now he was still a third-order saint. His cultivation hadn't improved much, which was not in line with Yang Kai's aptitude. It's been several years, I don't know exactly how long. Then how did you? There was an accident. Yang Kai chuckled and told the divine tree about what happened in the body-tempering divine pond. Yang Kai didn't hide anything from this yang attribute divine tree that had its own consciousness. Its consciousness was something he had stimulated, so it had a great deal of dependence on him. Although it was a tree, it was somewhat like a companion to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had always remembered the promise he had made to it, which was to find a suitable place for it to take root and recuperate. However, for so many years, he had been constantly running around without much time to settle down. Although he had visited many places, he had never found a suitable place, and the divine tree had never urged him, causing Yang Kai to blush with shame. Oh, you mean to say that although your realm hasn't changed much, you've obtained a mysterious golden blood? The divine tree seemed to be very interested in his golden blood. Do you want to try? Good. Yang Kai immediately squeezed out a drop of golden blood and dropped it into the demon mystic tome, where it was absorbed by the divine tree. A moment later, Yang Kai's expression became one of surprise. Although Yang Kai did not know what had happened to the divine tree after absorbing his drop of golden blood, there was a close connection between him and the divine tree, one that was even firmer than before, allowing them to communicate with each other much more easily than before. Yang Kai immersed himself in this and could even feel the joy and excitement of the divine tree. Its broad branches and leaves were constantly shaking, as if it had been greatly nourished, sending out an extremely satisfied message to his soul. After a long time, the divine tree let out a long sigh of relief and said excitedly, "The vitality contained in your golden blood is too great, and it seems that without the previous restriction of yang liquid, this golden blood can be absorbed by any attribute world spirit treasure, enhancing their vitality and greatly shortening their growth cycle." Previously, yang liquid could only be used on yang attribute spirit grasses and spirit medicines, but golden blood was different. There was no such restriction at all, because the vitality contained in golden blood could be absorbed by any spirit grass or spirit medicine. The divine tree had originally borne several dozen small fruits, which Yang Kai had eaten a long time ago, and contained a large amount of yang attribute energy. Chapter 11:14. For drops of golden blood. If Yang Kai had relied on meditation to cultivate, he would have had to meditate for 12 months, which was a full year, before he could condense these 4 drops of golden blood with his accumulated Saint Qi. The divine tree absorbed them all in just a moment. Just as Yang Kai was about to ask about the situation, the divine tree sent him a message. I seem to be going to sleep again. What do you mean? Yang Kai was shocked, wondering if the vitality contained in the golden blood was so strong that even the divine tree couldn't bear it. This is a good thing. I think that after I wake up, I will break through. You don't have to worry about that. If you have time, take a look at those 2 pitch-black stones. They seem to be a bit strange, the divine tree said before falling into a deep sleep. No matter how Yang Kai called out, there was no response. The divine tree can also break through? Yang Kai's expression became strange, but since the divine tree said so, it shouldn't be wrong. Yang Kai couldn't help looking forward to it, wondering what kind of changes the divine tree would undergo after it woke up again. What Yang Kai cared about now was the last words the divine tree said before it fell asleep, asking him to take a look at the 2 pitch-black stones. Only then did Yang Kai remember that it had been a long time since he had paid any attention to these 2 strange pitch-black round stones. Ever since he had spent a lot of Saint crystals on Water Moon Star to purchase countless rare ores as nutrients for them, he had completely forgotten about these 2 pitch-black round stones. Quickly immersing himself in the demon mystic tome, Yang Kai began examining them. At first glance, Yang Kai was dumbfounded. The mountain-like pile of rare ores had all disappeared at this moment. The essence of these ores had obviously been absorbed by the two pitch-black round stones, leaving only some impurities behind. Among these impurities, there was a fairly obvious vitality that Yang Kai could even hear a strong heartbeat. What's going on? Yang Kai pushed aside the impurities and immediately saw the two pitch-black round stones. These two stones were now somewhat different. Both stones exuded a vigorous vitality, but only one of them was giving off a heartbeat. Are these things alive? Yang Kai couldn't believe his eyes and quickly took out the two pitch-black round stones and placed them in front of him. He looked at it carefully and was soon shocked. The pitch-black round stone that emitted the heartbeat was wriggling slowly inside, as if there was a living creature wrapped in it. The clear lines on the surface of the round stone were as complicated as the meridians of the human body. It looked like the protruding belly of a pregnant woman, and within that belly was a new life. The other piece was different. It did not have the sound of a heartbeat, but the vitality it exuded was just as strong. Yang Kai stared blankly, not knowing what to do. Although he had owned these two pitch-black round stones for many years, he still knew nothing about their secrets. He immediately recalled what Guizhu had said to him on the floating continent. Take good care of them. You'll be surprised one day. Guizhu was an Origin King realm master who had lived for 2,000 years, and was extremely knowledgeable. He clearly knew what these two pitch-black round stones were, but at that time, Yang Kai's relationship with him was not very harmonious, so Yang Kai did not ask about them. Guizhu also did not take the initiative to tell him, so even now, Yang Kai was still confused about them. These two pitch-black round stones were brought over from Tongxian realm. Since Guizhu recognized them, it meant that they were originally products of Star Field, but Yang Kai did not know how they had ended up in Tongxian realm. Since the appearance of this little stone golem, Yang Kai had been studying its secrets. Several days had passed, but the little guy hadn't grown up at all. On the other hand, it was very interested in the location of Yang Yin. When Yang Kai wasn't paying attention, it would try to run in that direction, as if there was something there that attracted it. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only order it not to approach the cave. After a few days of observation, Yang Kai also discovered a problem. Although this little stone golem showed signs of life and could be regarded as a kind of living creature, it didn't have much ability to think. Unlike the divine tree, this little stone golem's intelligence was very low and everything it did relied on instinct to act. Other than that, it only obeyed Yang Kai's orders. Chapter 11:15. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because it had absorbed the golden blood, but the little stone man was absolutely obedient to Yang Kai, carrying out all of his orders meticulously. However, even if Yang Kai wanted to communicate with it, he couldn't. He had hoped that the little stone man would evolve his own sentience like the divine tree, but looking at the current situation, this was somewhat impossible. It was more like a puppet with a life of its own. A few days later, Yang Kai discovered that the little stone man had a very strange ability, which was to dig holes in the ground. The speed at which the little stone man dug holes in the mountain was incredible. Yang Kai had discovered this by accident. Because of his orders, the little stone man didn't dare to approach the cave where Yang Inflammation was, but for some reason, it always wanted to drill deeper into the ground. In just a breath of time, it had drilled several dozen meters into the ground, and no matter how hard the ground was, it couldn't stop its progress. Yang Kai also experimented with some hard ores and found that no matter how hard the ores were, the little stone man could easily drill a large hole in them. This ability was quite good, but Yang Kai didn't understand why it had such an ability. Looking at its square head, Yang Kai really couldn't figure out how it was able to do this. Yang Kai originally thought that there might be some kind of rare ore in the ground that attracted the little stone man, but after careful investigation, Yang Kai rejected this idea. On the entire Dragon Cave Mountain, there were no spirit grasses, spirit medicines, or valuable ores. Before Yang Kai arranged the spirit array, aside from its beautiful scenery, It was nothing but a barren mountain. Even now, the only difference was that the world energy aura here was slightly richer than elsewhere, but there wasn't anything special about it. As long as Dragon Cave Mountain wasn't emptied out, Yongkai didn't bother with this little guy. It had only been able to break out of its shell because he had inadvertently obtained a blood essence stone, but the little stone man wrapped in a pitch-black round stone wasn't so lucky. If Yongkai wanted it to come out, he would probably need to find another blood essence stone. However, this kind of thing was really too rare. Yongkai had been in Star Territory for some time now, but he had never heard of anyone possessing a blood essence stone. It seemed that even in Star Territory, blood essence stones were rare goods. On this day, Yongkai was meditating when he suddenly felt a shocking energy fluctuation from the cave. This energy fluctuation disappeared in a flash, and in the next moment, Yang Inflammation's triumphant laughter reached his ears. Success? Yongkai's expression filled with joy, and he quickly rushed into the cave. Inside the stone room, the human-sized furnace was still exuding an astonishing amount of heat. Yang Inflammation stood in place with her clothes dripping wet. It was obvious that she had expended a great deal of effort to refine this artifact, and was sweating profusely. Even her hair was disheveled, making her look like a madwoman. The black robe she was wearing had been taken off at some point, leaving her in only a thin gauze skirt. Her clothes were soaked in sweat and stuck tightly to her body. When Yongkai rushed in, the first thing he saw was not his artifact, but an extremely alluring figure. Her round buttocks were ridiculously perky, as if a pair of big hands were holding them up, giving her an enchanting demeanor. The exaggerated curve of her waist was captivating while her lower abdomen was flat and smooth. Through her wet clothes, Yongkai could clearly see the shape and color of the undergarments Yang Inflammation was wearing. If it weren't for you rushing me this time, I could have refined it even better, but it doesn't matter. Origin grade low rank is only its temporary grade. And, if you can find better ores in the future, I can refine it even more and raise its grade. I'm talking to you, are you listening? What are you looking at? Yang Inflammation didn't know why Yongkai was showing such an absent-minded look, but when he looked down, he immediately understood why Yongkai was like this. Her cheeks, which had been flushed red from the high temperature, suddenly became even redder, as if blood was about to drip from them. After 3 breaths, a scream rang out from the cave as Yang Inflammation squatted on the ground, holding her arms across her chest to block the exposed spring scenery, glaring at Yongkai bitterly as she cursed. Rogue, shameless, shameless. I worked so hard to refine this artifact for you, yet you actually. She felt wronged. Yongkai just grinned and didn't say anything. After she cursed a few more times, Yongkai said, "There's a pool over there. The water is from a mountain stream. Go wash yourself." "I know." Yang Inflammation bit her red lips and hugged herself tightly, urging, "Get out." Good, I'll go." Yongkai nodded quickly, but before he could leave, a rustling sound came from under Yang Inflammation's feet. Immediately, a small hole appeared in the ground and a gray head poked out. On this slightly square head, a pair of eyes stared blankly at Yang Inflammation. "Yeah." Yang Inflammation screamed even louder, slapping the small gray head into the hole before jumping up like a frightened rabbit and directly into Yongkai's arms. With a soft and warm body in his arms, and 2 full breasts pressing against him, Yongkai suddenly felt a little restless. What made him feel the most speechless was that Yang Inflammation's 2 legs actually wrapped around his waist. He knew she was timid, but it seemed he had overestimated her courage. She seemed to be extremely scared, her tender body trembling as she hugged Yongkai tightly, constantly looking back, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. After discovering that there was nothing in the hole, she couldn't help but ask, "What was that? What was that? I felt like it was looking at me just now." Yongkai didn't know how to explain this. The little stone man, who was usually very obedient, had actually run into the cave on his own today, and had even drilled out of the ground. No wonder Yang Yan had been scared half to death. "Is it gone?" Yang Inflammation asked again. "It's gone." "Is it really gone?" She released her divine sense, and found that there really wasn't anything there. Only then did she let out a heavy sigh. Coming back to her senses, She was stunned to find herself hugging Kai Yang's neck, hanging from his body in an unsightly manner. Their two bodies were tightly pressed together, their lower abdomens pressed against each other's lower abdomen, and a fiery hot breath rushed towards her. Young Inflammation felt like she was about to smoke. She had never been so close to a man before. She didn't know why, but the blood in her body started to flow quickly, and the thumping sound of her heartbeat came from her chest. It was even more intense than the beating of a war drum, and the breath that rushed towards her made her feel like she was suffocating. She couldn't wait to drill into the small hole that had appeared in the ground and never come out again. In particular, Yang Kai's strange smile made her feel even more ashamed. You put me down. Young Inflammations had almost touched her chest as she weakly shouted. I'm not hugging you. Yang Kai spread out his hands. Young Inflammation was ashamed and angry. She found that it was because her hands were hugging Yang Kai's neck, and her legs were riding on his waist that the two of them were so close. She quickly let go of her hands and feet, and fell to the ground. She couldn't help but cry out. Are you all right? Yang Kai looked at her speechlessly. He was too embarrassed to pull her up. This woman was not only timid, but also thin-skinned. Even if he pulled her, she probably wouldn't get up. I'm fine. Young Inflammation curled up into a ball and really didn't get up. She covered her face and said, Can you go out first? I want to wash the dust off my body. Oh. Yang Kai nodded. Holding back his laughter, he turned and walked out. Outside the cave, the little stone golem was swaying back and forth as if it was drunk. It accidentally tripped over its right leg and fell flat on its face. Struggling to get up, he raised his head and stared at Yang Kai innocently. Good job. Kai Yang suddenly discovered that this little guy's facial features were delicate and pretty, and he was smart and witty. Where was his previous foolish appearance? Chapter 11:16. Yang Kai waited outside for a while, thinking about how to resolve the awkwardness between him and Young Inflammation. Yang Kai was a man with thick skin, so he didn't care about this kind of thing and could simply laugh it off, but Young Inflammation was different. At a glance, he could tell she was an inexperienced woman who had never been so intimate with a man before. Shuiyu, on the other hand, was completely different. Even if Yang Kai was hugging her naked, Shuiyu would still be able to remain calm and negotiate with him. They were two completely different types of women. If because of this incident, Young Inflammation was too embarrassed to see him again, or if she ran away in anger, what would he do? If he lost the materials, Yang Kai wouldn't feel distressed, but he couldn't lose Young Inflammation. She was a rare talent. Yang Kai had only arrived on Shadowed Star recently, so he didn't know many people. If he really wanted to use this place as a springboard to spread his name across the entire territory of Shadowed Star, relying on brute force alone wouldn't be enough. He needed to gather some rare talents to act as a backup. Should I apologize and say some sweet words to her? Yang Kai hesitated. Young Inflammation was a simple girl, so he estimated that a few sweet words would be enough to make her let go of the grudge in her heart. But Yang Kai was also worried that this little girl would misunderstand and hurt her feelings. Yang Kai scratched his head. Just as he was struggling, Young Inflammation, who had just washed her body and was wearing a black robe, suddenly ran out of the cave and ran straight towards him. Yang Kai, come with me. Young Inflammation's face flashed an indescribable light, seemingly both excited and nervous. Rushing over to Yang Kai, she grabbed his hand and dragged him into the cave in a hurry. What's wrong? Yang Kai was stunned. He hadn't expected Young Inflammation to not mention what had just happened. This was really unexpected. He even thought Young Inflammation would hide in the cave and not see him for a few days. I think I found something. Come and take a look. She couldn't explain it clearly. She pulled Yang Kai into the cave and went to the place where they were just now. She pointed at the small hole in the ground and said, Did you see anything here? Did you see clearly what that thing that scared me was? Seeing her staring at the small hole with a pair of beautiful eyes, even using her divine sense to explore it, Yang Kai's heart trembled. Do you know it? If Young Inflammation didn't know, he wouldn't have such a reaction. I might know him. Yang Yin nodded. But it might not be what I think it is. Can you track the location of that creature through this small hole? If you can catch it, I can study it carefully. What do you think it is? Young Kai hurriedly asked. Young Inflammation shook her head and frowned. Before I saw it clearly, I wasn't sure. I just caught a glimpse of it. After thinking about it carefully, I felt that it was somewhat similar. Can you track it or not? There's no need to track it. Don't. Young Inflammation misunderstood Young Kai's meaning. She grabbed his arm and shook it, begging, "Help me track it. I'm really curious about it. If you can help me track it, I. Young Inflammation's face turned red as if she remembered something shameful. She hesitated for a long time before gritting her teeth and saying, "I won't pursue what happened just now. I'm not responsible for what happened just now." Young Kai was speechless. He thought that women were really unreasonable. Young Inflammation pursed her lips. Although she knew that Young Kai wasn't responsible for what happened just now, she was the one who jumped into Young Kai's arms and refused to let go. But after all, she was taken advantage of. Thinking about it made her feel wronged. Just help me this time. Young Inflammation caught the little stone man with both hands and glared at Young Kai fiercely, as if blaming him for being so rude. Suddenly, she put on a gentle face and held the little stone man in front of her, examining it from head to toe. In the face of this woman who had inexplicably slapped him, the little stone man seemed to be a little afraid. He stood up several times and wanted to return to Young Kai, but Young Kai had no choice but to give him an order to calm him down. It's a blood essence stone, there's no mistaking it. This really is the Stone Clan. Heavens, didn't they say this race was extinct? How could they still be alive? Young Inflammation observed for a while, and excitedly muttered to herself, holding the little stone man tightly, unwilling to let go. Young Kai's face went black as he took the little stone man back from her hands. "I haven't seen it yet, let me take a look again." At this moment, Young Inflammation didn't care about the previous embarrassing matter with Young Kai. Her whole mind was attracted by the little stone man, as if it had a strong attraction to this woman. "Since you recognize it, tell me clearly. After you tell me clearly, you can study it however you want." Young Kai was still waiting for her answer. "You have it, but you don't know what it is?" Young Inflammation looked at Young Kai in surprise. "Why should I know?" Young Kai looked at her indifferently. Young Inflammation's mouth twitched, as if she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. After holding back for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, "God is really unfair. Why do you have this kind of thing? Why isn't it mine?" After feeling indignant for a while, she took the initiative to explain, "It's from the Stone Clan. I've already heard you say that the Stone Clan is a race, right?" "Yes." Young Inflammation nodded. "It's also called the Stone Mongoose. Since you have it, you should know that its intelligence is very low, right? It can be said that it has almost no intelligence, and its actions are completely based on its instincts and the orders of the person who subdued it. So even if it is a kind of creature, it can be considered a race, but it is still a kind of puppet." Young Kai gently nodded, knowing that Young Inflammation was right. After these days of research, his findings were exactly the same as Young Inflammation's. They can only be born under a very special condition. Their initial form is a kind of pitch-black round stone. They are wrapped in the round stone and have no fluctuations of life, but as long as they absorb enough mineral essence, they will slowly grow until they are fully mature. And you can think of them as eggs, but it's not quite the same. And in order for them to break out of their shells, they need something, and that is the blood essence stone. The blood essence stone is the heart of the Stone Clan. Without the blood essence stone, no matter how healthy the Stone Clan is, it can't truly live. This little thing has a blood essence stone in its heart, so I can be sure that it is from the Stone Clan. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, the blood essence stone was the heart of this little guy. The Stone Clan is very few in number, but the role they can play is unimaginable, so a long time ago, as long as a Stone Clan member appeared, they would attract the pursuit of countless people. All of them wanted to capture this Stone Clan member and turn it into their own stone mongoose. "What role does it play?" Young Kai asked quickly. Yang Inflammation chuckled. Their growth depends on absorbing a lot of mineral essence, so they are very sensitive to rare minerals. As long as there is a good mine nearby, they will immediately discover it. Don't you think its usefulness is great? With a stone mongoose, one can obtain all kinds of mineral lodes that are unknown to others. Mineral lodes that an origin king can't find can't escape its detection. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he couldn't help looking at this little guy, thinking that it wasn't completely useless. Although it had a silly appearance, he hadn't expected it to have such an ability. Seeing the disappointed expression on Yang Inflammation's face, Yang Kai lightly coughed and said proudly, "Although it only listens to my orders, if you want to use it for artifact refining, I can lend it to you. In any case, I don't know how to refine artifacts." "Really?" Yang Inflammation immediately smiled and clapped her hands. "Great! With this, I can refine your artifact refining to origin grade mid-rank. The artifacts I refine will also be of the highest quality. Big brother Yang Kai, you're too kind. I'm so happy to follow you." She was extremely satisfied. "Come on, let me see how it quenches ores." Yang Kai's curiosity was piqued. Just now, he had heard Yang Inflammation say it was one thing, but now he wanted to see it with his own eyes. "It's very simple, just watch," Yang Inflammation said as she took out an origin grade ore from her space ring. This was a piece of celestial blue stone the size of a human head. Yang Kai had bought it from Heavenly Fate City last time, and had asked her to refine an origin grade artifact with it. "Little guy, come here, elder sister has something delicious to eat." Yang Inflammation held the celestial blue stone and waved to the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose immediately jumped out of Yang Kai's hand, and onto the celestial blue stone. Yang Kai only heard a series of crunching sounds as the celestial blue stone was eaten clean by the stone mongoose in less than a breath of time. Its belly didn't grow at all, just like before. Yang Kai was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "So fast." Yang Inflammation was also very excited. Although she knew the secrets of the stone mongoose, this was the first time she had seen a living creature. After the stone mongoose finished eating the celestial blue stone, she put it on the ground. "What about now?" Yang Kai asked. "Wait a moment." So the two of them paid close attention to the stone mongoose's movements. Soon, Yang Kai noticed that the stone mongoose's surface had dimmed a little, as if something had seeped out of its body and covered its originally smooth stone body. After a while, the stone mongoose became gray and lusterless. It shook its body gently, and the gray stone covering its body immediately fell off, falling to the ground and breaking into countless pieces. Yang Inflammation explained, "This is the impurities contained inside the celestial blue stone. All of its essence has been condensed out by it." After saying that, she turned to the stone mongoose and said in a pleasant tone, "Hurry up and spit it out." The stone mongoose stood there in a daze, unmoved. Yang Inflammation knew that her order had no effect, so she could only look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and immediately gave the stone mongoose an order. In the next moment, the stone mongoose opened its mouth and magically spat out a fist-sized piece of ore without any impurities. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and Yang Inflammation was about to reach out to grab it. It used to stay inside that pitch-black round stone, but recently it has been running underground. Yang Inflammation couldn't help gulping as she asked weakly, "You mean?" Yang Kai took a deep breath and answered her with an affirmative look. Yang Inflammation covered her mouth, afraid that she would accidentally scream. A few hundred fist-sized space spirit crystals had already shocked her enough, but now she had learned such incredible information. Suddenly, she looked at Yang Kai with tears in her eyes. "Yang Kai, you won't kill me to silence me, right?" Chapter 11:18. In this world, in order to keep a secret, it was normal to kill and silence someone's family. Yang Yin had seen Yang Kai's ferocious killing intent. A First Order Saint King cultivator was nothing in front of him. She knew very well that if Yang Kai really wanted to kill her, with the strange power of his demonic flame, even if she had many artifacts, she might not be able to block it. At this moment, Yang Yan regretted knowing this big secret. Yang Kai glared at her. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yang Yan immediately laughed. "I knew you weren't such a person. Quickly put away these space spirit crystals. It won't be good if someone else sees them." Yang Kai nodded and quickly put the hundreds of space spirit crystals into his demon mystic tome. Even now he was still in a bit of a daze. If these space spirit crystals were really mined by the stone mongoose recently, then the only possibility was under Dragon Cave Mountain, because the stone mongoose had always run underground. But what Yang Kai couldn't understand was that he had clearly carefully investigated the situation underground, but hadn't found any mineral lodes at all. If there really was a dark space stone mineral lode here, it was impossible for Wu Yi's Haiku family not to know about it. After all, this family had been rooted here for countless years. It was necessary to clarify this matter. Yang Kai reached out and picked up the stone mongoose before turning to Yang Yan and saying, "Come with me." Yang Yan didn't ask any questions, seemingly knowing what Yang Kai wanted to do, and quickly followed behind him, a look of expectation on her pretty face. After leaving the cave, the two quickly arrived at a mountain valley more than 10 kilometers away. After finding a secluded spot, Yang Kai put down the stone mongoose and gave it a command to dig deeper. The stone mongoose soon disappeared, leaving only a small hole big enough for one person to pass through. In the past, the stone mongoose could only dig a small hole, but this time, Yang Kai had no choice but to make the hole bigger because he wanted to investigate underground. Yang Inflammation was even more excited. His little face was red as he stood by the side without saying a word, waiting to go down with Yang Kai. Half an hour later, Yang Kai winked at Yang Yan and jumped into the deep pit in front of him. It had to be said that the stone mongoose's cave was a masterpiece. It was cylindrical, and the tunnel was extremely smooth, as if it had been polished with some kind of tool. After Yang Kai jumped in, he didn't encounter any resistance at all. He slid down without any hindrance. The tunnel was very deep, and it was hard to imagine that it had only taken an hour to dig it out. Yang Kai had learned a lot about the stone mongoose's abilities. After sliding down for the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai suddenly felt that he had reached the end of the tunnel. For no reason, he had an illusion that he was falling from a high altitude. He quickly stabilized his body, and in the next moment his feet touched the ground. He heard a rapid crunching sound. Without looking, Yang Kai knew that it was the sound of the stone mongoose gnawing on ore. He took out a strange stone used for illumination and held it up high. Before he had time to look around, Yang Inflammation's cry of alarm came from above his head. "Yang Kai, help me, I'm stuck." Yang Kai looked up and his face darkened. Yang Inflammation was indeed stuck. She was stuck by a pair of huge weapons in front of her chest. Her lower body was hanging above Yang Kai's head. Her legs were constantly kicking, but her upper body was still stuck in the tunnel. He reached out and grabbed her ankle and pulled her down hard. As Yang Inflammation screamed, he pulled her down. "It hurts." As soon as Yang Yan landed, she clutched her chest with both hands and rubbed them vigorously as she stared at Yang Kai with tears in her eyes, as if blaming him for not knowing how to show her tenderness towards the fairer sex. There was no time to find trouble with Yang Kai. Using the light emitted by the illuminating stone, Yang Inflammation was able to clearly see the situation around her. She immediately froze in place, her mouth forming a circle as her tender body trembled, immediately forgetting the pain of her breasts being rubbed against. Yang Kai also seemed to have received a huge shock, constantly turning his head to look around, his heart filled with excitement. The two of them were now in an underground cave. This cave should have been recently excavated by the stone mongoose. It was only a few dozen meters in length and width, but under the light of the illuminating stone, the surrounding cave walls reflected a dizzying light. Large and small pieces of space spirit crystal, bright and dark in color, were embedded in the sides of the cave as if they were worthless. Between these space spirit crystals, there were also dark space stones of little value. Inside the underground cave, there was only the sound of the two people breathing heavily, and the sound of the stone mongoose gnawing on the oars. After a long time, young Inflammation suddenly let out a roar and rushed over to a millstone-sized piece of space spirit crystal that had not yet been excavated at an incredible speed, directly pouncing on it, a satisfied expression on her face as she let out a meow like a cat. It couldn't be said that young Inflammation was inexperienced, but Yang Kai's mood was not much worse than hers. He had never expected that in this Dragon Cave Mountain, where there were no spirit grasses or spirit medicines, there would actually be such a rich space spirit crystal mine. Judging from the situation of this lode, it could no longer be called a dark space stone lode, because almost half of it was filled with space spirit crystals. It was fully qualified to be called a space spirit crystal lode, as it was no longer a companion of dark space stone. Yang Kai immediately understood why he hadn't been able to detect the situation here. Firstly, this place was too deep, so Yang Kai hadn't been able to investigate it too carefully. Secondly, there were simply too many space spirit crystals here. This kind of rare mineral was the main material used to make space rings, and it had the function of shielding one's divine sense from detection. If this wasn't the case, one would be able to see what was inside a space ring with a single sweep of their divine sense. The huge number of space spirit crystals here isolated Yang Kai's divine sense from probing, so it was naturally perfectly hidden. Even Yang Kai's divine sense couldn't detect this secret, so the Haiku family naturally couldn't. It was laughable that as the masters of this place, they were sitting on a mountain of treasures but were completely unaware of it. You don't want to be trapped on Shadowed Star for the rest of your life, do you? Young Inflammation observed Yang Kai's expression and quickly struck while the iron was hot. There are many wonderful things out there that we haven't seen yet. I heard that there are Origin King Realm Masters in Shadowed Star's territory, and there are many Origin King grade materials there. With those materials, I can refine Origin King grade artifacts. When the time comes, I can help you refine an artifact of that grade. Even if you stand there and act as a target for others, you won't be injured. This little girl actually knows how to tempt me with benefits. However, it was undeniable that Yang Kai was really tempted. He wasn't tempted because of Yang Inflammation's unsecured promise, but because of his family and friends on Tongxian Realm. If Yang Inflammation could really develop a space array that could teleport between cultivation stars, after he gained a foothold in Shadowed Star's territory, he could bring his family and friends to Shadowed Star's territory and let them enjoy the rich cultivation resources here. I can boldly say that in the entire territory of the star, there are no more than 20 cultivators who understand how to use the Tao of Space, and among these 20, only a few can use it against their enemies. What are you doing? Young Inflammation turned her head and found that Yang Kai was actually holding a piece of space spirit crystal that had been tempered by the stone mongoose and couldn't help laughing. You don't want to absorb the power of this space spirit crystal, do you? There's no need to try. If you don't understand the Tao of Space, you won't be able to absorb it, but if you do understand the Tao of Space, do you know why those people don't have a deep understanding of the Tao of Space? First, they don't know how to use space spirit crystals to cultivate, and second, because there are too few space spirit crystals, they can't use them to cultivate. This kind of cultivation is simply burning money, something most people can't afford. Saying so, Young Inflammation closed her mouth and her eyes widened as she stared incredulously at the space spirit crystal in Yang Kai's hand. She seemed to have discovered that an obscure energy was overflowing from this space spirit crystal, and then being absorbed into Yang Kai's body. Thinking it was just an illusion, she couldn't help paying closer attention to it. There was indeed energy flowing out of the space spirit crystal, like a trickling stream, into Yang Kai's body. This wasn't an illusion. Young Inflammation was shocked. Is it really possible? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. In his research of the Tao of Space, Yang Kai had always relied on the void's turbulence, but studying there was not only dangerous, but also very little benefit. Since leaving the floating continent, Yang Kai had stopped doing so because he found that his mastery of the Tao of Space had reached a bottleneck, so there was no point in doing so. Today, after listening to Young Inflammation's words, Yang Kai couldn't help giving it a try, and the results were surprisingly good. Space spirit crystals could really be used for cultivation to enhance one's mastery of the Tao of space. You understand the Tao of space? Young Inflammation couldn't help screaming. I'm one of the 20 people you mentioned. Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully. Heavens, what kind of monster are you? Young Inflammation's beautiful face paled. She had never expected to meet such a person. Yang Kai's mastery of the Tao of space was even more incredible than her being an origin-grade artifact refiner. Same here, we both have secrets. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Good, I'm going to cultivate for a while. You can mine space spirit crystals yourself. However much you mine is yours. When the time comes, just ask the stone mongoose to refine it for you. Saying so, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to Young Inflammation and began cultivating with the space spirit crystal. Young Inflammation was lost in thought for a while before shaking her head. The more she interacted with this man, the more she couldn't understand him. However, seeing Yang Kai not putting up any defenses against her made Young Inflammation feel very gratified. So she didn't bother him anymore and instead walked over to the stone mongoose and began mining with it. The energy in space spirit crystals was somewhat similar to that in saint crystals, but as Young Inflammation said, not everyone could absorb it. Even Yang Kai couldn't absorb any energy from space spirit crystals without using his space force, but once he did, Yang Kai could feel an incomparably wondrous feeling overflowing from space spirit crystals and flowing into his body. This kind of energy was different from Saint Chi and had no effect on the strength of one's physical body, but as his strength increased, Yang Kai clearly felt that his understanding of the Tao of space was becoming clearer and more proficient. In the past, when Yang Kai was immersed in the void, it was like rowing a boat against the current. It was very difficult, with all kinds of troubles lingering in his mind and blocking his path. Often it would take a lot of effort and time just to comprehend some clues. But now it was different. Yang Kai had never experienced such a feeling before. The mysteries of the Tao of space seemed to have opened up wide, allowing him to freely explore them and pry into all kinds of secrets. Yang Kai never knew that cultivating the mysteries of the Tao of space could be so simple and easy. Extremely excited, Yang Kai began cultivating, forgetting everything around him. But soon, Yang Kai discovered a problem. Indeed, as Young Inflammation had said before, this kind of cultivation was simply a super prodigal act. The consumption of space spirit crystals was much faster than saint crystals. A single piece of high-rank saint crystal could be used by Yang Kai to cultivate for 2 hours before completely absorbing the energy inside it. However, a fist-sized piece of space spirit crystal that had been refined by the stone mongoose only lasted less than an hour before disappearing. In a single day, Yang Kai would consume more than a dozen pieces of refined space spirit crystal essence, which amounted to at least several 100,000 high-rank saint crystals. Who could afford such a price? Even a behemoth like Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce would not be able to afford it. If Yang Kai continued to cultivate like this, he would sooner or later go bankrupt. Fortunately, the stone mongoose had discovered such a large space spirit crystal mine, and fortunately Wui had given him this mountain to live on. Yang Kai felt extremely grateful. Time flew by, and 10 days later, Yang Kai had consumed nearly 200 pieces of space spirit crystal, more than half of what the stone mongoose had brought back last time. Fortunately, over the past 10 days or so, the stone puppet had been constantly mining, and now the underground cave had become much larger, several times larger than before. Feeling Yang Kai's summons, the stone mongoose walked over, opened its mouth, and placed a few hundred more refined space spirit crystals in front of Yang Kai. Young Inflammation couldn't bear to look at Yang Kai. She felt that Yang Kai was an evil slave master while the stone mongoose was a poor little slave who had worked so hard to collect space spirit crystals only to be exploited by Yang Kai. Putting the several hundred space spirit crystals into the demon mystic tome, Yang Kai began cultivating again. He felt that his understanding of the Tao of space had taken a great leap forward, and although he had not tested it yet, he estimated that now that he could tear space, the distance he could move was definitely more than 1,000 kilometers. On this day, the space spirit crystal in Yang Kai's hand disappeared again. Slowly opening his eyes, He saw Yang Inflammation looking at him with a pained expression. Yang Kai's expression changed as he turned his eyes to the side where a large group of people was rapidly flying towards them. The blue lights of star shuttles streaked across the sky like meteors. Yu Feng's face darkened as he couldn't help but sigh, knowing that the young lady's efforts had been in vain. Taking advantage of the fact that these people hadn't yet arrived, he quickly reminded, "Brother Yang, didn't you beat up one of the Su family's young masters some time ago?" Yang Kai thought to himself, "Not only did I beat up their young master, but I also killed a few people. Why haven't I heard Yu Feng mention this before?" Yu Feng smiled bitterly and raised his hand to point. "The Su family's people are looking for you." "How is the Su family compared to your Haiku family?" Yang Kai asked. "They're about the same. Both are peripheral families of Shadow Moon Hall and aren't worth mentioning. But our Haiku family has a lot of business dealings with the Su family, so our relationship is quite good. On top of that, Yang Kai, you're not a member of our Haiku family, so the family's elders won't protect you. Even our young lady can't protect you. You're too reckless." Yu Feng sighed again. Although he was criticizing Yang Kai, he didn't immediately draw a clear line between him and Yang Kai. Just as these people were about to arrive, Yu Feng intentionally or unintentionally stood in front of Yang Kai and Yang Inflammation. This action greatly improved Yang Kai's impression of Yu Feng, so he stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, comforting him. "Brother Yu doesn't need to worry. If they don't find trouble with me, I won't mind, but if they do, I don't mind making sure they never leave." Yu Feng turned around in amazement and stared at Yang Kai in amazement, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head and sighed. Young man, huh? He obviously felt that Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. Although the Su family, like the Haiku family, was a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall, it was still a family. Even if it didn't have an origin-returning realm master, it still had a few Saint Kings. Yang Kai was just a third-order Saint cultivator, so how could he compete with such a force? Moreover, the family had no intention of sheltering Yang Kai at all. Not only that, because of the trade relationship with the Su family, the family's elders had even forced the young lady to reveal Yang Kai's whereabouts, eager to quickly deliver Yang Kai to the Su family, so as not to ruin the friendship between the two families. If it weren't for the young lady delaying him for so long, Su Feng wouldn't have been able to arrive here ahead of time, but now that he had failed, he suddenly felt that he had failed to live up to the young lady's expectations, causing him to feel extremely guilty. Young man, don't be so arrogant. This old master wants to see how you'll make us unable to return." Wu grit her teeth and said, "Senior, as far as I know, last time Su Tianze brought people here and tried to harm Sister Yang Inflammation, so Yang Kai fought back, right?" She had heard the general story of what happened from the Su family when she was with the family, but there were many doubts and loopholes in it. Without even mentioning how Yang Kai, a third-order Saint cultivator, could seriously injure Su Tianze while under the protection of Chou Yuan. Why didn't Chou Yuan avenge their young master at that time? Instead, why did he return to the Su family and bring back so many powerful helpers? Wu thought that this was a play directed by the Su family, but as for their purpose, she couldn't figure it out. Su Jishen taking action to kill Chou Yuan also confused her greatly. But in any case, she couldn't just sit back and watch Yang Kai be bullied. So what if she is? Su Jishen coldly snorted. "Tianze is my Su family's young master. Being able to take a liking to a little girl like her is her blessing." Not only did she not cherish him, she even dared to resist, simply not putting my Su family in her eyes. What kind of logic is this? Does your Su family have to obey whoever it fancies? Wu was also a little annoyed, not because of anything else, but simply because Yang Inflammation was a woman, and she was also a woman. What she couldn't stand the most was those vicious dogs who bullied others and oppressed others. In this world there were many innocent girls who had been defiled by people like Su Tianze. Not to mention whether or not Su Tianze had been beaten into an idiot by Yang Kai. Even if he was, Wu Yi would only be happy that he had acted on behalf of the heavens. Su Tianze's expression became cold as his brow furrowed, turning to the yellow-robed old man and asking, "Brother Ba, does your Haiku family insist on intervening in this matter?" Ba Qingyan also wore an annoyed expression as he glared at Wu Yi. "Scram, you have no right to speak here." Wu Yi grit her teeth and didn't say a word. Ba Qingyan then turned to Su Jishen and faintly said, "Brother Su, if you want to act, this old master will say the same thing. This matter has nothing to do with my Haiku family. I heard this young man is just a nobody Wu Yi met outside. He is not a member of my Haiku family." "Good, I don't want any friction between my Su family and your Haiku family. Since Brother Ba has said so, this old master won't be polite." Su Jishen nodded. Su Jishen nodded with satisfaction. The forces of the two families were equal, but if Haiku family really wanted to protect this young man, Su Jishen would find it difficult to do so. At most, he could declare war on the Haiku family, which would definitely result in both sides suffering losses. Now that Ba Qingyan had declared that he wouldn't intervene, he naturally had no more worries. "You're not allowed to act." Wu Yi suddenly rushed over to Yang Kai. "He is my friend. I allowed him to live here, so now that this matter has happened, no matter who is right or wrong, my Haiku family is responsible." If this matter had been caused by the other men, the family's elders would have intervened because they were the future heirs of the Haiku family, the family's hope. Wu Yi was just a woman who would sooner or later leave the family. The elders had already spoken, so no matter what choice she made, she would face punishment according to the family's rules. Wu Yi's future was dark. Wu Yi couldn't help shedding tears, not because of her future, but because she felt that all her efforts over the years had been unwarranted, and that her persistence and efforts had not been worth it. Even when Wu Yi was scolded by her family's elder, and declared her intention to withdraw from the Haiku family, he didn't say anything, because that was someone else's business. Although the cause of the incident was his own, if he had interfered at that time, it would only have made the situation worse. Now that Wu Yi had declared her intention to leave the Haiku family, Yang Kai knew that part of the reason was because of him, but the other part was because Wu Yi's heart had become cold towards her family. In any case, Yang Kai was very grateful to Wu Yi. It was really difficult for a woman to go this far. Yang Kai secretly decided that he would compensate Wu Yi well, and do his best to satisfy her wishes, and take her to see the world outside Shadowed Star. A woman like her shouldn't be bound to a small family. Considering all this, Yang Kai stepped forward, gently patted Wu Yi's shoulder, and pulled her behind him. Glancing over at Su Jishen, he sneered, "Old dog, you're quite arrogant, aren't you?" Su Jishen's eyes flashed coldly as he nodded. Good boy, you're quite arrogant. I hope you don't just have a sharp tongue." Saying so, a cold spiritual energy fluctuation burst from Su Jishen's eyes and, like a sharp sword, rushed into Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai had beaten Su Tianze into an idiot using his spiritual energy. Su Jishen knew this better than anyone else. Now he wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. Seeing that Yang Kai was only a third-order saint, an entire great realm lower than him, Su Jishen didn't use his full strength. He wanted to torture Yang Kai and let him know the price of speaking such arrogant words. The frigid spiritual energy rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, but before it could even form a ripple, it was incinerated by the scorching hot conflagrated knowledge sea, not even leaving behind a single trace of it. Even Su Jishen's soul was injured, his face paling significantly. "You." Su Jishen stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Just now, he had clearly felt a wave of spiritual energy more powerful than his own directly incinerate his soul. If it weren't for him not using his full strength and holding back, just the backlash alone would have seriously injured him, even if he didn't die. Su Jishen's complexion fluctuated as his eyes swept over Yang Kai, trying to find something. He didn't believe that Yang Kai had such a powerful spiritual energy cultivation, and thought that Yang Kai was wearing some kind of powerful soul-type artifact. However, after searching for a long time, Su Jishan still couldn't find any clues, greatly shocking him. Everyone present, except for the old man named Ba Qingyan, whose strength was comparable to Su Jishan's, didn't have high cultivations. Most of them were just saints, with a small number of them being first or second order saint kings. None of them knew what had just happened, but seeing that Su Jishan was about to attack, they all turned their attention to Yang Kai's miserable fate. But Yang Kai remained indifferent while Su Jishan's face paled, as if he had suffered some kind of injury, confusing everyone present. Only Ba Qingyan's eyes flashed as he stared towards Yang Kai, as if he had discovered something, but soon shook his head slowly, denying his guess. He didn't think that Yang Kai could hurt Su Jishan with his current strength. However, Su Jishan's soul aura was clearly much weaker than before, so it didn't seem to be fake. Ba Qingyan couldn't understand why. "Old dog, are you going to attack? If you don't, I'm going to start." Yang Kai grinned at Su Jishan. As early as when he broke through to the third-order saint realm, he was able to kill second-order saint kings. Now that his body was filled with golden blood, his vitality were far greater than before. It was rare for him to have a third-order saint king to practice with, so Yang Kai wanted to know where his bottom line was. Saying so, a long sword covered in demonic flames suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hand. As soon as this long sword appeared, everyone from the Haiku family and Su family showed looks of horror. Ba Qingyan and Su Jishan, who were the strongest among them, wore dignified expressions as they stared towards the dark demonic flames. The corners of Su Jishan's mouth rose slightly as a look of confidence appeared on his face as he shouted, "Hand over your life!" As soon as his voice fell, the thin black line suddenly split up into countless smaller threads that weaved together to form an airtight net that shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly dodged while at the same time sending out a palm to meet this attack. The huge heaven-covering hand rapidly expanded, seemingly wanting to cover the entire world, causing everyone watching to feel as if the sky had suddenly become much darker. A violent energy fluctuation spread out, and the giant black line instantly collapsed. Su Jishan's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, never having expected that his hidden killing move would actually be broken by him. It was precisely because of his fear of Yang Kai being able to injure his soul that Su Jishan had not shown any mercy. He had only wanted to kill Yang Kai as quickly as possible to restore the Su family's face. But how could he have known that it would be completely useless? Not only was this third-order Saint Realm youth's vision extremely sharp, seeing through his hidden killing move, but his Saint Chi was also comparable to Su Jishan's. If this weren't the case, this young man wouldn't have been able to break through his Nether Shadow Soul Silk. Yang Kai's method of breaking through his Nether Shadow Soul Silk seemed simple, but in fact, it required an extremely powerful force to back it up. If it had been a cultivator in the same realm, such as Ba Qingyan, doing this would have been reasonable, but the other party was clearly just a Saint Realm cultivator. Did he actually have the ability to fight head-on with Su Jishan? Su Jishan was so surprised that he almost called out. If he had suspected that Yang Kai was relying on some kind of artifact when his soul was injured just now, Su Jishan didn't dare think so now. The other party didn't seem to be any weaker than him. There was something wrong with this young man. No wonder he dared to come out and provoke Su Jishan. It turned out he was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. No wonder Cho Yuan was seriously injured when he returned, and no matter how Su Jishan questioned him, he couldn't say anything. No wonder Cho Yuan had turned around and fled just now. It seemed that his injuries were also caused by this young man, but he didn't dare say anything for fear of being punished. Being able to seriously injure a second-order Saint King, and instill fear in his heart. This young man's ability was simply shocking. Realizing this, Su Jishan no longer underestimated Yang Kai and his expression became extremely dignified. Taking back the black threads that had been blocked by the heaven-covering hand, Su Jishan stuffed a pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Seeing this action, the onlookers couldn't help gawking. Whether it was the Heiko family or the Su family, everyone's jaws dropped. They all thought that with Su Jishin taking action personally, Yang Kai would be defeated in a single exchange. That young man is dead for sure. Ba Qingyan exhaled softly, a strange expression on his face, whether it was relief or regret. In this chaotic battlefield, only one place remained unscathed, and that was where Yang Yan, Wu Yi, and Yu Feng were standing. When the powerful wave of energy hit them, Wu Yi and Yu Feng both felt as if they were doomed. How could they have anticipated that a light curtain would suddenly appear in front of them? Ripples spread out from this light curtain and intercepted all the incoming waves, so none of them were in any danger at all. Chapter 1125. You're an array grandmaster? Wu Yi gawked for a moment as she stared at Yang Inflammation in shock. Although she knew that Yang Inflammation was arranging a spirit array just now, she hadn't expected the spirit array he had casually arranged to be so powerful. Wu Yi had never even heard of such an accomplishment before. Yu Feng stared at Yang Inflammation with a look of worship. On the other side, Su Jishin, who had summoned the Four Peaks, seemed to have become somewhat senile in an instant, but looking at the nearly collapsed space around him, he couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. After living for so many years, he had never met someone like Yang Kai. He couldn't even understand how Yang Kai had managed to avoid the first attack. There was no trace of him moving at all. It was as if he had completely ignored the existence of space and teleported directly from one place to another. However, no matter how strong Yang Kai was, he should have died without an intact corpse by now. Su Jishin was physically and mentally exhausted, but he was still smiling heartily. He had done his best and had not brought disgrace to the Su family's name. Suddenly, a strange sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Su Jishin was a veteran of many battles, so without even thinking about it, he hurriedly sent the four mountain phantoms towards the source of the crisis while turning his head to look in the direction of it. At a glance, Su Jishin almost screamed. The young man whom he thought would die without a burial ground was actually unscathed at this moment. The long sword in his hand, which was covered in rolling devil flames, slashed out a huge sword light that was like a bolt of lightning, carrying with it an aura that could destroy everything as it slashed towards him. Su Jishin shivered and almost swallowed his own tongue. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the huge black sword wave hit the phantom peaks and was blocked, but the overflowing coldness, the contradiction between yang and evil, caused Su Jishin's hands and feet to go cold. He was certain that if he were to be burned by these black flames, he would not be able to dissolve them, and would eventually be burned to a crisp. What kind of freak is this? Not only was Su Jishin shocked and angry, but the Su family and Heiko family cultivator also exclaimed. Even Ba Qingyan's eyes were filled with confusion. Even with his eyesight, he hadn't been able to see how Yang Kai had managed to avoid the Four Peaks just now. Even if it was him, if he hadn't made preparations to escape in advance, it would have been impossible for him to remain unscathed under that kind of pressure. However, this young man had done it. Ba Qingyan was shocked to discover that he had underestimated the strength of this young man again and again. He was not a human but a monster. Su Jishin roared as the first four mountain peaks surrounded him, forming an impregnable defensive barrier. He was really scared. The fear that came from the bottom of his heart made him not dare to expose himself in front of Yang Kai. He was afraid that he would be killed if he was careless. Yang Kai's divine sense attack, which contained the power of space, burst out together with his Saint Qi as he directed his attack towards Su Jishin. However, to Yang Kai's surprise, not only did the four mountain peaks protect Su Jishin tightly, they even sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for Yang Kai's attack to penetrate it and cause any damage. A fifth and sixth mountain peaks floated out from the 100 Mountains picture, each of them more majestic than the previous 4. Su Jishin bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the 100 Mountains picture, causing his weakened aura to soar wildly. His originally dim and frightened eyes filled with ferocity as he manipulated these 2 mountain peaks to smash down on Yang Kai. Olive Dragon Cave Mountain trembled violently as one crater after another appeared in the ground, spreading out in all directions. Yang Kai roared furiously, "Old dog, don't destroy my territory." If he continued to be entangled with Su Jishin like this, the entire Dragon Cave Mountain would be destroyed. Once the earth collapsed, the space spirit crystal lode hidden below would be exposed. Yang Kai's murderous intent surged like a tide. Balls of burning demonic flames were shot out by him, lingering around Su Jishin. Surprisingly, these demonic flames did not disappear, but instead gradually gathered together as the demonic flames increased, forming a black cloud of burning flames in just a few moments. This cloud of flames wrapped around Su Jishin and the 4 mountain peaks that were guarding him, constantly burning them. Yang Kai also continuously sent out his demon race flames to become the demon race flames, increasing the power of this cloud of flames. No! Su Jishin screamed in horror as the 4 mountain peaks that were guarding him became dimmer and dimmer under the burning of this cloud of flames, seemingly on the verge of disappearing. Once these 4 mountain peaks disappeared, it would be time for Su Jishin to die. "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and kill this little bastard!" Su Jishin hurriedly shouted at the Su family Saint King Realm cultivators who were watching the battle in the distance. He had been fighting Yang Kai with his own strength all this time because he wanted to show off his strength and maintain the dignity of the elders, but how could he have imagined that he would not be this young man's opponent? Now that he was about to die, he no longer had any scruples and could only ask the family's cultivator for help. In the distance, when the Saint King Realm cultivators who had followed Su Jishin heard this shout, only 2 of them rushed over without hesitation while the rest of them hesitated, not daring to step forward. Some of them even retreated a few steps without leaving a trace. Su Jishin had even taken out a treasure like the 100 Mountains picture, but still wasn't Yang Kai's opponent, so how could they dare to come forward and die? The 2 Saint King Realm cultivators who rushed over didn't understand the situation before 2 demonic flames flew towards them. The 2 stupidly tried to block them, but in the blink of an eye, the demonic flames had wrapped around their bodies and were unable to extinguish them no matter how hard they tried. Before they could even get close, they rolled on the ground and stopped moving completely. Seeing this scene, the remaining Su family Saint King Realm cultivators could no longer hold back the panic in their hearts and turned around to flee, one of them even shouting, "Elder, hold on, I'm going back to the family to call for reinforcements." Upon hearing this, Su Jishin coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his already dispirited expression completely dimmed. Chapter 1126. The terror of Yang Kai really made the people of the Haiku family feel apprehensive. The Su family elder had been killed just like that, and the strongest person in the Haiku family was only on par with Su Jishin. If he wanted to deal with the Haiku family, who could resist him? The only way to deal with this danger was to nip it in the bud. Ba Qingyan smiled bitterly and slowly shook his head. "Elder." The middle-aged man who made the proposal looked at him in confusion, not knowing what Ba Qingyan was afraid of. Although Yang Kai's performance just now was shocking, he was currently at a critical juncture in his breakthrough, so it was the best time to act. If they missed this opportunity, the entire Haiku family would have no way to deal with him. "Didn't you see the spirit array that woman in black arranged around him just now?" Ba Qingyan coldly snorted. "What's there to fear from a spirit array?" The middle-aged man didn't care. Ba Qingyan sneered. When Su Jishin summoned the 100 Mountains picture just now, the aftermath of the impact spread to that woman. Yet Shi Wu-yi and Yu Feng all remained motionless. How profound do you think the spirit array she arranged is? "Ah!" the middle-aged man exclaimed. He had been so focused on watching the battle between Yang Kai and Su Jishin that he hadn't paid attention to Yang Yanfu's situation. At this moment, hearing Ba Qingyan's words, he immediately turned to look at Yang Yanfu and the others and couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The three of them were indeed standing very close to the battlefield, but their clothes were as clean as new, without the slightest speck of dust. Is she also a master of spirit arrays? The middle-aged man was shocked and muttered. Isn't she a saint-grade artifact refiner? Is she the artifact refiner the family tried to recruit last time but failed? Ba Qingyan suddenly remembered this matter and called out. Zhou Fu, were you the one who tried to recruit her last time? The man named Zhou Fu walked over with sweat dripping down his forehead and quickly responded. Yes, elder, last time it was I who tried to recruit that woman. But she refused without hesitation, So you didn't try again and let the family miss out on such a great opportunity? Ba Qingyan stared at him fiercely. Zhou Fu shuddered and said with a bitter face, Elder, please forgive me. At that time, I didn't know she had this ability. I only thought she was a saint-grade artifact refiner. If I had known earlier, Useless. Ba Qingyan sighed. The Haika family didn't care about a saint-grade artifact refiner, after all. The family could cultivate such a level of artifact refiner, but someone who could arrange a spirit array to block the impact of the 100 Mountains picture was not something the family could ignore. The 100 Mountains picture was an origin-grade artifact, so even if the shockwave didn't directly hit the spirit array she had arranged, judging from her current state, the spirit array she had arranged was extremely profound. Was Wuxia a person from the past? One of them was a third-order saint who had killed Su Jishin, and was now on the verge of breaking through, while the other was not only a saint-grade artifact refiner, but also a proficient spirit array. Ba Qingyan suddenly regretted his attitude towards Wu Yi. He even wanted to take back his previous words, and allow Wu Yi to return to the family. As long as Wu Yi returned to the family, perhaps he could recruit this man and woman through Wu Yi. If Ba Qingyan knew that Yang Inflammation was an origin-grade artifact refiner, even if he had to apologize to Wu Yi, he wouldn't hesitate. Yang Kai was immersed in this mysterious feeling. The reason he dared to break through here was because he didn't put these Haiko family members in his eyes. If they knew what was good for them, they would just stand in the distance, but if they dared to disturb him, Yang Kai wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson, letting them know who they should and shouldn't provoke. Yang Inflammation was arranging a spirit array around him, and the Haiko family members were all ready to attack, but Yang Kai was still immersed in this mysterious feeling. His meridians seemed to swell and gradually become sore and unbearable. His body was like a rotating vortex, producing a huge suction force that slowly drew in the surrounding world energy. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt a sharp pain in his meridians and his physique squirmed, causing Yang Kai to let out a muffled groan and almost cry out. However, the pain quickly disappeared and was replaced by an endless feeling of comfort. The meridians in his body became thicker and firmer than before. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body, and there was almost no need for him to absorb it. The wind and clouds suddenly changed, and above Dragon Cave Mountain, an unimaginable amount of world energy condensed into a spirit cloud. The power of the heavens and earth rapidly condensed around Yang Kai's body and rained down on him like a bolt of lightning, riddling the area around him with thousands of holes. We need to run away. Yang Inflammation's face went pale as he hurriedly ran away, not daring to remain in place, Wu Yi and Yu Feng following closely behind. Ba Qingyan's jaw dropped as he was shocked by the terrifying scene in front of him, secretly rejoicing that he had not ordered his clansmen to rush up and add insult to injury. If he had really done so, there would have been no need for this young man to take action. The world energy produced by his breakthrough alone would have been enough to annihilate the entire Haiko family. The other clansmen were also trembling. It could be said that the commotion caused by such a breakthrough was even greater than the shock brought to them by the cross-realm battle earlier. None of them had ever known that a breakthrough could cause such a huge change in the world. How could this young man withstand it? For a time, many people even began to secretly curse Yang Kai in their hearts, hoping that he would fall during this breakthrough. Compared to such a person, they felt so inferior that they wanted to crawl into a hole. The rumbling sounds were enough to shatter one's soul, as all of Dragon Cave Mountain shook violently. Every wave of world energy that fell was like a sledgehammer smashing into one's heart, making it difficult to breathe and causing one's face to go pale. Just looking at this scene was unbearable, but the face of the young man who was breaking through was filled with excitement as he opened his body and mind to accept this baptism of world energy. As the power of heaven and earth descended, the aura on his body became stronger and stronger, more and more violent. He was like an ancient god, standing proudly between the heavens and earth, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at him. Even under the protection of 4 of these phantom mountains, Suji Shun had still been burned to death by a cloud of black flames. After that, Yang Kai had broken through to the Saint King realm. All the elders and foreign elders were dumbfounded, none of them daring to believe their ears. They faintly believed Ba Qingyan's story because just now, they had felt some abnormalities in the world energy. Dragon Cave Mountain wasn't too far from here, so they had naturally noticed it, but they hadn't paid it much attention. It turned out that this was the result of someone breaking through to the Saint King realm. After Wu Ke finished speaking, Ba Qingyan turned to the dozen or so people present and asked, "Is there any falsehood in Wu Ke's words?" The dozen or so people all shook their heads. "No. What happened today? Did you witness it with your own eyes?" "Yes, Elder." Everyone nodded. "Good, you may withdraw." Ba Qingyan waved his hand, and the dozen or so people bowed before withdrawing. Chapter 1128. Inside the Haiku family's discussion hall, all the elders and foreign elders fell silent. If they had suspected that Ba Qingyan was telling a joke a moment ago, they no longer dared to doubt him now. It didn't make sense for more than a dozen clansmen to join forces and tell such a big lie to them. The only explanation was that it was the truth. There's such a young junior? Ian took a deep breath, a look of shock appearing on his face before he sighed. Why wasn't he born in my Haiku family? If he had been born in my family. Ian's words echoed everyone's thoughts. If such a powerful young man was a member of the Haiku family, the family's prosperity would be just around the corner. They would no longer be a peripheral force of Shadow Moon Hall. Peripheral forces were just a name. To put it nicely, they did have some relationship with Shadow Moon Hall, but to put it bluntly, they were just relying on Shadow Moon Hall's name, providing them with supplies every year in exchange for Shadow Moon Hall not bothering them. They couldn't obtain any benefits from Shadow Moon Hall. And as long as Shadow Moon Hall wanted to, they could dissolve this family at any time. Patriarch, although this young Kai wasn't born in my family, that doesn't mean we can't use him. The beautiful foreign elder named Huang Wan, who had spoken before, suddenly said with a smile. "Oh, Consecrator Huang, you mean?" Ian looked at her with joy. Huang Wan smiled and said, "Elder Ba just said that in order to protect him, that little girl Wu Yi didn't hesitate to say she would leave the family. In my opinion, their relationship isn't simple. At the very least, Wu Yi is somewhat interested in that little brat." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Foreign Elder Huang is right. Waluan also nodded in agreement. Wu Yi's appearance isn't bad and her aptitude is one of the best in my family. If that young Kai really has feelings for Wu Yi, it's not impossible. As long as we can bring the two of them together, it may not be impossible. However, before that, we need to inquire about the origins of this young man. Since he was able to kill Suji Shun with just a Saint Realm cultivation, he can't be a nobody. What do you think? Do you think he's Thunder Typhoon Sect's #1 young master, Feng Tianzhong? It was said that Feng Tianzhong had the ability to kill enemies above his own realm. And Wei Guchang of Shadow Moon Hall also had this ability, and there was also Chu Changfeng of Heaven Battling Union. Was Yang Kai just one of their aliases? Otherwise, Why haven't we heard of this name before? Someone asked. It's definitely not them. Those monsters have already reached the Saint King realm, and are likely third-order Saint Kings by now. A full great realm higher than Yang Kai. They have nothing to do with each other. As for his origins, this old man knows a thing or two. A bearded old man said in a deep voice. An old man with a goatee said in a deep voice. Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, he continued. I heard my family's boy mention that when Wu Yi returned from a mining expedition, Yu Feng picked up a person from the starry sky. Yang Kai should be that person. Picked up? The group of people was dumbfounded. How could a young man with such excellent aptitude be picked up? Ian's expression changed as he turned to look at one of the people present and smiled. Foreign Elder Chang, when Wu Yi took people out to mine last time, I remember you were the one who followed her, right? What do you know about that Yang Kai? Chang Qi frowned. He had a good relationship with Wu Yi and had often taken care of her when she was still in the family. Today, when he heard that Wu Yi had been forced to leave the family, he couldn't help feeling dissatisfied with Ba Qingyan's actions. Originally, he didn't want to express any opinions, but now that the patriarch had asked, even if he didn't want to say anything, he had no choice. After all, when Yu Feng picked up Yang Kai and Yang Kai escaped from the blood-red crystal, Chang Qi was present, so he knew more about Yang Kai's origins than anyone here. After pondering for a moment, Chang Qi briefly explained what had happened at that time. The expressions of the group changed dramatically as none of them had expected Yang Kai's origins to be so bizarre, actually escaping from a blood-red crystal. But soon Huangwan giggled. Since we know his origins, it's much easier to handle. He may not be a nobody in the outside world, but since he came to Shadowed Star, he has no relatives or backing. Although my Haiku family isn't big, it is still a powerful force. Taking the initiative to show him goodwill, there is no reason for him to refuse. What's more, Dragon Cave Mountain, where he now lives, is also one of my family's properties. What Foreign Elder Huang says is correct. Young people may be a bit hot-blooded, but they all love beauty. It looks like he really does have some ideas about Wu Yi. We just need to play matchmaker. Someone immediately stood up and agreed. Many others nodding in agreement. That's inappropriate. Suddenly, a voice of objection sounded. Ian cast his eyes over and asked warmly, why does Elder Ba feel this is inappropriate? Ian hadn't expected that the first to object would be Ba Qingyan. Ba Qingyan quickly said, first, today, Yang Kai beheaded Su Jishun, and although he displayed great strength and superb combat strength, if it wasn't related to the 100 Mountains picture, the Su family may have simply swallowed this insult and turned big problems into small ones into nothing. Instead, they would have demanded some compensation from him to save some face. However, the 100 Mountains picture has already been snatched away, so even if the Su family fears Yang Kai, it is impossible for them to give up. If my family were to show goodwill to Yang Kai right now, it would definitely cause a great deal of trouble with the Su family. What is the Su family? Does my Haiku family fear his Su family? Isn't Elder Ba's fears a bit too groundless? The elder named Waluan coldly snorted. Yes, Elder Ba, the 100 Mountains picture is not in the Su family's possession, so we really don't need to fear them. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to annex the Su family's forces. As soon as this statement came out, many people were tempted. The Su family's 100 Mountains picture was something all of them were afraid of. But now that this artifact was gone, what was there to fear? If they could deal with the Su family, it would be easier for them to make friends with Yang Kai. En frowned but didn't rush to express his opinion, instead turning to Ba Qingyan and saying, Elder Ba, please continue. Ba Qingyan glanced over at the high-spirited elders and foreign elders who couldn't wait to destroy the Su family and sneered. You may not be afraid of the Su family, but what about Shadow Moon Hall? Everyone gawked for a moment, but soon seemed to remember something and immediately showed looks of dread. We and the Su family are both peripheral families of Shadow Moon Hall, so Shadow Moon Hall won't intervene in this kind of dispute, but Wu Yi is someone that Xie Hongwen has taken a fancy to. If we arbitrarily matchmake Wu Yi with Yang Kai, do you think Xie Hongwen will just ignore it? A trivial Xiahongwen is nothing to be afraid of, but he has a father who is a deacon of Shadow Moon Hall. The status of a deacon in Shadow Moon Hall is not high, but it is not something my Haiku family can afford to provoke. What Elder Ba says is correct, Ian nodded. Although Yang Kai is good, in the end he has no foundation. He is just one person, so if we offend Xiahongwen in order to make friends with him, it really isn't worth it. And it seems this matter needs to be carefully considered. If we want to recruit Yang Kai, we can't afford to offend Xiahongwen. Elder Ba, you're quite thoughtful. Why don't you take another trip to Dragon Cave Mountain and see what that man wants? We can cater to his tastes. If he really has a heart for beauty, my Haiku family has many unmarried girls, a few of them no worse than Wu Yi. As long as he is willing to serve my family, a trivial few girls should be more than enough for us to afford. Yes, Patriarch. Ba Qingyan stood up and bowed gently, thinking about it for a moment before asking. Patriarch, how should we deal with that Saint-grade artifact refiner named Young Inflammation? Her attainments in spirit arrays shouldn't be bad. Elder Ba, we do need an array grandmaster, but Young Inflammation is still very young, so even if she has some attainments in spirit arrays, I'm afraid they won't be too profound. This time, the most important thing is Yang Kai. Yes. Since the Patriarch had said so, Ba Qingyan couldn't refute, but he faintly felt that the spirit arrays arranged by Yang Inflammation were not simple. Perhaps her value was even greater than Yang Kai's. After leaving the main hall, Ba Qingyan didn't immediately rush to Dragon Cave Mountain. He knew that Yang Kai didn't want to see him, so if he went now he would definitely be refused entry. Moreover, Yang Kai had just broken through to the Saint King realm, and was most likely in retreat to consolidate his cultivation. Consolidate his cultivation? Ba Qingyan's eyes lit up, and immediately thought of something good. He hurried to the family's storehouse and took out a jade box. Opening the jade box, there was a longan-sized pill inside, exuding a fragrant fragrance. If there was one thing Yang Kai needed the most right now, it should be the Saint King pill, right? Ba Qingyan smiled triumphantly and walked out of the storehouse. Inside the cave of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai was in retreat while Yang Inflammation was sorting out the various materials with the assistance of Wu Yi. The materials in Kai Yang's possession were all over the place. There were all kinds of materials of various grades, and the quantity was enormous. The two women were dizzy from sorting them out, but they were also enjoying themselves. They hadn't expected Kai Yang's stockpile to be so rich. Suddenly, Wu Yi burst into laughter, her body trembling. Young Inflammation looked at her puzzled and asked, "What are you laughing about?" Wu Yi said, "I'm laughing at Yang Kai for being too cunning." "In what way is he cunning?" Young Inflammation asked curiously. "When I picked him up, he only had a single space ring which was stolen by Yufeng." Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so he could refine such a pill in less than 2 incense sticks worth of time. He had enough spirit grasses and spirit medicines in his black book space. Seeing Yufeng staring at the Saint King pill in his hand with a look of envy, Yang Kai put the Saint King pill back into the jade box and casually tossed it over. "You eat it." "Ah." Yufeng was shocked, catching the jade box and waving his hand. "No, this is a gift from the family to you. On top of that, this pill is extremely precious. My Haiku family asked an alchemist to refine a few of them. Young lady took one when she broke through to the Saint King realm. As far as I know, this is the last one." "Just eat it, I don't need it." Yang Kai shook his head. "But I broke through to the Saint King realm 2 or 3 years ago. If I eat this now, its efficacy will be greatly reduced. Yufeng couldn't bear to waste such a precious pill. Then I'll give it to you. Whether you want to eat it or sell it is up to you." Yang Kai smiled. "Brother Yang, you really don't want it? If you do, I won't be able to explain it to the family." "Haven't you already left the family with Wu Yi? What else do you need to explain?" Yang Kai looked at him with a funny smile. Yufeng gawked for a moment before patting his head. "Right." Seemingly remembering that he had left the family, Yufeng's expression became a little gloomy. Yang Kai comforted him. Leaving the Heike family is not necessarily a bad thing. Rest assured in the future you will receive better cultivation conditions here than in the Heike family. Yu Feng nodded politely. Many thanks for Brother Yang's kindness, I don't mind, but young lady. Ha! He was obviously more worried about Wu Yi and didn't pay much attention to Yang Kai's words. He had seen Yang Kai's combat effectiveness, but if he said he could provide better cultivation conditions, Yu Feng didn't believe it. After Yu Feng left, Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before sending out a divine sense message. A moment later, the stone mongoose emerged from the ground. After a few days of hard work, Yang Kai had collected a lot of space spirit crystals. After Yang Kai made Yang Kai spit out all of the space spirit crystals, he ordered Yang Kai to put the matter of the space spirit crystals aside for now, and open up a few more stone rooms inside the cave. Wu Yi and Yu Feng were now homeless and could only live here. Their current predicament was because of him, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. The speed at which the stone mongoose opened up stone rooms was extremely fast, and its mind was very simple. When Yang Kai told it to open up a stone room, it did its best, and by the time Yang Kai told it to stop, the entire cave had undergone a great change. One after another, the stone rooms were neatly arranged on both sides of the tunnel. Every one of them was the same size, and there was no difference between them. It was as if someone had measured them with the most precise ruler. There were at least a few hundred stone rooms in the cave. Yang Kai swept the room with his divine sense and smiled wryly, ordering the stone mongoose to continue mining space spirit and ignoring it. While he was in retreat to consolidate his Saint King realm cultivation, Yang Kai was also refining the purple shield artifact that Yang Yan had just refined. Su Jishun's 100 Mountains picture had caused Yang Kai to suffer a bit. Su Jishun's 100 Mountains picture had caused Yang Kai to suffer a bit. Su Jishun had only summoned 6 mountain phantoms, yet they had already displayed such power. If he had summoned 100 of them, it was likely the surrounding 1,000 kilometers would have been destroyed. Yang Kai urgently needed a defensive artifact. After Yang Yan and the other two finished sorting out the materials, they were also shocked by the changes in the cave. After only a day or two, there were suddenly hundreds of stone rooms of the same size, causing Wu Yi and Yu Feng to feel like they were in a dream. They thought it was Yang Kai's handiwork, but didn't notice anything strange at all. Only Yang Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he realized this was the work of the stone mongoose. With so many stone rooms, Wu Yi and Yu Feng naturally chose one each to live in. Yang Yan took out some saint crystals and arranged a small spirit-gathering spirit array in each of their stone rooms, allowing them to cultivate better before busying himself with arranging the defensive spirit array. Fortunately, Wu Yi cultivated a fire attribute secret art, so although she didn't understand artifact refining, under the guidance of Yang Yan, she was able to refine some simple things. The stone mongoose was the busiest of all. It had just been sent by Yang Kai to collect space spirit crystals before being called back by Yang Yan. Tempering materials was something the stone mongoose could do quickly and efficiently, so who else could it be? Yang Yan saved a lot of time and energy. She had never enjoyed such a beautiful artifact refining process before. With the stone mongoose as her assistant, all she needed to do was shape the materials and inscribe the spirit arrays inside them. There was no need for her to do anything else. Half a month later, Yang Kai exited his retreat. As soon as he stepped out of the stone room, he immediately felt the difference outside. Originally, there was only him and Yang Yan here, followed by Wu Yi and Yu Feng, so there were only 4 people in total, but now there were at least 40 more people in the cave. Some of them were cultivating in their stone rooms while others were helping out. All of Dragon Cave Mountain was lively. What's going on here? Yang Kai walked out suspiciously, and everyone he met greeted him warmly. Yang Kai was surprised to find that he knew all of these people. Even if he didn't know their names, he was quite familiar with them, because they were all people who had followed Wu Yi back on the starship, and had helped out under the leadership of Yu Feng when the cave was being arranged. Yang Kai, Wu Yi's voice suddenly called out. Yang Kai smiled at her and walked over. After not seeing her for half a month, Wu Yi's complexion had improved greatly and the sadness between her eyebrows had disappeared. Her entire person seemed youthful and beautiful, filled with joy. These people. Yang Kai looked at her in confusion. They all came to follow me. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai apologetically. They all announced they were leaving the family. Ah. Yang Kai was surprised. He hadn't expected Wu Yi's appeal to be so strong. If there were one or two young men who admired Wu Yi and followed her, even going so far as to leave the Haika family, that would be one thing, but there were more than 40 people here, a mix of men and women. There was no other explanation other than Wu Yi's prestige and personal charm having conquered them. Leaving the family without permission was no trivial matter, especially when so many people were doing so at the same time. It was tantamount to slapping the Haika family in the face several dozen times. Yang Kai didn't know if the Haika family could endure this. I'm sorry, I didn't know things would develop like this, Wu Yi said apologetically. She had announced she was leaving the family at the time because she wanted to protect Yang Kai, and because she was bitterly disappointed with the family's actions. How could she have known that she would make such a bad decision and cause more than 40 people to follow her? This had caught her off guard, but even more so, she was moved. Yang Kai shook his head and took out the remaining tens of thousands of high-rank Saint crystals, mid-rank Saint crystals, and low-rank Saint crystals from his space ring, leaving only 1,000 for himself. Wu Yi will be our Dragon Cave Mountain's treasurer from now on, so she'll be in charge of our finances. I have to arrange the spirit gathering array, so I don't have much time. If you need to buy anything, I'll let you know. If you don't have enough Saint crystals, just tell Yang Kai and he'll get them. Yang Inflammation stuffed a space ring filled with countless Saint crystals into Wu Yi's hands. Ah! Wu Yi froze for a moment, not having expected that Yang Inflammation would ask for Saint crystals from Yang Kai in order to transfer them to her. But soon, she understood that Yang Inflammation was clearly trying to find something for her to do, so she wouldn't let her imagination run wild. Thinking so, Wu Yi was moved and didn't refuse, quickly nodding. You can rest assured, every piece of Saint crystal in my hands will have a clear place to go. Wu Yi had always wanted to take charge of the Haika family, and had managed a few things for the family over the years, so now, managing a trivial group of 40 people was nothing difficult for her. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he understood Yang Inflammation's intentions, quietly giving her a thumbs up. Yang Inflammation grinned. My defensive array is about to be completed, but Yang Kai, you really need to collect more Saint crystals. If you want to secure this 1,000-kilometer perimeter, the current spirit gathering array won't be enough. The current spirit gathering array can only protect a 10-kilometer radius around our cave. Yang Kai naturally understood the meaning behind her words. The space spirit crystal load was of great importance. The stone mongoose had been collecting for so many days now and was still collecting, so no one knew just how amazing the reserves beneath it were. No matter what, Yang Kai had to protect this place. What's more, Yang Kai also intended to stay here and use it as a springboard to make a name for himself. Nodding, Yang Kai said, Don't worry about Saint crystals, I'll find a way. Yang Inflammation glanced at him with some worry. Be careful. She thought that Yang Kai would sell space spirit crystals if he was really forced to. But how could she have known that Yang Kai had no such thoughts at all? By the way, Yang Kai, Elder Ba from the family has been coming over every day, saying he has something to discuss with you, but since you were in retreat, he couldn't come in. He came again today and is still outside. Wu Yi looked at Yang Kai slightly uneasily. That Ba Qingyan? What do you think? Yang Kai looked at her. If you want me to see him, I'll see him, but if you don't, I'll send him away now. I don't know. Wu Yi shook her head, clenching her fists as a look of struggle appeared on her face. Then let me ask you. Do you still want to return to the Haika family? I don't. The stone rooms were also arranged with powerful spirit arrays, so as long as the stone doors were closed, there would be no noise and no one's divine sense could enter. Their future was bright. What's more, there was a large spirit gathering array throughout Dragon Cave Mountain, so as long as they had enough time, the world energy aura here would become richer and richer. The dozens of people here felt incredibly happy. A few days ago, some of them had been feeling depressed, thinking that leaving the family would be a bad idea, but in the blink of an eye, the treatment here was much better than what it had been in the family. Now, even if they were driven away, they wouldn't, making up their minds to stay here and follow Wu Yi for the rest of their lives. Moreover, they also knew that Wu Yi had taken refuge with Yang Kai. So following Wu Yi was tantamount to following Yang Kai. Among them, Yu Feng was naturally the most proud because he was the one who had personally picked up Yang Kai from the star field. If it weren't for him accidentally discovering that blood-red crystal, how could they possibly be where they were today? Hearing Yu Feng's question, Yang Kai replied, 5 more. As soon as these words were spoken, a scream rang out from inside the room. Only 4 left, Yang Kai added. The Su family's patriarch, Su Jikuan, and the last remaining Su family elder were facing off against 3 foreign elders, neither of them holding back. In just a few moments, one of the foreign elders was killed. The cultivator surnamed Hua, who had been clamoring to abandon the dark and join the light. Yang Kai hated this kind of opportunist the most, so even if he died, it wasn't a big deal. However, this Su Jikuan's strength was indeed quite good, much higher than Su Jishan's. No wonder Wu Yi said he was on the verge of breaking through to the origin returning realm. From the looks of it, he really could have done so in a year or so. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. A moment later, another scream rang out, this time from the last remaining Su family elder. Although Su Jikuan's strength was extraordinary, he had not yet reached the origin returning realm. Previously, he had killed foreign elder Hua at the cost of his injuries, but now the last remaining elder had been killed by the 2 foreign elders. Su Jikuan flew into a rage and spat out a mouthful of blood. His strength suddenly increased by a lot and his aura soared. The long staff in his hand danced, bringing out a large amount of light, forcing the 2 consecrators to retreat. Without Yang Yun presiding over the battle, even Yang Kai couldn't see what was happening inside, and could only make out the sounds of fighting. Although his demon eye of annihilation could see through this spirit array, he didn't use it because it was no longer necessary. Moreover, after Yang Yin entered the cave to rest, the fog that had shrouded the surrounding area gradually dissipated. A moment later, when the fog completely disappeared, Yang Kai, Yu Feng, and the others saw the scene of Su Jikuan killing the last foreign elder with a single blow of his staff. The Su family had sent more than a dozen Saint Kings, but in the end, only Su Jikuan was left standing proudly in place, covered in blood and missing an arm, looking extremely miserable. It wasn't until this moment that he seemed to realize that the spirit array that had been plaguing him had failed. Looking at the corpses around him, Su Jikuan's eyes went bloodshot as he glared towards Yang Kai, his figure leaping forward as he roared hysterically, "Scoundrel, hand over your life." A ferocious momentum erupted and Yu Feng, who was standing beside Yang Kai, let out a strange cry as he retreated. Yang Kai didn't move and instead released his own momentum towards Su Jikuan. The 2 auras collided, and it was as if 2 invisible storms had collided, causing a series of cracking sounds to ring out mid-air. Chapter 1136. Outside the cave, there was a great commotion. Yu Feng and the several dozen cultivators from the Haiku family stared at this scene in a daze, completely silent. Although they had watched Yang Kai kill Su Jishan last time, and knew that Yang Kai's combat strength was incredible, they now discovered that Yang Kai was even stronger than before. Even if Su Jikuan was injured, he was still a cultivator close to the origin returning realm. And even after overdrawing his vitality and burning his blood essence, he still failed to block Yang Kai's punch. Is this guy a monster? Yu Feng stared at Yang Kai's back, his eyes trembling violently. Or were all the cultivators in the outside world so powerful? If all the cultivators in the outside world were like Yang Kai, Then what were the cultivators on Shadowed Star cultivating? While everyone was still in shock, Yang Kai walked out and picked up the artifacts and a dozen or so space rings scattered on the ground. After sweeping them with his divine sense, he grinned disdainfully and tossed them to Yu Feng. Give the saint crystals and materials inside to Wu Yi. Divide the rest among yourselves. Ah. Yu Feng was shocked. You don't want them? I don't need them. Yang Kai really didn't care about the things the Su family had unless they had an artifact like the 100 Mountains picture. But the 100 Mountains picture was a rare treasure. Yang Kai believed that even the Su family only had one such artifact. Many thanks, Brother Yang. Although Yu Feng was shocked, he didn't act polite and quickly nodded in thanks before happily running off to the side and inspecting the contents of the dozen or so space rings. The others also gathered around, and from time to time, gasps of surprise could be heard. No matter how weak the Su family was, it was still a small family. Among the dozen or so space rings, Patriarch Su Jikuan's ring had the most things. There were artifacts, pills, Su family secret arts and martial records, more than 20,000 high-rank saint crystals, more than 40,000 mid-rank saint crystals, and more than 100,000 low-rank saint crystals. Yu Feng's eyes went red as he stared. Although he had long known that killing others for their treasures was the most convenient and fastest way to make a fortune, his Haiko family was at the bottom of the food chain. Who could they kill or provoke? Now that he had seen her today, he knew that the rumors were not true. Over 100 of their brothers had risked their lives in the star field, diligently collecting ores, but when they returned to their families, the total reward they received was no more than 10,000 high-rank saint crystals. These saint crystals had been paid by Wu Yi out of her own pocket. But today, Yang Kai had only killed a dozen people, and what he had gained was something that they would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. This huge difference made them feel both excited and bitter. These artifacts and pills weren't of high grade, most of them saint grade with a few saint king grade, perfectly suited for the several dozen people who followed Wu Yi. Most of them were saints, only 4 or 5 of them were saint kings, and most of them were only first-order saint kings. Saint-grade artifacts and pills were perfect for them. King transformation pills, there are actually 10 of them. Yu Feng suddenly shouted, the hand holding the jade bottle trembling. Upon hearing this, many people revealed excited expressions. Although Yang Kai had never refined a king transformation pill before, he understood the role of this pill. A Saint King pill was used by a cultivator who had just broken through to the Saint King realm to stabilize their cultivation, while a King transformation pill could increase the chances of a third-order Saint cultivator breaking through to the Saint King realm. It was a Saint King grade low-rank pill. Being able to become patriarch, his thinking was really not something ordinary people could compare to. When the Haiko family returned to the family, they immediately sent someone to Heavenly Fate City to report today's events to the City Lord's mansion. Heavenly Fate City was within the sphere of influence of Shadow Moon Hall, and could be considered a city owned by Shadow Moon Hall. So the City Lord's mansion was naturally guarded by a master from Shadow Moon Hall. The Haiko family's messenger was Huangwan. But what she hadn't expected was that when she arrived outside the City Lord's mansion, she would be stopped by several guards. These guards grinned and stared at her unscrupulously, making Huangwan feel very uncomfortable. Many thanks, Big Brother Yang. Wu Yi shouted loudly outside the cave before turning around and walking back into the stone room where everyone was still quarreling. Holding up the 2 jade bottles, she happily announced, "Stop arguing. Everyone will get a share of King transformation pills." Not only will there be king transformation pills, there will also be Saint King pills. The noisy stone room immediately quieted down as nearly 20 pairs of eyes stared at Wu Yi. Outside the cave, Yang Yan was arranging a spirit array. The Saint crystals Yang Kai had given to Wu Yi last time had been exchanged for a variety of materials, with the exception of keeping some for cultivation. Yang Yan was now arranging a killing array, her large black robes wrapping around her exquisite body as Yang Yan busied herself. "Come help," Yang Yan called out. Yang Kai immediately walked over and helped according to her instructions. After a while, Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Yang Yan, if an origin-returning realm cultivator enters this spirit array, will it have any effect?" "Yes." Yang Yan replied affirmatively, "but it won't be like last time. After all, an origin-returning realm cultivator is much stronger. If a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator enters, this spirit array will only be able to trap them for 10 breaths of time." Yang Kai nodded, understanding in his heart. Yang Yan suddenly stopped what she was doing and looked at Yang Kai seriously. "What are your plans for the future?" "What do you mean?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Do you want to live here for a long time, or do you want to leave after the ore load is mined?" "Of course I want to live here for a long time." Yang Kai was a little confused. He wasn't familiar with Shadowed Star at all, so now that he had a place to settle down, he naturally wouldn't leave easily. "That's good, I also like this place very much. If you want to live here for a long time, I'll arrange a stronger spirit array." Yang Yan smiled lightly. "If you give me more high-grade materials in the future, I can arrange this place so that even a third-order origin-returning realm cultivator won't be able to enter." Yang Kai's eyes lit up, his evaluation of Yang Yan rising greatly in his heart. Just as they were talking though, Wu Yi suddenly rushed out of the cave, her small face flushed with excitement. "Have you split them?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "And they've all entered retreat. It won't be long before they break through to the Saint King realm." "Many thanks, big brother Yang." Wu Yi nodded, then said, "There's something I forgot to tell you just now." "What is it?" Foreign Elder Chang and Foreign Elder Hao sent a letter saying that Patriarch brought a lot of gifts to Heavenly Fate City's City Lord's mansion 3 days ago. Foreign Elder Chang, Foreign Elder Hao? Yang Kai frowned, immediately remembering these two. Foreign Elder Chang was naturally Chang Chi, the one with the highest strength on the starship at that time. As for Foreign Elder Hao, he should be Howen. When the starship returned to Shadowed Star, he was the one who brought people to greet them. Now it seemed that the relationship between these two foreign elders and Wu Yi was quite good, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent someone to deliver a letter. Foreign Elder Huang Wan also sent a letter saying the same thing. Wu Yi frowned. Wu Yi frowned, obviously not understanding why Huang Wan wanted to help her this time. From the meaning of her words, Huang Wan seemed to want to leave the Haiku family, and was advising her to leave Dragon Cave Mountain as soon as possible. Yang Kai didn't know Huang Wan, but he didn't care, simply asking, "Your patriarch went to Heavenly Fate City to look for Shadow Moon Hall, right?" Big brother Yang, what should we do now? Once Shadow Moon Hall learns that you killed so many of the Su family's people, they will definitely not sit idly by. At that time, an Origin Returning Realm Master will definitely come. Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai frowned. To be honest, he didn't know how his current strength compared to an Origin-returning Realm Master, but every time a cultivator crossed a great realm, their strength would undergo earth-shaking changes. Yang Kai could easily kill Third-Order Saint Kings, but he might not be an opponent of an Origin-returning Realm Master. However, Yang Kai soon became suspicious. "Strange, why did your family run over to deliver this message? This kind of thing should have been done by the Su family." Wu Yi thought about it for a moment before biting her lower lip and saying, "Maybe the Patriarch feels that he can't control you or drive you away, so he wants to rely on the power of Shadow Moon Hall." It had to be said that Wu Yi's thoughts were quite astute, and she also had a good understanding of Ian's personality, so the information she inferred was basically the truth. Yang Kai nodded. "Don't worry, go do what you need to do. If an Origin Returning Realm Master really comes, I can stop them." And Wu Yi nodded lightly. Although she didn't have much confidence since Yang Kai said so, she couldn't say anything more. After Wu Yi left, Yang Yen said lightly. Don't expect my spirit array to be able to kill an origin-returning realm master. Without high-grade materials, the power of my spirit array won't be very high. I'm not counting on your spirit array, Yang Kai grinned. However, Wu Yi's spirit array only needed to be able to trap an origin-returning realm master for a while. As long as it wasn't a third-order origin-returning realm master, Yang Kai felt that he should be able to deal with them. This matter was related to the space spirit crystal load, so forget about an origin-returning realm master. Even if an origin king realm master came, Yang Kai would have to give it a try. He absolutely couldn't hand over this precious land. Instead of helping Yang Yen arrange the spirit array, Yang Kai immediately returned to the cave and entered retreat, holding a piece of space spirit crystal in his hand, and absorbing its energy to enhance his understanding of the Tao of space. The Tao of space was very obscure, but it was also very powerful. Yang Kai felt that if he had to face an origin-returning realm master, using his Tao of space would be the best choice. When Yang Kai used Space Force before, he had mixed it with his Saint Chi, allowing his Saint Chi attacks to break through space and catch his opponents off guard. This method could enhance the power of his Saint Chi attacks, but it didn't fully display the mysteries of the Tao of space. If he could purely use Space Force to attack, Yang Kai believed that his combat effectiveness would be much stronger and more unpredictable. He didn't know when the people from Shadow Moon Hall would arrive, but even if he couldn't sharpen his spear quickly, he still wouldn't be satisfied. Yang Kai was focused on studying the Tao of space, and wanted to use its mysteries to form his own unique killing technique. After consuming so many space spirit crystals, Yang Kai's understanding of this obscure Tao had reached a new height, no longer being a half-baked amateur. Yang Kai believed that with his current understanding of the Tao of space, if he were to go to the floating continent again, he would definitely be able to leave with ease. Tearing space was a method of escape and could not be used to kill enemies, but Yang Kai had glimpsed a new way of attacking from his countless experiences tearing space. Constantly experimenting with this method in his knowledge sea, Yang Kai rejected and modified it again and again until he came up with a perfect idea. Only then did he open his eyes. Gently waving his right hand forward, Yang Kai created a finger-long, half-inch wide void crack. This void crack overflowed with a strange aura, one that belonged to the turbulent streams of the void. Inside this void crack was a chaotic void. After the void crack appeared, it didn't stay in place like before, and instead slowly moved forward. Wherever the void crack passed, everything in its path, including the aura and air, was swallowed up. After moving forward 2 meters, the void crack suddenly closed and disappeared. It seemed that the family was determined to eradicate Yang Kai this time. Her expression immediately became gloomy. Yang Kai noticed Xia Hongwen, and Xia Hongwen also noticed the situation here. Seeing Wu Yi standing next to Yang Kai, Xia Hongwen's eyes almost spewed fire as he ground his teeth and cursed. Cheap bastard, I thought you were so noble, but it turns out you were just putting on an act. Knowing what he was angry about, Ian quickly said, Young Lord Xia, that young man named Yang Kai can't be underestimated. Although his realm isn't high, his combat power is unimaginable. The Su families. I know you've said it dozens of times along the way, father's ears are growing calluses. Since this young lord has come forward, he will die today. All you need to do is watch. There's no need for you to worry about anything else. Xia Hongwen waved his hand impatiently, interrupting Ian. The 2 origin-returning realm masters who had followed them also showed looks of disdain as they stared at Ian contemptuously, thinking that a small family was really a small family. Occasionally encountering a cultivator who could fight across realms, they were truly short-sighted. In Shadow Moon Hall, there were many disciples who could fight across realms. Any random second-order saint would be able to defeat these third-order foreign elders. What's more, with 2 origin-returning realm masters here, this place would soon be razed to the ground. Ian sighed and didn't dare to say anything more, lest he annoy these people, but his heart was filled with bitterness. He hadn't expected that he would bring Xia Hongwen here. A few days ago he had brought a lot of gifts to the city lord's mansion, and met with city lord Fei Ji Tuesday. When he reported this matter, Fei Ji too didn't take it seriously at all. If it weren't for him coincidentally running into Xia Hongwen, he would still be waiting for news from the city lord's mansion. Moreover, Xia Hongwen bringing masters here wasn't for the Haiku family, nor was it to uphold justice for the Su family. He was here for Wu Yi. Hearing En say that the woman he fancied was actually with a first-order Saint King of unknown origin, Xia Hongwen flew into a rage and immediately brought 2 of his masters over. In any case, he had managed to invite these people, allowing En to feel slightly better. However, after today, Wu Yi's life would likely be worse than death. Don't look at Xia Hongwen's ugly appearance and short stature. His personality was extremely twisted. Any woman he fancied, he would try to obtain them. Once someone else touched them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once he had taken a fancy to a big sister Xiao Jiao from a small family, and had promised to pick her up the next day with a betrothal gift. Little did he know that in order to escape this fate, big sister Xiao Jiao had slept with the man she liked that very night, losing her virginity. That family's big sister little Jiao had thought that by doing this she would be able to escape from Xia Hongwen's murderous hands. But Xia Hongwen simply ignored her. Not only did he kill that man, but he also brought big sister little Jiao back to his own residence and ravaged and humiliated her. A month later, he stripped her of all her clothes and threw her into the bustling crowds of Sky Fortune City. Big sister Xiao Jiao couldn't bear the humiliation, and committed suicide in the city. Even after her body rotted away, no one dared to claim it. Another month later, the family big sister Xiao Jiao belonged to was inexplicably destroyed. Although there were no clues as long as one knew, it was obvious that it was Xia Hongwen's doing. It could be said that Xia Hongwen's personality had become so twisted that it was beyond redemption. En didn't know what kind of fate awaited his Haiku family, but he could only hope that Wu Yi remained pure and didn't end up like his elder sister Xiao Chao. Does this young lord need you to tell him what to do? Xia Hongwen squinted at En, causing En to look embarrassed and immediately shut up. Immediately, Xia Hongwen turned towards the cave and shouted angrily, "Little brat, not only do you have ideas about this father's woman, you even dare to occupy the territory of another family. You don't put my Shadow Moon Hall in your eyes at all. Don't you know that the Haiku family is a peripheral force of my Shadow Moon Hall? If you want to fight, then fight. Enough nonsense." Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with him. This guy's brain wasn't normal, so no matter how much he said, it would just be a waste of saliva. In the end he would have to fight. Good, this young lord will let you know the consequences of offending me today. You can rest assured that I won't kill you immediately. That woman should be yours, right? Xia Hongwen pointed to Yang Kai. Since you dared to touch this young lord's woman, this young lord will take yours. This young lord will let you see how I satisfy her, so don't feel inferior when the time comes. Saying so, Yang Kai shouted, "Hongzhen, grab that little brat for me. Daring to offend me, he's too much." The master from the First Order Origin returning realm named Hongzhen frowned and hesitated. "Young lord, there's a spirit array over there." "So what if it's a spirit array? You think a few small arrays can stop you? Then what use do I have for you?" Xia Hongwen jumped up. "If you can't do it alone, then the 2 of you can come at me together. I don't believe that garbage spirit array can stop you. Hurry up and grab him for me. I'm going to throw him on the ground, step on his face and piss on it." Hongzhen's face was gloomy. A master from the First Order Origin returning realm was considered a master on Shadowed Star. After all, the strongest here was only a Third Order Origin returning realm cultivator. However, he was ordered to protect Xia Hongwen, so he couldn't refuse his orders. The other Origin returning realm master looked at him and seemed to want to say something, but Hongzhen waved his hand and said, "I'll try. If it doesn't work, then you can come at me together." "Good. The man nodded and didn't say much. Hong Zhen then walked towards the cave step by step, releasing his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, but the more he probed, the more frightened he became. This space was like a swamp, and when his divine sense entered it, there was no response. Hong Zhen immediately knew that he had underestimated the power of this spirit array. At this moment it was too late to retreat. He had clearly entered the range of this spirit array, but what he hadn't expected was that the other party didn't show any intention of opening the spirit array, so he didn't know if it could be opened at all. What's more, the First Order Saint King opposite him was actually walking straight towards him, which both surprised and delighted him. Little Sister Yang Inflammation, open the spirit array. Their bodies were covered in blood, and it could be said that their entire bodies were riddled with holes. Hong Zhen had lost an arm, and Hong Zhen's senior brother had lost a leg. The two of them sat together, looking dispirited as they looked around in fear. Yang Kai sighed. He knew that he had still underestimated these origin-returning realm masters. He thought that by using his golden blood and Yang Yan's spirit array, killing these two would be a piece of cake. But the moment he attacked, he realized that he had been wrong. The power of Shi was simply too amazing. When these two Shi superimposed on each other, not only did it interfere with his movements, but it also slowed down his attack speed and allowed him to sense the direction of his attack in advance. If he hadn't used his golden blood, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to hurt them. Yang Kai felt helpless. He found that he and Yang Yanyan were two completely different kinds of people. Yang Kai was eager for others to not know about his alchemist's grade. The more they looked down on him, the better. However, Yang Yanyan had actually announced it to everyone without any repercussions. This world was really strange. No wonder you specifically told Qian Tong that Yang Yan was a saint-grade artifact refiner, and said she was your junior sister, so that's how it is. Wu Yi's mind was sharp and she immediately guessed Yang Kai's intentions. And Qian Tong already has a preconceived notion that I have an origin-grade artifact refiner as my master, So having a Saint-grade artifact refiner as my junior sister is normal.